military police. The case was reopened in 2012 on the basis that there was no definitive conclusion about what happened to Catrice back in 1981. And the ask was for me to apply modern investigative techniques to a 30-year-old case, ultimately to determine what happened to Catrice. This investigation for me was a huge challenge, and probably the biggest challenge that faced me in my 30-year military police career. The three hypotheses that I focused my attention on were: was this an accident? Had she been abducted and is still alive today?
This is good shit. This is old crimes, old investigations years ago.
An unbelievable story.
Do you know, I was in the section. I said about my brother Mark White selling all the drugs, right? And they said because he's not doing it now, we can't do nothing.
It was a crime.
That's because the police are fucking shit.
Now hear the story few people know.
This was not a normal trial.
We had a lot at stake.
With incredible access and startling revelations.
Somebody drops an envelope on the table, it's a gold dust rumor.
Brand new. The Soho murder trial.
Yeah, I just thought to let you know that. I love my brothers and my mum and my dad and everything, and my daughter and my grandchildren and all that, yeah. But like I say, I'm an individual. I'm not a single man on my own, dealing with a lot of shit. This is it.
And fantastic discoveries still being made today. The Terracotta Army with me, Dan Snow, Friday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
It's amazing what a picture can do. You can actually take pictures of a lot of shit. This is it. The public, you can actually see people that you might have to question in 20 years' time.
Am I going to prison for something that I did not do?
The maximum sentence of life in prison.
He thought there was no other way to stop his family from getting killed.
Real cases. Real defendants. Real trials.
This is Channel 5.
Fighting to save your life.
What will be your verdict? Accused, guilty or innocent? Stream exclusive episodes now.
This is good shit. I like this. This is great.
Those two were frenzied attacks. This was premeditated. We are appealing to...
I was a Cub Scout Army because I was baptised in 1968. I think it was.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah, good man. Raising money for Help the Aged, which is now AIDS UK. Never selling drugs. I never did sell drugs.
I'd like to talk to my solicitor, please.
Are you telling me there's a convicted child killer living at the bottom of my street?
I sold pianos. That's what I sold.
Where is that little boy?
Witness the critically acclaimed Suspects starts tonight at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
I'll ask you something in the window because it's bad.
It's story which has left one family in unbearable pain. We know it's a cliche, but it really is every parent's worst nightmare. Catrice Lee went missing from a supermarket near a military base in Paderborn in Germany. She was just 2 years old.
I had a good morning from someone in Germany. Yeah, I've got a name now.
Accident. She was abducted and may even still be alive. Or tragically, she was taken and murdered.
I was taken, dragged around the country. Yeah, I was by the NHS. Yeah, with the police, the police involved in the NHS's actions and whatever they do. I mean, they come up with so much shit, it's unbelievable.
Find a way out of the NAAFI facility and made her way to a river that ran parallel to the NAAFI called the Lippe. It was a very fast-flowing river, and it was about 100 metres from the rear entrance to the NAAFI complex. And the hypothesis is that she somehow managed to get across that car park undetected, navigated her way through some shrubbery that bordered the river, and then met her fate. If that had have happened, what would have happened to Catrice and her body? And the only people that can tell you that are experts in waterways.
When I started analysing the flow of water in that area, it's quite a complex picture. The river that is closest to the NAAFI is the River Lippe, but it has a major tributary coming into it lower down, but also water being taken off for canals to feed canals locally. So it's a complex picture, but my best analysis suggested that the water level was relatively high at the time.
It's just made me think about when I was hanging out in the woods,
in the river.
up and down the river.
So my
There was a
conclusion
river,
was that
and I'm
the
sure we
body
used to put a dam up there as well,
distance
and
downstream,
actually have a place to
certainly
sit and
2,
relax
3, 4
in like
kilometres.
a nice area in
Within
the
about
river,
2
in the woods.
kilometres of the Nafi, the River Lippe actually flows into what was then a lake, and the water velocity drops quickly. So one might expect a small child's body to be dropped onto the bed of the lake, near the point at which the river enters it. But in fact, in the period since 1981, when the child went missing, that lake has changed its form dramatically. It is now much bigger than it was then. Personally, I think if she had fallen in, I think it's very unlikely that she would have been found at the time, or indeed subsequently.
The second hypothesis that I had was if Catrice was alive and well, then the reason for her abduction would likely have been as a surrogate child. And I had to do.
I've got these
everything
leads,
I
right? They're
could
quite cool, but
to try
I
and
don't think they
identify
charge them
whether
very
Catrice
fast.
was
You
still
know, this is
alive
it. So I'm going to try a different lead
and
now.
living as an individual who didn't know her true identity.
Yeah, I've got a few nice pictures, but I don't know now.
So we utilised a age progression artist to pull
There is a
together
lovely
images
woman in
of
Germany.
Catrice
I do think she's
key
lovely. You know, really
milestones
nice.
in her
And I
life.
actually did
And
give her a
these
goodie
were
bag. No,
designed
not a goodie bag, a
to
gift card.
perhaps jog people's memory. Did they share a class with Catrice? Did they go to university with Catrice? It was a big ask, and I recall her saying it was probably the toughest age progression task that she had undertaken.
In Catrice's case, we had very few reference photos. She was so young in them, so it was very difficult. In total, there are 6 age progressions. The original one was done to the age of 21. That was many years ago. I subsequently did an age progression to age 28 and then to 33.
Yeah,
but also when
Potato and
we
Leek.
discussed her potential childhood,
Potato and Leek.
we
There's
went
my
back
granddaughter.
further,
There's Grace Blake.
and I did an
And
age
there's
progression
me.
to age
And
6,
there
age
is
11,
Lily
and
Blake.
age
Yeah.
16.
That's good enough for me. You know what I mean? If I don't see them, I don't see them. But like I say, I've got the cups. You know, this is it.
So using photos, the artistic ways of changing those photos, however, using the science behind knowing how the skull changes, the facial changes, the reference photos of the family, particularly siblings and obviously the parents, are very, very useful, especially if you have those reference photos at the age to which you are age progressing, because you can use them as reference to illustrate just how the face is changing, how much the face is growing at those ages.
The thing that drives me is the fact that I need an answer. I need to know what happened to my daughter that morning. And if she was to be found living with another family, and she didn't want to know me afterwards,
it must be terrible for
that's
you.
fine. It hurt, but it's fine, because at least then I would know. Natasha would know.
Have you got any photographs? You know, anything you can
we have an
look back
answer
up and say to yourself, I remember those days and all this and all that. I mean,
and that's the
like I
best
say, I
thing in
mean,
the world to have to live with.
we should look at all this and
Missing and no answer.
kid goes missing. That's crazy. That's terrible, really.
It was important for me to do my very best to circulate these images as far and as wide as I possibly could. Bearing in mind that Catrice could be living either back in the UK or in Germany, or for that matter,
I've got friends all around the world,
anywhere
everywhere
else
around
in
the world.
continental Europe.
Japan, Hong Kong, fucking Brazil,
When I first got
Texas,
contacted
fucking
by
Germany,
somebody claiming to be
fucking everywhere you can think of.
you initially go through all this hype of excitement and you think, oh my God, wow, could it potentially be Catrice? And then the reality of smack bang, actually, it turned out to be trolls saying that they're Catrice.
There were multiple individuals who came forward purporting to be Catrice. So every single
I'm hoping
person
this
that
ink
stepped
is going to be all
forward
right.
and said,
It's obviously not gone through yet.
we absolutely have
Because
to take
it's
that
a little
at
bit
face
too
value.
weird, a bit kind of. Well,
deal
it's
with
not
it
like it's there. It's not working properly, but I'm sure
Because
it'll be
if
all
we
right.
hadn't, and we'd have made the decision that actually probably isn't, we would never ever been able to say to the family, we have eliminated all those people that have stepped
Yeah,
forward.
look, I'll put this on the actual upside down. I'll put this upside down. This was upside
I'd
down.
say I probably get contacted
printer.
by a troll at
Right,
least once
there
a
it
year.
is. Right, Dr. Happy.
So when people do contact me,
And
I'm just
what it
very
is,
cold,
this is
I'm very
straight away
now
the
because
first
actually
print
I don't want to
on
get
the
my
new
hopes
ink
up. And everyone has said to me,
that I
like,
got
well,
on
what do you
eBay.
do? Because actually
And
that
look,
one
you can
time
see
you
it's not
are
actually
dismissive of somebody, that
it's
might
not
actually
working
be my
yet
sister.
at the
And I'm
moment.
like,
I mean,
I
but
know,
after
but I
a
have
few
to protect
prints,
myself
it
and my
might
own
be all right.
emotions and my own feelings and be quite cold to it and not get too excited about it. We just need the answers and we just really want to find out what's happened to her. And if they find her and she's dead, then she needs to go in a grave that we can go and grieve, and then she never has to spend another night on her own.
I remember getting on a bus and going past a graveyard in Eastleigh somewhere. No, I think about it. I did actually do that. I went past this bloody
So my
graveyard.
third and final hypothesis was that Catrice had been abducted by a third party for a sinister motive. Of the three hypotheses that we were investigating all concurrently, sadly and very tragically for me, it was the one that I personally felt was the most viable. And I did share my thoughts with Sharon, Richie, and Natasha. As difficult as that was, that I thought that Catrice probably wasn't alive any longer. And that's a tough message.
You're better off
to do
not thinking that way, really. You should try and go a bit more positive and not so derogative and negative. Have a bit of hope, and have faith in all that, and try and find out what you can.
A team of 97 investigators, including forensic experts, are digging up a 100-metre stretch of this riverbank in their search for Catrice Lee.
A lady had come forward and said on her deathbed that the partner that she was with at the time had confessed to abducting a young girl and burying her body by a riverbed. The military police said they needed to go and dig up the river bank by the River Alma and see if Catrice was there. And I think for me at that moment, I was like, this is it. They're going to find her. I was at work and I got a call from my family liaison officer at the time. And he just said to me, Tash, I need to let you know that there's a tent going up because they have found bones. And literally at that moment,
and it just dragged me around the country everywhere. I was Brighton, fucking Western Supermare, fucking Winchester, Basingstoke, Southampton, everywhere. I mean, I've been all over the place, right? Thanks to the NHS.
Crashed down.
Dragging me around the country, yeah. My brain ticks like a Rolls Royce engine. Right? I think positive all the time. I'm always focused all the time. I've got a good history, right? And I know how good I can get. Yeah, but the only problem is physically, I suffered a lot of issues with my stomach because I was, I William Beanie, the Saints football player, he was my shoulder to cry on. And I would sit with him at Matt's Baker's, and they would feed me loads of shit all the time. I'd probably spending a fortune, right? And I was eating it, and I did say to Judy Bursey, I said, it's comfort food. That's what it was. It was comfort food.
I don't know if I could have survived.
And I was in and out of section units, everywhere. I mean, being dragged around, looked at, and given evil looks, and I was taking pictures as a I said, just hang on, I'll just get my phone, I'll take some pictures and I'll share it.
I've got up in the morning, put a smile on my face, I've gone out to work, I come home and shut the front door, nothing's ever changed. Nothing's ever changed. Not deep inside my heart.
Do you think? Imagine how bad it was in the old days. There was no bloody mobile phones anywhere. I think one customer had a camcorder, and I think my boss he had a big brick like this.
That's what happened to my
and we made a few calls on it and all that. But
for whatever reason,
we were generally using telephone boxes and that.
She wasn't taken by herself. Someone took her. If she's living with another family...
Yeah, who's the criminals? Is it the NHS? Because they were taking me. They were dragging me around everywhere.
If she was taken for darker reasons, someone also knows about that as well.
They say I'm psychopathic, schizophrenic, bipolar, schizoaffective, and unwell playing music. Now I'm a human being. I like music. What's wrong with that? I mean, the Beatles. I like Winston Churchill. I like Tutankhamun and all the history, Titanic and everything, really.
The last 40 years have been, without a shadow of a doubt, horrendous. We, as a family, have struggled walking through a fog, a tunnel, no signposts, and knowing full well that the...
I'm glad we got the internet, and I'm glad we got mobile phones. Yeah, because we can now go through life and be safe, because you take pictures and videos of everything and keep an eye on your health and your mental well-being, and how stay focused all the time, keep your chin up all the way, don't give up on yourself, right? Don't commit suicide, forget all that shit. If someone's going to dominate you and piss you off, fucking record it and film it and everything.
Was quiet. It's human nature. And I believe that what happened was exactly that. Somebody picked Catrice up and said, let's go and find mum and dad. My theory is she's been taken as a surrogate child.
And she is, to your mind, she may well be alive somewhere else in the world.
I believe that she is somewhere in the world alive, speaking another language. And I could be a grandfather, and I don't know it.
And it's actually you.
I know I was a granddad.
Members of the family.
I know that.
Really hard, haven't you, to keep Catrice's name?
And I know their dad was not very nice. He was on club drugs. He was arguing with my daughter. Anthony Blake, your dad robbed me. He wanted £400 for a telly, which is not worth, well, maybe about £100, but it didn't last 5 minutes.
For my sister, and to just hopefully find us answers. So it's just trying to different things to do.
And I've got a picture of you, and your partner. Not your dad, not Anthony Blake. I've got your dad and your mum. Yes, I have. On my phone, yeah.
And for me, and I think what people need to
logged
realize is
and stored
the last time I see my sister
for references, issues or concerns or whatever it might be in years to come. I've got their faces.
A very young child trying to find out what happened to you.
Trying to get answers, not just for me, but for my mum and dad.
And that's been your life.
Absolutely 100%. And I sometimes wonder, and I think in 2018 when they initially dug for my sister's body, and I've got two really good friends, and I just sat there and said, if they find her and they find her dead, what's left of my life? What's my purpose? Because all I've done for all this time is try to find out what happened to my sister, and then we find her, and then what's left? What do I have?
And what do you two hold on to? How do you hold on to hope when the years go by and appeals go by, and still there's no word of what happened to Catrice? Richard, can you answer that for us?
I've been asked this question before. Quite simply, a lot of people say, how do you maintain hope? Hope maintains me.
And that's what, day by day,
day by day,
week.
a new day is our day.
And that hope never leaves you. And is it the same for you?
Yeah, 100%. Every day you sort of get up and you think, well, actually today this could be our day. It's tiring, but I will never give up whilst I've still got breath in my body to find out what happened to my sister. Never.
I really appreciate your honesty and your openness. Thank you so much for talking to us on the programme.
Thank you for giving Catrice's case a voice.
It's a pleasure, Richard. Thank you. I know it's difficult to be here and to talk about this, but we really appreciate it. And hopefully you being here, even though it's clearly hard, will make a difference to somebody who might be watching.
We will get answered.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Natasha. Well, there is a special number for anyone who does have any information.
I haven't got any pictures of
after all these years.
Lewis Blake, but I've definitely got pictures of Hannah,
0800
his wife.
616
Yeah.
888. That's 0800 616 888. And of course,
Hello,
if
Hannah.
you're missing people, their number is 116 000. That is 116 000. And after the break, we'll look at the disappearance of Marcus Rigby and his family's desperate attempts to find him.
Hello, Summer. Hello, Here it is. Acts within 60 minutes so you can enjoy summer.
What time is it? Oh my God. Oh, Anne.
At Beyond Next, we believe life is better with less of some things and more of others. Like less hassle, more convenience, less short-term thinking, more long-term actions. Life's better when you get more. Fix your tariff and get 100% renewable electricity as standard, so switch to Eon Next.
Does the morning rush leave your kitchen in chaos? It's time for Flash.
The Democratic and Labour Party has also brought out its manifesto. The SDLP wants to see a united Ireland, and its leader, Colm Eastwood, criticised the other nationalist party, Sinn Féin, for not taking their seats in the House of Commons. Mr. Eastwood urged voters to think carefully about how they use their vote in this election.
Don't listen to what commentators are telling you. There are no big majorities. There are no sure things. If you want SDLP MPs to go to Westminster, speak up for you, you have to actually vote for them. Do not waste your opportunity in that election. Don't wake up the next day and say, God, I thought they were safe.
Yeah, but actually, when you think about it, when I was selling pianos, the Irish people, Ireland, were coming to London and blowing up the nightclubs.
In a moment, we'll hear from BBC Yorkshire's Gemma Dillon, who's in Morley, but first to John Johnston, BBC Shetland reporter who's in Lerwick. John.
So it's not exactly safe, is it? I mean,
UK's most
you know what I mean?
northerly
Really? I mean, come
constituency, and
on.
we're actually closer to the Arctic Circle than to London.
I would never go
It's
there.
the mainstay of the economy here.
But I do
Corporates
believe
are
my
rammed
partner,
around these islands,
Melissa
England,
Emily
Wales,
Jordan,
and Northern
did go
Ireland
to
combined.
Ireland.
But the industry here feels squeezed
For a
by offshore
holiday.
wind farm developments and cuts to fishing quota. Transport's also a big issue here. There aren't enough cabins and rooms for freight on the overnight ferries at peak times that run between here and Aberdeen. And islanders want to see bigger ferries for the route. The high price of energy is also another hot topic. The seat's been held here by the Liberals and the Liberal Democrats since 1950. 6 candidates are contesting the seat this time around for the election. Now, when the polls close here and across the United Kingdom a week tomorrow, a huge logistical operation will swing into action. Cars, ferries and vans will all be used to collect these ballot boxes before they're flown to Orkney for the overnight count. Scotland's most northerly returning officer is hoping that the weather stays good, so there won't be any delay to the result of the election as a new dawn breaks across the United Kingdom.
John, and your ballot box, thank you. And from Lerwick to Morley, and Gemma.
Morley used to be represented by Labour's Zed Balls, but he was ousted in 2015 by Conservative Andrea Jenkins. Now it's a Brexit-backing town. Just under 60% voted to leave the EU, and it's known as being one of the most patriotic in the north because of its St George's Day celebrations. It's slightly different this time round. It's in a different constituency, Leeds, South West and Morley, and it's on a Labour target list of must-win seats. The campaign's not been without controversy. Early on, Conservative Andrea Jenkins raised eyebrows when she put images of Reform UK's leader, Nigel Farage, on some of her campaign literature. At a local level, the town's represented by 4 Morley Borough independents, so where that vote goes at a general election could be key. Local issues that might play out, the potential closure of a council-run care home and real frustration of antisocial behaviour on the high street.
Gemma, thank you. Gemma Dillon there. And you can find a full list of all candidates standing in the general election on the BBC News website. And that is all for now from Nottingham. I'll be back at 10 with all
Nottingham.
the analysis of tonight's
That's bad.
debate, but now
I'll
it's
say
back
why,
to Ben
because
in the
Jane
studio.
Crawford had
Ben.
bought a house in Nottingham. And she's
The
having trouble,
WikiLeaks
to be honest.
founder Julian Assange has arrived home in Australia to cheering supporters after being freed in a plea deal by an American court. He flew out of the UK yesterday, having spent 5 years in London's Belmarsh prison. Well, Mr. Assange had pleaded guilty to a single charge of conspiracy for leaking classified US military secrets. Our Australia correspondent, Katie Watson, watched him arrive.
A political win for Australia. A personal victory for Julian Assange and his family.
That's great.
This is a homecoming they've long been waiting for. So too his supporters.
There's no words to do it justice, to be honest. I've got the shakes, I've heard the
Mum and
jitters,
Dad,
for the last
I
2
was
days.
going mad.
Do you think the opinion will be divided that he...
Without you. Without you, yeah, without you by
How
my
does that
side.
make you feel?
Yeah.
It's a fig leaf for America. You know, they can't, they didn't even have the decency to just accept that they'd already been told that the appeal would, you know, was going to be likely to be successful.
Shortly after landing, he was whisked away, his first night of freedom.
Yeah, I had freedom from 2022. I was locked up from 2004, 18 years. NHS, you should pay me £2 million a year, but you won't pay because you're full of shit. You're fucking disgusting. NHS, you are disgusting. End of story. You know what I'm saying?
Anxious to hear Assange's story.
At least you can try and say sorry, but you won't do that, will you? Because you're fucking shit.
Wanted me to sincerely thank everyone. He wanted to be here. But you have to understand what he's been through. He needs time.
He does need time. He needs probably at least 2 years. I mean, it's been
this is a
2 years for
process.
me, and I'm still not
In the
pissed off.
packed press conference, much praise was heaped on Australia's Prime Minister for making this happen.
The Prime Minister was the first person to get on the phone to speak to Julian. Julian thanked him and the team and told the Prime Minister that he had saved his life.
The two men spoke on the phone after Assange landed, but haven't yet met.
I believe in standing up for Australians.
I've not met Prince Andrew, but we
that
definitely
very
had
clear.
a good chat in
I
2023.
made it from the beginning, I had the same position as opposition.
And when I
leader
was the piano man, I
on
did
all
kind of
those
love
issues as I
Lady
had
Diana.
as
I was
Prime
really, you know, upset when she died and all that.
As Prime Minister of Australia, you have an opportunity to make a difference.
Keep the chin up.
This marks the end of an epic
All the way.
journey for Julian Assange.
Positive
Back
mental
on
attitude,
home turf.
focused,
And with that, an end to 14
dedicated,
years of legal
keen
battles
to carry
and
on.
diplomatic headaches. Katie Watson, BBC News in
And
Canada.
don't forget, you've got your history behind you as well.
An American journalist, Evan Gershkovich, has gone on trial in Russia for alleged spying offences. The Wall Street Journal reporter denies collecting secret information for the CIA about a Russian tank maker. He's already been detained in a jail in Moscow for 15 months. Here, police have arrested a man in his mid-20s on suspicion of harassment and offences in connection with the Westminster honey trap scandal. It's understood the man was a Labour Party member who was suspended from membership of the party after Labour was notified of the arrest. The party will not comment further due to a continuing police investigation. Football news now, and England star Phil Foden has left the team's Euro 2024 camp and returned to the UK for the birth of his third child. He is expected, though, to be back in time for Sunday's match. The team will learn tonight who they're going to face in that next round game, as Andy Swiss reports.
It is the
Oh, a quick
sound
shout out
that
to
so far
what's her name?
defined England's Euros. Booze for Gareth
I think it's
Southgate
Becky
last
Emmett
night,
or something.
leaving a
Is it
few
Emmett?
beer
I can't
cups
remember her name
in
now.
his direction.
I've
But
actually
what
changed
reflected
to
on
my
another
other Facebook on my
disappointing
phone,
display, the
so
glass
I can't
was
actually
still
I can't
half
talk to her now. This is
I was
it.
in the front booing him. He's got to go. He has to go.
So you think England should sack him now?
I think so, yeah. I think he has to go. I think that's the only chance you've got to bring it home.
I think Southgate is lost. Really do.
It's going to take a bit of time. Look.
Who's more attack minded. The fans have done really well. Players haven't.
England have so far been flat and frustrating. He gets it right, but they still topped their group. So are the fans being fair?
It is creating an unusual environment to operate in. I've not seen any other team qualify and receive similar.
England are now also temporarily without Phil Foden. He's returned home for the birth of his third child, but it's hoped he'll be back by England's next game on Sunday. Well, for all of the criticism of England here last night, a path through the knockout stage could be opening up for them. 4 of the big names, Germany, France, Spain and Portugal, are all in the other half of the draw, meaning England can't face them until the final. For now, though, they just need to win their next match. It's a chance for Depay! England will find out who they'll play in the last 16 later, with the Netherlands the most likely opponents. But as the fans start their journey to
I
the
don't
next
watch football
venue,
really. I'm not a
Gelsenkirchen,
football fan really.
England will be hoping their Euros expedition becomes a little bit smoother. Andy Swiss, BBC News, Cologne.
Now, thousands of music lovers have arrived at Worthy Farm in Somerset for the start of this year's Glastonbury Festival.
Somerset.
Its
Been there loads
organiser,
of
Emily
times.
Evans, unbolted the gates this morning, and ticket holders have been filtering into the site to pitch their tents for the 5-day festival. Well, around 200,000 fans are
I'd rather
expected
be at
to be
home,
there.
in,
so
indoors
let's
in the
join our
shade. You know what I
entertainment
mean?
correspondent Colin Patterson,
Not be
who is
burning
there
up.
for
or
us,
anything.
as he is every year. Colin.
Look how busy it is already. Bear in mind, the music doesn't even start on the main stage until Friday. The gates opened at 8 o'clock this morning with the festival boss, Emily Evis, accompanied by a brass band playing the Rocky theme. No sign of her father, Michael Evis. That is the first time I can ever remember him not being there for the gates opening, but there are already rumours that he will appear on stage with an act this weekend. When I spoke to Emily Evis this morning, she told me how pleased she was that for the first time since the festival started in 1970, 2 of the 3 headliners are female. On Friday night, we've got the British pop sensation Dua Lipa, who's won 7 Brit Awards, the big #1 from the Barbie movie last year. She's rehearsing in Birmingham. And then on Sunday, we have SZA, the US superstar who beat Taylor Swift to Best Foreign Act at this year's Brit Awards. All starts at 10:30 tonight with a drone show in the sky above that pyramid stage.
Colin, thank you so much. We are so jealous. Let's see what the weather for Glastonbury is going to be like and for everybody else. Here's Steph.
Thanks very much, Ben. Glorious conditions there. It's going to cool down a little bit, though. Good evening to you. That's the theme for the rest of this week. Temperatures are dropping. We did see 30 Celsius again in the southeast of England, but as we head through the rest of the week, it's going to start to feel fresher for all. There'll still be quite a bit of sunshine around, but the winds will be quite a feature thanks to this unusually deep area of low pressure for the time of year. And it's ushering in this fresher, slightly cooler air off the Atlantic behind this cold front, as the name suggests, which will be spreading across the country as we move through tomorrow. However, this is the current temperature scenario outside the moment, into the low to mid-20s still across southeast England. So warm and muggy there, but fresh already in northern and western areas where we've had more clouds today and outbreaks of rain. Now, as we move through tonight, it looks like this area of low pressure will edge ever closer to the northwest of the UK, sending this cold front across the country. Some splashes of rain on it, temperatures dropping a little bit, but still another warm, muggy night to come across the Midlands, southern and eastern England, no lower than 17 degrees in the capital. We start off plenty of sunshine in the east. That's a cold front, barely anything on it by the time it pushes towards the east. Just a band of cloud, but it introduces that cooler air. Further north and west, though, it turns windier with showers or longer spells of rain. The wind starts to turn much stronger for the west of Scotland. So temperatures much lower here. You can see the low to mid-teens, but up to 24, 25 degrees in the southeast. That will be noticeably cooler, but still pretty pleasant. As we head through tomorrow evening, it turns very windy with gales for the north and west of Scotland, showers or longer spells of rain there for Scotland and northwest England, all courtesy of this area of low pressure, which will lift northwards as we head through Friday and into the weekend. But we still have further weather fronts and Atlantic air source across the country. So it will feel cooler as we end the week. Some spots of rain here and there at times, but there will be some sunshine as well. That's it from me. Take care.
So thank you very much indeed. And that is today's BBC News at 6. You can keep up to date with all the latest developments on our BBC website. Now, though, it is time to join our colleagues for a look at the news wherever you are. From me, do have a very good evening.
Thanks, Ben. Coming up on tonight's South Today. Constance Martin and Mark Gordon will face a retrial next year for manslaughter of their baby daughter.
Fucking
The
Mark
campaign
Gordon.
to improve
My brother's
water
Mark,
quality
and I'm
continues
Gordon.
after testing in the Itchen estuary.
I think it's disgusting that we have to worry about our health when we're using the waters that we swim in, that we surf in, that we love.
How are we feeling about politics at the moment, Paul?
The Red Sofa Tour is on the beach
get that
for
out.
your voice, your
How you
vote.
feeling? Come on, tell me.
And is Nickelback really the most hated band in rock music? A Dorset filmmaker explores why.
You can laugh off about 90% of it, and some of it hurts.
Hello, welcome to the programme. I'm Sally Taylor. A couple accused of manslaughter after the body of their baby daughter was found in a shed in Sussex will face a retrial. Mark Gordon and Constance Martin deny the charge. Their trial ended last week after the jury failed to reach a verdict, but we can now report charges they have been found guilty of. A little earlier, the BBC's Home Affairs correspondent Daniel Sanford told me about today's developments.
Last week, we were able to say that the jury had been discharged and the prosecution were considering a retrial. So when reporting restrictions were lifted by the judge today, we were allowed to tell the audience for the first time that actually back on the 23rd of May, the jury did find the couple guilty on 2 charges. Those charges were concealing the birth of a child and perverting the course of justice. And the allegation behind that second charge was that they'd hidden the child's body so long that it actually had decomposed so much that a pathologist couldn't ascertain the cause of death. So we're able to report those for the first time, and also the prosecution made it clear in court today that they would be pushing for a retrial, and the judge has provisionally set a date for that next year.
So just remind us how the couple first came to the public's attention.
It all started when a car was found burning on the M62 near Bolton in Manchester. Police found a placenta on the back seat, indicating that a child had recently been born, and so that launched a national manhunt. And there was a lot of publicity. Constance Martin comes from a very wealthy family, and she and Mark Gordon had simply vanished off the face of the earth with potentially a newborn baby. And when they were found, there was no sign of the baby. And then as a result of that, the couple were charged with gross negligence manslaughter, with causing or allowing the death of a child, with child cruelty, and then these 2 charges that we can tell you they've been found guilty on, concealing the birth of a child and perverting the course of justice.
So, Daniel, you said there's going to be a retrial next year. Will they remain in custody?
Yes, they will remain in custody. The judge has currently set that trial for March next year, though he has said he'll look and see if it's possible for it to be held on an earlier date.
Daniel Sanford, thank you very much. And a podcast following the trial of Constance Martin and Mark Gordon is available now on BBC Sounds. Now, the quality of our water remains a pressing issue in the run-up to the election, but it's not one that politicians seem to have an answer for. Today, campaigners took to the Itchen estuary in Southampton, where the water can, at times, look a bit like, well, this. They admit the problem is complex and not simply the fault of water companies, as Sophia Seth reports.
Lizzie has a small cut on her ankle, and this represents one of our concerns. This sort of injury, if it's exposed to this river water, can lead to infection.
Lizzie, how worried are you? You are a surfer.
I mean, I think it's really worrying. I think it's disgusting that we have to worry about our health when we're using the waters that we swim in, that we surf in, that we love.
Today, gathering by the River Itchen, local campaigners met members of the Surfers Against Sewage group who have been on their national tour. They all share the same message.
No more sewage! When do we want it? Now!
Over the past year, the group Friends of the Itchen Estuary have been sampling the water, taking 96 in total, and found high levels of E. coli. Some samples, they say, were 10 times higher than what would be regarded as satisfactory for bathing water quality. They're blaming the discharge from the neighbouring treatment works.
Just behind me is the Portswood Wastewater Treatment Works. In a report by the Environment Agency, it says that the effluent quality needs to be improved as a matter of urgency. In its report, it talks about temporary changes while major upgrades are developed.
We brought forward an additional £1 million of investment this year to improve both the odour emitted from the site and the quality of the discharge from Portswood. We've done that working really closely with the Environment Agency and local government and communities in the area. And that's part of a much larger programme which will include building more storm storage and more schemes to improve or reduce further the level of releases that we make from Portswood in the area.
Who do you blame?
So it's a combination, it's a complex issue, it really, really is. But, you know, there's been underinvestment, under-verification, under-monitoring, and lack of regulation from government, really. There's the regulators, the Environment Agency and Ofwat, have been stripped of the resources they need to do the job properly. So no one party is to blame, but it's a whole system that needs a big reboot.
Campaigners are hoping that they'll put pressure on any future governments.
What do we want? When do we want it?
Sophia Seth, BBC South Today, Southampton.
Well, worries about homelessness and housing and trust in politicians are among the issues vexing voters across the South. Our political reporter Tristan Pascoe took the South Today Red Sofa to the seaside this week, where constituents in Bournemouth East told us the town needed more help to tackle rough sleeping. They also said that the current betting scandal had undermined their trust in politicians.
How are we feeling about politics at the moment, Bournemouth?
I want to talk about politics while I'm on holiday, thank you very much.
There's a lot of that about.
So what matters to you at this election?
Housing.
First to join me on the sofa, Andrew Talbot, who runs We Are Humans, a local homeless charity.
We've got people sleeping rough on our streets, under our piers, in tents, on park benches. Our ex-military veterans sleeping in shop doorways. So what's going to get my vote is what are you doing about homelessness? What are you doing about building houses for families, communities?
Tony Spotswood, former chief exec of Royal Bournemouth Hospital, and his wife passed by. She didn't want to talk.
You were excited?
Absolutely.
He did.
Come and join me on the South Today sofa.
Yeah, I think the big issues are around, firstly, cost of living and affordability, both for young people, for families, and for older people, and also about the ethics and morals of actually telling the truth. And the last few years, I think, have been a huge disappointment for many people.
And the last few days as well, with a few people with knowledge of the date of the election apparently betting on the outcome or the date of it.
Absolutely. It's difficult to believe that actually that's taken place, but the evidence suggests that people have had inside information and have sought their own gain as a consequence of that, and that's clearly not acceptable.
Steve and Denise also want honesty from their politicians.
The big problem I have now is the first time in my life that I don't know who to vote for anymore.
Is there anything that any of the parties could say right now to give you that confidence to know where to put your vote?
I don't know. It's a very hard question. Because I won't believe them. That's the problem.
What matters to you at this election?
I would like a government that I could trust. Hopefully, by listening to all the candidates and what they've got to say, I might be able to find somebody I trust enough to vote for.
Well, we've heard lots from members of the public here in Bournemouth this morning, particularly about housing, homelessness, the cost of living, and indeed trust in politicians. Let's see what the candidates standing for election here have to say about that.
A lot of the problems we face are homelessness. These are all actual political choices. You know, there was a conscious decision that we would set up our economy in this way. The number of food banks has rocketed, you know, and that was a political choice. And I think people recognise that they can't trust the current crop of politicians to make the right decisions all the time. There's a real a real feeling that integrity is missing in politics nowadays.
Tobias Elwood, join us on the South Today sofa.
I'll put my hand up and say it's been a turbulent period the last few years, no doubt about it. You know, the end of Boris Johnson, the Liz Truss and so forth, understandably people have been shocked and demoralised, disappointed by where things have gone. So all this stuff to do with bets, a number of individuals, choosing to do this, what they were thinking, I just simply don't know. And it needs to be dealt with robustly.
If I'm absolutely honest with you, I think people are putting the betting scandal alongside Partygate, alongside everything that's gone before for many, many years, and they want the circus to move on. They want sober, responsible government again that will just get us out of the hole that we're in.
I think part of this comes about as a result of our election system. We give a huge majority to 40% of the vote, which means that certain parties and individuals within them feel they've got total license. I know people reflect on the coalition badly, but the good thing about coalitions, A, it's an honest representation of how people vote, but also you've got other entities looking over the shoulder of the other parties. And that, I think, helps keep us all in check.
Do you want to join us on the sofa, Martin?
You look around, particularly Bournemouth Town Centre as well, and see the number of people who are living homeless. The immigration centres, the asylum centres, a lot of places have taken over hotel accommodation or accommodation that could be used for temporary accommodation for people who are homeless to get them back in. But there is a physical limit to the number of homes there are in the constituency.
So that's some of their voices. Thanks for telling me that on the sofa. Remember, it's your vote that really counts on July the 4th.
Come and tell us about the election.
Joe Cronin is standing as an independent and wasn't able to join us on the sofa. He says his top 3 priorities are looking after the health and well-being of children, climate change, and adopting proportional representation. Well, tomorrow we're back on the water as part of BBC's Your Voice, Your Vote campaign. Our reporter Clodagh Stenson is travelling the waterways on her narrowboat from town to country to city, reaching Oxford for the final leg of her journey, where she hears the views of people there. Now, it takes a village to raise a child, as the saying goes, yet young families often feel forced to leave rural villages because they've lost community resources like schools and nurseries. Now, a village in Dorset is fighting to save its Victorian school building so it can continue to support its younger generations. Matt Treacy has the story.
My aunties and uncles went here, my granny went here, and it's just a lovely village school. And we really don't want, to lose it. It's just such a big part of the community.
Oh my goodness. On the rockery.
Yeah.
4 generations of Colin and Carol's family were taught here.
I think it's a travesty if we lose it. I really do. Especially with all the family connections that have been here over the years.
Every ribbon on these skates represents a pupil who went to this small village school, founded 165 years ago by Carl Joachim Hambro. He gifted it to the community, but the school closed in the 2010s. A nursery was still here until last summer, but when that closed, it triggered a clause that saw the whole site handed back to the family. Now locals fear it'll be sold for redevelopment or even demolished.
We've got to fight to protect it, really. We don't want to lose it. It's something, there's history attached to it, and it goes beyond that. You want future memories made for children.
It's just going to take a lick of paint and some new resources, and it'll be back and ready to go.
Anna's part of a group of villagers who have grand plans to reopen this school as a nursery and community hub.
There's a terrible shortage of childcare in North Dorset generally, so it'll be another setting for anybody to come to. It'll be the catalyst, I'm sure, for really positive change.
The Diocese of Salisbury, which ran the school, said in a statement, this is a complex legal issue, but the process to trace descendants has recently finished, and it is currently seeking clarity on what they want to do. Villagers are preparing for the worst. They've started crowdfunding to help raise money to buy the site themselves, in the hope that future generations can continue to be educated here. Matt Treacy, BBC South Today.
Stay with us. Fern will be here with the sport in a moment, and Alexis has the forecast. Plus,
And this is how you remind me.
a Dorset filmmaker explores why Nickelback are referred to as the most hated band in rock music. Now, we've seen the brilliant drama on television, and now a play telling the story of the Berkshire sub-postmistress who played a fundamental role in discrediting the Post Office Horizon computer system, opens in Reading this week. Pam Stubbs was able to highlight problems with the accounting system using her own paper records of transactions. The production, called Glitch, was commissioned by Reading University School of Law, as Joe Campbell reports.
So I've been asking Post Office to help me get to the source of these alleged shortfalls. The one person they did send round inputted figures into my terminal, which also caused a shortfall, which he could not explain.
Pam Stubbs is the woman whose evidence sank the Post Office.
I had visions of the Post Office turning up to arrest me because nothing.
The real Pam had already told BBC Inside Out how her records didn't tally with those of the now infamous Horizon system. Now that story is being told on stage.
She is such an amazing woman, because although she's been through so much, I mean, it's horrific, but also how strong she has become. And she was the crux of the evidence of this case, because she was so meticulous with her paperwork.
The drama didn't begin here, though.
Horizon scandal.
Instead, it was born in the law school at Reading University.
It is not necessarily something that we would expect at a law school, but it is a way of looking at the law from a different perspective. And I think when you dramatize something, you can get inside the story, you can develop your empathy.
The whole purpose of any drama is to get the audience to think about what they've just seen. But here they're going a stage further and trying to get these law students to think about the very career that they are going to follow.
We are fighting a war against an enemy owned by the British government.
Of course, the Post Office scandal has been dramatised before, but this, those who helped develop it say, is different.
As a television piece, you would usually observe it, whereas when you watch a play, you're in the room and you basically act like a jury.
After a short run in Reading, the plan is to take the play on tour next year. Joe Campbell, BBC South Today.
On to sport now. Fern is here. Bet there were quite a few footy fans checking their phones at 9 this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of the Euros, but hey, let's look to the Championship football, shall we? Next season's fixtures have been released for both our newly promoted teams. After 12 years out of the second tier, Portsmouth kick off their first season back with an away trip to former Premier League playoff finalist Leeds. Meanwhile, for Oxford United, it's been over 2.5 decades since they last played Championship football. They'll welcome Norwich City at home. Both those games will take place on Saturday, the 10th of August. Well, Oxford United will be playing their first game without Josh Murphy, who signed a 3-year deal with Portsmouth. The 29-year-old winger struck both of United's goals in Wembley back in May when they beat Bolton 2-0 in the playoffs. United's manager Des Buckingham's been reacting to the news.
We can only wish him well. We speak about all the time, whether it's coaches or players, leaving things in a better place than we found them. And Josh has made a decision that he wants to move on, and what's right for his family at this stage of his career. And we can only thank him for what he's done for us. You know, certainly since I come in the building in November, he wasn't playing, wasn't really enjoying his football. So to have seen his journey from that all the way through and how well he played, and then to capitalise at Wembley and finish off the way he did, as a coach, certainly to work with someone like that, I'm thankful for what he's done for us. It's been a really good couple of weeks since Wembley. It's been good to see how much of an impact this football club has had, both in Oxford and Oxfordshire. So for the fixtures to come out now gives some real meaning behind what we've gone into. And to start the season at home will be very good for us and good for our fans. And you know, I think when you look through the whole fixture list, you've got some big teams in that league, and now it's about making sure we're ready to face and challenge that.
Well, just a couple months to go now. Now, the wild week of county championship cricket
That's
has
a big
concluded.
one.
Surrey won by an innings and 5 runs, finishing
I was on the
490
smaller one.
all out.
I was gonna
Hampshire
get
drew
one with
against
50
Warwickshire
yards,
after they failed to bowl them out
50
in the
one,
final
bigger ones.
innings, ending the day on 298 all out. And Sussex beat Leicestershire by just 18 runs in Hove. That's despite Ollie Robinson making history, but for all the wrong reasons. What you can see right now is the fast bowler conceding 43 runs and 1 over against Louis Kimber. Staying with cricket, and England women beat New Zealand by 9 wickets in their first one-day international series. They bowled their opponents out for 156 and 33 overs, with Southern Vipers all-rounder Charlie Dean taking 4 wickets. And some great news for Dorset golfer Georgia Hall, who'll be packing her bags for Paris 2024. She's been selected alongside Charlie Hull, her long-term best friend, to take part in the competition. And it's going to take place at the Golf National between the 7th and the 10th of August.
That's good news.
Yeah, so excited to get her back in the Olympics.
Lovely. You've got to feel sorry for Gareth Southgate, haven't you, after last
goodness.
night? Yeah. What was it? Things thrown at
Awful.
him and, booed by the fans, despite getting through to the last 16 in the Euros. It's incredible, isn't it? So what is it like to face that level of negativity?
Well, that's the subject of a new documentary about Canadian rock group Nickelback, who are often referred to as the most hated band in rock.
It's been produced by Ben Jones from Highcliffe in Dorset and explores the impact on band members of being vilified despite their massive success. And if you're wondering who they are, then let us remind you.
Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing.
Nickelback are the 11th best-selling band in music history. They've just completed a North American tour. They've just finished a UK and European tour. In fact, you could say that they've never been more popular than they are right now. So anything that some people love, there will always be a smaller section of society who don't like them.
We went through a period of time where everybody loved us, but then there's going to be a period of time where everybody doesn't love you.
But it still sucks, though.
It's still
that's okay. It really sucked in the beginning because
I make great spaghetti. Not everybody likes my spaghetti. Yeah. I think my spaghetti's good.
When it comes down to all the crap that we get, and we do get more than any band out there. I don't know if anyone would contest that.
Ben Jones, who lives in Dorset, has spent the last 6 years making a film on Nickelback, finding out why people love and hate the band. He's been a radio broadcaster for 30 years and still has a regular radio show. His film Hate to Love launched on Netflix today.
I find it a little bit weird that I've sort of made a film while in the spare room in my house in Highcliffe. I wasn't a filmmaker when I started this process, so I might argue I'm not at the end of it, but I certainly feel I've learned a lot.
I remember when Chad came to my house and he said, listen, I got this tune. I'm not so sure, about it, but just play it to you. And he grabbed my acoustic. I heard it. I'm like, it sounds like a pretty good song.
Once the song went out and it went to radio stations, and all of a sudden people started playing it, then it was just everywhere.
I was the very first person to play Nickelback on the radio in the UK, something that some of my friends have never forgiven me for, back in 2001. We stayed in touch. They would come on my radio show and, we'd hang out when they were in the UK, and I didn't see them for a number of years. And I got a phone call out of the blue to say, would I be interested in sort of helping them put together an EPK for an album? And I remember being sat in a meeting room.
Today is gonna be the day when I come back to you.
It's a bit dull, but why don't we tackle the elephant in the room? What's that? It's that you're the most hated band in the world. And that moment sort of hung in the air for a while. There was a sort of a nervousness that maybe I completely overcooked this opportunity. And they were like, yeah, sure. Why do some people love them and why do some people hate them? And that's really the notion of the film.
At the turn of the century, Nickelback were huge, but around the same time, what we now call social media began to take off. That led to more and more negative comments towards the Canadian rock band.
Nobody picks up a guitar to be in the most hated band in the world, to be the most hated solo artist, to be the most hated songwriters in the world.
It used to be really bad, with the way it would make me feel. We try and laugh it off. You can laugh off about 90% of it, and some of it hurts. It doesn't feel great.
You don't have to be a fan of this band to enjoy our film. And I think in this day and age, with so much bad news, with so much negativity, with so much online anger, just be kind, right?
I like them. I like the Nickelback.
I like Nickelback.
I like Nickelback.
Yeah, we
To
love
be as you wish to be. That's the answer.
There are people out there who love you. We love the
Absolutely.
weather too, but it's actually just a wee bit too hot.
It is, yes, very hot at the moment. We've had temperatures soar. I'll talk about those.
It was a hot
Look at
day.
these lovely pictures. This is the
Look
blue
out.
skies over Portsmouth, photographed by Tony. And Bosun with his sunglasses on the Dorset coast, captured by owner Annie Gilbert. So today, yes, temperatures have soared to a high of 31 Celsius. That was at Wisley in Surrey. And that was the hottest temperature across the country, making it the warmest day of the year so far. Elsewhere, 29 degrees along the coast. Once again, as we've had the last few days, it did feel slightly fresher with that onshore breeze. So for tomorrow, it's going to feel cooler, fresher feeling day, patchy light rain for some for a time as a cold front moves its way eastward. That cold front starting to nudge in for western areas as we head towards dawn. Clearing skies for many places, maybe some lingering low cloud mist and fog for the coast. And it's going to be another muggy night. The fresher air doesn't set in until tomorrow afternoon. So tonight, temperatures will drop away to around 14 to 16 degrees. We start the day tomorrow with a good deal of sunshine, then a narrow band of cloud. This is the cold front with some patchy rain on it, will move its way eastwards. Brighter skies to follow in many places and a fresher breeze. That breeze along the coast may be gusting up to around 20 to 25 miles per hour. Highs tomorrow a lot lower than today, up to around 23, maybe 24 degrees. But you'll feel that noticeable fresh breeze coming in from the west or the southwest during the course of the day. So for the coastal forecast tomorrow from Selsey-Bill to Lyme Regis, the winds are west or southwest, veering west or northwest 3 to 5, occasionally 6, and the sea state is occasionally moderate. So tomorrow night, clear skies for many places. We could see the odd stray shower, particularly for western areas as we head towards dawn, but most places will escape that, and temperatures will be more comfortable for sleeping tomorrow night, lows of 9 to 11 Celsius. So Friday is actually a mainly dry day. There could be the outside chance of a shower, but most places will avoid those. There will be patchy cloud, very like recent days, building during the course of the day. The winds will be fresh, but not as strong as tomorrow. So a fresh breeze blowing during the course of Friday. And into the weekend, the winds fall lighter. Saturday's a mainly dry day. Temperatures are up a notch, up to around 23 Celsius. Patchy rain is a possibility on Sunday, and then we start to see things go downhill a little bit, turning more unsettled and also a little bit cooler. Sally.
Alexis, thanks very much. Just got some news coming in, actually. There's a major rail disruption on the main line between London Waterloo and the South Coast. That's as a result of 3 separate trackside fires. So people are urgently being told to find alternative routes. That's from London Waterloo to the South Coast, and it's as a result of 3 trackside fires. That's it from us. The last leaders debate coming up in a few moments' time, 8:15. We're back tomorrow at the usual time of 6:30. Join us then if you can. Bye-bye.
Good night. Good night.
This is BBC One. Now, a party election broadcast by the Liberal Democrats.
Right, lunchtime.
What is a typical day we've got for you, Ed?
Busy. A lot depends on what carer help we've got, but I'm always involved in John's care. I like to be the one who gets John up in the morning, so he sees me. I get him back because he can't walk. Come on, my sweetheart. Come on. We're going to have some lunch. We have those games with him because it enables him to speak and to practice communicating.
So I was born in Nottinghamshire in Mansfield Woodhouse. My parents had 3 boys. I was the youngest, and my mum was a teacher. And she'd met my dad when he was doing national service. But unfortunately, he developed cancer in November 1969 and died in the March.
This feels so weird. So many memories. Walk up and down here every day. School. Oh, this brings back the big house. Wonderful family who lived there, the Malhotras. Very kind to us when Mum was ill. He used to make this amazing real curries. Like I'm in a time warp. It's a lot quite similar. Wow. Takes me back. My uncle built this. After my dad died, we were living in Sutton, Ashfield. The idea was we would come to Nottingham so we could be near our school, and so it was a happy period. And then Mum became ill, and we had a mantra so that we'd take each day as it comes. Just take each day as it comes, because you didn't know what was going to happen. No one knew. So she died 46. Dad died 38. I spent hours talking to my mum on her bed. I remember this one time I'd gone on a trip to Germany for like 2 days with the school, and showed the picture to my mum. I wonder who you'll end up with. She was thinking about what would happen to me.
Do you think she would have been proud of you?
Sorry. This is actually quite difficult times. I'd like to think she'd be proud of me. I think she would be. I hope so. You can get through some quite tough times. I mean, so many people have to, right? So many people. You know, you can get through if you've got love from family and from friends. And I was very lucky. I had a lovely grandparents, supportive brothers. It was a tough job caring. But family carers who do the vast bulk of caring. Governments are just ignore them. Just not listen to them. The one thing I think one's got to get over about care and being a carer is you develop amazing relationships. I had an amazing relationship with my mum, my gran, my son. Really special. As I've got older and had all these caring responsibilities, seen life through the eyes of my son, could not be more passionate and determined to sort out caring in this country. This isn't just my story. It's the story of millions caring for each other, dealing with tough times, keeping going with love. That's why I got into politics. That's who the Liberal Democrats will fight for every day.
I don't vote.
That was a party election broadcast by the Liberal Democrats. Party election broadcasts can be viewed on BBC iPlayer.
We're all humans, you know what I mean?
Fans, get Worthy Farm ready with me, Annie, and me, Nick, and some very special guests.
Join us for weekly bonus episodes bringing you all the action from the world's best festivals.
Sidetracked by Glastonbury. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
Wimbledon, where every little detail can make the difference. Unbelievable! All the sounds, all the sights, all the courts. That's some proper tennis. With your choice of 18 courts and Ultra HD, get closer to the action. Wimbledon starts Monday on BBC iPlayer.
This is BBC One. We're live from Nottingham. Michelle Hussein presents the BBC Prime Ministerial Debate.
In 9 days' time, one of the two men standing here will be Prime Minister. Tonight, they go head to head. Welcome to the BBC Prime Ministerial Debate. Good evening. Welcome to Nottingham and to Nottingham Trent University, our venue for this debate. With the general election just over a week away, tonight, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer are about to spend the next hour and a quarter answering voters' questions. They are the two contenders for Prime Minister. Their positions on this debate stage have been decided by the toss of a coin. They do not know what the questions will be. Those will be coming primarily from our live audience here at the university. who have been chosen by the pollsters Savanta. They include supporters of the Conservatives and of Labour, as well as some undecided voters. And we will also have questions submitted through the BBC's Your Voice, Your Vote website. After 75 minutes of debate, we will have analysis from our spin room, which is also here on the Nottingham Trent campus. And that is where Laura Koonsberg and Clive Myrie will be talking to other politicians and also to fellow journalists. And so to the leaders, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, welcome to you both. It's very good that you're taking part in this with just over a week to polling day. Welcome. Let us begin straight away with our first question, and it is from Sue Barkley.
People are dismayed by the lack of integrity and honesty in politics today. After the recent allegations about political betting, how would you restore trust in politics?
Thank you very much, Sue, for kicking us off. Now, both of your parties have faced allegations in this regard in recent days. We know 5 Conservatives being investigated and 1 Labour. Rishi Sunak.
Well, Sue, I completely share your anger. I was as frustrated as you are furious when I learned about these allegations. That's why, alongside the Gambling Commission, we initiated
anger. It's a funny situation, really. You know, you can be quite angry the way it goes. You know, it goes this way, it goes that way, and before you know, you're dragged around everywhere. Yeah, so you could be angry. I mean, you could be for a while. You might calm down. You might sort of relax after a while.
Sue, thank you very much for your question, which I think is on a lot of people's minds. This question of respect and integrity in politics. And you have to lead from the front on issues like this. I think over the last 14 years, politics has become too much about self-entitlement and MPs think about what they can get for themselves. And one of the important choices, and the thing that I would like to do if I'm elected Prime Minister, is to reset politics so that politics returns to public service. In relation to these gambling allegations, the instinct of these people to think the first thing they should do is try to make money was the wrong instinct, and we have to change that. But it is also a question of leadership, because this isn't just what's happened this week, last week in the Gambling Commission. We saw Partygate earlier in this Parliament. The Prime Minister himself was convicted and fined for breaking the rules which he brought in and imposed on everybody else. And of course, we've seen what happened with the COVID contracts. The huge amounts of money that were made. This takes leadership. What I did when one of my team was alleged to have been involved and investigated by the Gambling Commission, they were suspended within minutes because I knew it made it really important to be swift. The Prime Minister delayed and delayed and delayed until eventually he was bullied into taking action. If you're going to change the culture,
let me get a response.
Let
me get a response, Keir Starmer, to those accusations.
Well, it was important to me that given the seriousness and the sensitivity of the matters at hand, that they were dealt with properly. And that's what I've done. We had an independent internal inquiry into what happened, have taken action and suspended the candidates involved, and I've been crystal clear that they should face the full consequences of the law. But Keir Starmer talks about leadership in politics. That's what Sue's question was at. It was a broad question about how to do that. I also think leadership means being straight with people. It means having the courage of your convictions, not changing your mind on every single position that you've taken, and being upfront about what you want to do for the country. That's not what Keir Starmer is doing. He's not being honest with everyone about his plans to raise their taxes. I think that will erode trust in politics, and that's the choice.
Let's just stick to the heart of the question, first of all, because it was sparked by the recent allegations about political betting, and Sue asked how you would restore trust in politics. So if you've acted now on those to withdraw support from those 2 Conservative candidates, what did you find in that investigation?
Well, Michelle, you know, independent investigation which is ongoing, which is why I can't say anything further about that. You will understand that. But when we had our internal inquiries, when we found things that were not appropriate, I took action and suspended the candidates. I've been crystal clear. I was furious to hear about these things. That's why I've dealt with it. But the choice of this election is about, as Sue said, it's about leadership, it's about integrity in politics. And that's a question about doing what you say. You know, Keir Starmer's made this broader point, but the point is, he's changed his mind on every major position that he's taken. He doesn't have the courage of his convictions and is not being straight with everybody now about his plans, if he wins power, to raise people's taxes. That's not going to do anything
to restore trust in politics, and that's a choice for everyone at this election. Continue tax cuts with the Conservatives, or Keir Starmer's tax rises, which he is not being straight with everyone about.
Again, to return to the question, Keir Starmer, the Labour candidate from whom you've withdrawn support, appears to have betted on. Do you know if any other candidate has placed similar bets in his campaign?
Well, he was, as you say, investigated by the Gambling Commission because he bet on himself to lose. As soon as the Commission said they were investigating, I suspended him. And I've made very clear to my candidates that I expect high standards in politics. I said last week that the Prime Minister should have taken decisive action. And I said last week, should one of my candidates be investigated by the Commission, then they would be suspended and their feet wouldn't leave the floor. And that's what I did. And so my candidates know I expect the highest standards and that I'll take decisive action if they fall below those standards. Because I am, going back to Sue's point, I'm absolutely determined to return politics to public service.
Do you know
And
that none of your other candidates have placed similar bets?
Important for our country.
Do you know that none of your other candidates have placed similar bets?
Well, I've made clear to my candidates what the standards are, and they've seen by my actions what the consequences are if they fall short of those standards. But the Prime Minister hides behind a process. He could have taken decisive action last week, even the week before, but he eventually got round to it when he was bullied by other people into doing it. That's not leadership. And he talks about integrity. I'm sorry, when you get convicted for breaking the COVID rules, which you imposed on the rest of the country, you really shouldn't be talking about integrity in politics.
Rishi Sunak?
Well, leadership means being straight with people about what you plan to do. I've set out my plans clearly, and I appreciate actually that not everyone's going to agree with me on everything, but at least you know where I stand. Now, Keir Starmer is not being straight with you about his plans to raise your taxes. I don't think that's leadership. I don't think that people should surrender their family finances to the Labour Party, and that's the choice for people at this election.
Well, let me just address that, if I may, because we have set out in our manifesto all of our plans. They're fully funded, they're fully costed, and we've set out that we will not be increasing income tax, national insurance, or VAT. What the Prime Minister is doing, he's got a manifesto that's got promises to you and everybody watching, which are unfunded, because his Chancellor has said that the money he's relying on has already been spent. Now, that is the mistake that Liz Truss made. That's what cost so many people so much across this country. And now we've got to repeat unfunded commitments, lots of promises. But where's the money coming from? The Chancellor himself has said the money was spent last year, it isn't available. And if there's 5 more years of this, we're going to have the same as we've got now, a cost of living crisis bearing down on people across this country, really struggling because the economy is broken. And this is the chance at this election to turn the page and start to rebuild our country with a stable economy.
Well, Michelle, what the Chancellor did this morning was ask his opposite number, Keir Starmer's shadow Chancellor, to rule out raising all your taxes beyond what they've already announced in the first budget. And the Shadow Chancellor wasn't able to do that today. That's what the Chancellor did today. But you don't have to listen to me. Just go online, go to the Telegraph website, because we've just found a recording that they have put out there from the Deputy Chancellor from the Labour Party, admitting that their plans will cost hundreds of billions of pounds.
I'm just going to explain something to anyone who hasn't seen this today.
That is going to cost all of you thousands of pounds of tax rises. That's why I say Keir Starmer and the Labour Party are not being straight with you. So do not surrender to their tax rises.
Let me just explain. This is a reference to Darren Jones, the Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, one of your senior Treasury team, who in a recording given to the Daily Telegraph has said decarbonising the British economy will cost hundreds of billions of pounds.
We've set out in our manifesto what we want to do to go to renewable energy, and we've set out how much that will cost, exactly how much is going to be put in, and we've got a column saying how that's going to be funded. Yes, it is absolutely right that we want to get in investors to come alongside that government money. And we've been talking, you won't be surprised to this, to global investors for the best part of 2 years to say that if we put down this money set out in our manifesto, Will you come alongside it and put down many more billions of pounds so that in partnership with the government we can make the change that we need? Let me just finish this.
I'm sure we're going to come back to the same thing later on. I do. Richard, if you don't mind, I'm going to get to the next question because there are people waiting.
How many hundreds is it?
I'm going to
Is it
turn
200?
to the next question now.
Is it 400?
I think the Prime Minister got some better on how many times he's going to interrupt me.
I do want to turn to the next question because lots of people are waiting and they've got important questions that they would like answers to. If you can hear any noises of, ladies and gentlemen, or anyone at home, there is a protest taking place outside, which is also an aspect of our democracy and people exercising their freedom of speech. Our next question here comes from Mary Armstrong.
Evening. I've worked 2 jobs since I was 18 and I'm now 60. And I think too many people don't understand how important and better it is for you to be working hard. I also think too many people are on out of work benefits. My question is, what are you going to do to help more people to come off benefits and back into work?
Mary, thank you very much for that. Keir Starmer, what are you going to do to get more
Mary,
people
thank you for
off work,
raising
off
that.
benefits and into work?
Yeah, can I first agree with you that work is, of course, about pay and being able to pay your own way and support your family, but it is also about dignity and respect. And my dad worked in a factory all his life. He was a tool maker, and having a secure job for him was really important to his respect and integrity. In relation to those that are out of work, my rule is this: if you can work, you should work. And we've got a plan to get people into work, working with businesses to support people in. I think we need to change the job centre and the career service, because at the moment, when I ask businesses, if you have a vacancy, are you going to the job centre to get that vacancy filled? They say they're not. So we need to do that. The other thing, Mary, that we absolutely need to do is to get the waiting lists down in the NHS, because very many people aren't able to work or to work in the way they want because they're waiting for an operation because of the catastrophic level of waiting lists under this government.
So let's hear your first response, Rishi Sunak, to Mary's question. What are you going to do to get people off benefits?
Mary, there's a clear choice for you and everyone who believes like you do the situation isn't right. Because if you want lower taxes and lower welfare, that's what I'll deliver. If you want higher taxes and higher welfare, that's what Keir Starmer will do. So I strongly agree that people are better off in work. It's not just for the financial security it brings you, it's about the purpose, the dignity that it brings to people, which you alluded to, and I strongly agree with. The number of people currently out of work on ill health and disability benefits is too high. It's gone up by 800,000 since the pandemic. It's gone up by 60%, the bill, in the last few years. We've got to do something about that. I made a speech about this a few months ago. I set out a comprehensive plan to reform the welfare system, to tighten it up so that those who can work do work. We're stricter about those eligibility criteria. That's fair for all of you who are working hard, paying your taxes. It's better for those people, and that's what I'll do. But when I announced that, and just again recently, Keir Starmer and the Labour Party opposed every single thing that I set out to deliver what you want. Every single thing. They do not think that you can save a single penny in the growing welfare bill. That's what their numbers show. That's what they've said. If you want lower welfare and lower taxes, I will deliver that for you. Higher taxes and higher welfare is what you will get with Keir Starmer.
We actually have a related question, so I'm going to bring in Beverly McKenzie now.
I've worked all my life, but had to stop due to illness. Disabled people like me get hit in the worst way when we want to get back to work and help, but often we can't. How will candidates ensure we're not punished by benefit sanctions?
Thank you very much. Rishi Sunak, so you've said you'd tighten the system, you'd be stricter. What does that mean for people like Beverly?
Yeah, sorry, what was I couldn't quite hear. Is it Beverly?
Beverly.
Yeah, Beverly, I actually believe in a compassionate welfare system that supports everyone who genuinely needs it. And you saw me do that during COVID, making sure we've got support to the most vulnerable. Right? That will always happen under a Conservative government, always happen under me. But what we won't do is have a system where people are not supported into work if they can work. So what we're going to do is make sure that we reform the fit note, sick note process, which isn't working. It's signing far too many people off as not fit for work. We're going to look at, when you asked about benefits and sanctions, we're going to provide active support for people into work. But I also think that if people have been offered jobs that they can do and that they don't take them, then that's not okay. So after 12 months, what I've said is we will do something about that. If your job coach says to you, look, there's work that you can do, that everyone agrees you can do, there's a job for you that you're fit enough and well enough to do, and you refuse to take it, I don't think that's fair on everyone else after 12 months of support. So we will tighten that up. I think that's fair for everybody, because fundamentally, I think that those people who can work should work. That's, I think, a fundamental tenet of fairness in our system, which most people would agree with. That's why I think we can save money in the welfare bill, because it's forecast to grow at an extraordinary rate over the next few years.
Keir Starmer,
and I want to use that money to support people and to cut your taxes.
What is wrong, if you believe it is wrong, what Rishi Sunak is saying, that if someone is offered a job and they can do that job and they turn it down, that's wrong?
No, there's nothing wrong with that, and I just want to address this point.
You opposed it when I announced it. You literally opposed it.
If you listen to people in the audience across the country more often, you might not be quite so out of touch. Beverly, can I just address the point you make? Because it's a really important point, which is very many people with illness or disability do want to get back into work for the very reason that was alluded to before, the respect, the dignity, and the support that it gives them. But it's difficult to do so because they're worried about whether they can do it and whether they'll last a period of months. So what a number of firms are doing, businesses, and I've been to see this myself, and I support this, is having a supported scheme where people can be supported back into work for a number of months to make sure they can make that transition and get back into work. I think that's a really good scheme. That's what we would put into place. But I do have to address this question. The Prime Minister keeps saying he's going to cut taxes. He has raised tax 26 times. Nobody's raised more tax than this Prime Minister.
This is not a question about tax. This is a question about getting people back to work. So the numbers have risen considerably since the COVID pandemic. The numbers of people economically inactive due to long-term sickness has risen to 2.8 million. So how would you are seeking power. What would you get those numbers down to through the approach?
We want to get the numbers right down. We want to, with a plan to get people back into work. Partly that's supported. Partly it's the changes we want to make to the job centres to make sure that where businesses and public services, the NHS doesn't go to the job centre when it's got vacancies. They should do. So we want to merge those two services. But the other thing, if we're going to get people back into work, is we have to tackle these terrible waiting lists, because nearly 8 million people are on the waiting list. And so it's not their fault that they can't get back into work. It's the fault of the government that's put us in this terrible position. We have to address these
fundamentally. There's a very clear choice and there's a very clear dividing line. I think you've got to change the eligibility criteria in the welfare system. You've got to make it clear that people who can work should work. That means looking at all the gateways we have and actually being more rigorous about asking people to provide medical information when they're making these claims, reforming the sick note process, being stricter about saying to people who don't accept a job after 12 months that that's not okay. Those are all the practical things that I've set out. I think that's fair. Now, Keir Starmer can stand here tonight and say what he wants. When I made that speech, and you can all go and read it and see what they said, they opposed every single measure. Just 2 weeks ago, they were asked about it. They said we oppose all those measures. So it's one thing to stand here and say all these things. You should at least be upfront with people. You don't think my approach is the right one. You are going to have higher welfare under you, and that's why you can't deliver tax cuts the way that I can. And people should not surrender to this.
Will the welfare bill be higher under
They've been in power for 14 years. Why has he only just thought of this with a week to go before the general election? Honestly, if there's that much wrong with the system, who's the guy in charge of the system over the last 14 years? Why is it so bad?
Okay, you want to be in charge, but you've got nothing to say to people about what you would do about it. This election is about the future.
Will the welfare bill be higher under you, Keir Starmer?
No, it needs to come down. It needs to come down by getting people back into work with a clear plan. It needs to come down by tackling the waiting lists so that more people can get back into work, which is why one of the first things that we will do if we're elected in to serve our country, serve being the word I choose, is to put in place 40,000 extra appointments, NHS appointments, each and every week. That's 2 million a year to drive down those waiting lists, to give people the comfort and operations that they need, and to allow them to get back into the economy so that we can grow the economy, which is the thing that's been missing so desperately over the last 14 years.
What Keir Starmer's not telling you is actually most of the people who we're talking about, who Sue asked about originally, aren't on an NHS waiting list. So talking about that isn't an answer to this problem. The answer to this problem is actually being stricter about the eligibility criteria, making sure that everyone who can work does work, because that's fair to everyone like Sue, who is working very hard and putting in. That's what I will do. I promise you I will deliver on it. We will cut the welfare bill, the growth in the welfare bill. It is unsustainable. We spend too much on it. I set out a plan to do so. Labour oppose all of it. So the choice for you is simple. If you want higher taxes and higher welfare, that's what Keir Starmer will do. If you want lower taxes and lower welfare, that's what I will do. Do not surrender to our welfare system to the Labour Party and Keir Starmer.
I'm going to turn to our next question on that note, and this one comes from Steve Curtis.
Good evening, all. We're an island. Why can't we easily close our borders?
Thank you, Steve, for that question. Keir Starmer.
Steve, the biggest threat to our borders at the moment is the very many people arriving by small boat over the Channel. And there are record numbers. Since Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister, 50,000 people have come across by small boat. And the government has effectively lost control of our borders. And that means it's not just a border security issue, it's actually a national security issue, because the government's lost control of who's coming and what their background is. Now, I think that nobody should be making that journey across the Channel. And we have to smash the gangs that are running this vile trade. There are gangs that are making a fortune, putting people into boats across the Channel, an absolute fortune. And I think they can be taken down. And Steve, before I was a politician, I was the chief prosecutor for England and Wales. So I ran all criminal prosecutions in England, Wales, in all of our criminal courts. And we had to deal with terrorist plots and other plots, drug plots and gun plots, which were across various other countries. We grouped together with police and law enforcement across Europe, but we took down those terrorist gangs. I've seen it done. I've been part of the operations to do it. I do not accept, I will never accept, that the only gangs that apparently can't be taken down are the gangs
let's
that are
turn to
putting
Rishi
vulnerable
Sunak, because we
people in
haven't
boats to go
heard
across the
from him
Channel.
yet on Steve's question, which was, we're an island, why can't we easily close our borders?
Steve, you're right to highlight the issue. It's completely unfair what's happening. When people come here illegally, jump the queue, it not only puts pressure on public services, it not only threatens our security, it's an affront to that sense of fairness, which is fundamental to our national character. And that's why I've made it a priority to stop the boats. We have made progress. The numbers have come down over the past 12 months compared to the 12 months before. But in order to fully solve this problem, you need a deterrent. We need to make it crystal clear to people that if they come to our country illegally, they won't be able to stay. And that's why, if I'm your Prime Minister on July 5th, the flights will go to Rwanda. We will build that deterrent that multiple other European countries now agree is the right way to deal with this problem. And that's how we solve this problem. If Keir Starmer is your Prime Minister, all those illegal migrants will be out on our streets. And that is the choice for you. Do not surrender our borders to the Labour Party.
Steve, this is complete and utter nonsense.
On the numbers, Keir Starmer, just one moment. Just one moment. I want to clarify something. Small boat arrivals did come down last year, but arrivals so far this year are at a record high. It's more than 13,000 people. Have you lost control, as Keir Starmer has said?
No. The numbers have come down over the past 12 months, as you acknowledge.
Last
Michelle,
year.
but the way to solve this problem is to have a deterrent. And look, I will tell you this, the Rwanda plan is a deterrent. You just have to listen to what the illegal migrants themselves are saying. One of them just said, most of us are still in France due to the fear we have about Rwanda. Another one said, I won't cross the Channel until the Rwanda plan is destroyed. If Labour win, the people smugglers are going to need a bigger boat. Don't surrender our borders to the Labour Party.
You would scrap the Rwanda plan.
Record numbers have come under this Prime Minister's watch. Record numbers coming across the Channel. And he says it's a deterrent. There are a few hundred that would go on a flight to Rwanda at huge expense to the taxpayer. There are tens of thousands. 50,000 people have come since Rishi Sunak has been Prime Minister. 50,000 across the Channel. A few hundred going every year means there's a 99% chance you're not going to Rwanda. Now, I've worked with criminal gangs, Rishi Sunak. I know that they are telling the people they're exploiting there's a 99% chance of not going to Rwanda. That is not a disincentive. That is not a deterrent, and it's not working. If it were working, why are record numbers still coming under your watch, Prime Minister? How on earth can you say it's working? You put the scheme in place. The flights could go off. I noticed you called the election, by the way, before any flights could actually get off, and it could be tested. Interesting timing. But if this was such a deterrent, why is it obviously not working?
You spent all this time when I first got this job saying call an election, call an election. Then when we call an election, you spend all your time saying why did you call an election? This is about the future. I can tell everyone what I'm going to do with illegal migrants who come to our country. They will be on planes, be sent away because they shouldn't be here. What will you do with the illegal migrants that arrive to the UK? What will you do with them? You've had 3 weeks to think of an answer. What is it?
We've got tens of thousands of people here who've come unlawfully. The Prime Minister says he'll send them all to Rwanda. The Rwanda scheme takes a few hundred. It would take literally 300 years to get all the people who are here unlawfully to Rwanda. So they're going to stay here.
If elected, what would you do?
What would you do with them?
So at the moment, they're not being processed. So they're sitting in hotels, which you are all paying for. They're not processed. And as a result of not being processed, that means not a single one, even those that shouldn't be here, could be returned anyway. So once they've got here under the Prime Minister's scheme, they're here for life. That's an absurd situation to have got into. So yes, we do need to process.
But what will you do with them?
We've got to process the claim. You're sitting there with tens of thousands of people. Just
when illegal migrants come to our country, what will you do with them?
Process
it's
their
a very
claims.
simple question. Well, I can tell people what I will do with them. I will put them on planes to Rwanda because they shouldn't be able to stay. What will you do with illegal migrants who come to our country? What will you do with them? It's a simple question.
His plan is
what will you do with them?
They need to be processed at the moment.
Processed?
They're not. These
Which
claims
means
are
giving
not
them,
being
which, just to
processed.
be clear, will mean most of them will be given asylum. They will get the right to remain in this country.
At the moment, 100% of them are effectively being granted asylum in this country because they can't go anywhere. They can't go anywhere. They cannot. The Prime Minister knows this, and if he thinks I'm wrong, he should say so. Because they're not being processed, they cannot be returned to where they came from. Can they, Prime Minister? If he wants to correct that, here's it. Now's his chance to do it.
I'm
They
very
cannot
clear
be returned.
about where Lawson. But do you know where these people come from?
No, he's not answering
Do
questions.
you know where
You
they
can see
come
that.
from? Iran,
You can see.
Syria, Afghanistan. So when Keir Starmer says he's going to return people, is he going to sit down? Are you going to sit down with the Iranian ayatollahs? Are you going to try and do a deal with the Taliban? It's completely nonsensical what you are saying, right? You are taking people for fools, right? I think that these people should not stay in our country. They will be on planes to Rwanda. That's what I will do with them. You still can't answer the question.
Will you send all the tens of thousands
illegal migrants who arrive
to go to
will be
Rwanda?
processed and put on planes to Rwanda?
50,000. Is that the
That
scheme?
is the choice for you. If you
50,000.
think illegal migrants should not be in our
Making it up.
country, they should be sent somewhere else to build the deterrent. I will deliver for that
He's
to you.
literally
Do not
making it up.
surrender our borders to Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. This situation will just get worse. We will become the soft touch of Europe. And as I said the other night, they are queuing up in Calais, waiting for a Keir Starmer to be in charge.
So you will send tens of thousands of people who are here and out of the asylum system at the moment. You are promising to send them all to Rwanda.
We will have a number of flights from July through to build this deterrent. That's what I've always
Tens
said.
of thousands.
The principle
No, that's
here is I
not
don't
true.
think people who come here should be able to stay. But look, Keir, you talk about this as if you care about the issue, but this is when you ran for the Labour leadership, which wasn't very long ago, you promised to protect free movement. You said you would you promised to close detention centres for illegal migrants, and you boasted in that letter of getting illegal migrants more welfare. Like, that's what you actually believe. And that's why you can't trust him on this issue. So I say it again, do not surrender our borders to the Labour Party.
I'm very clear that what we need to do here, we need to get our security of our borders back. They've lost control. 50,000 people have come. We've got to smash the gangs that are doing this in the first place.
Smash the gang. You know what? I really want to address this, Michelle.
No,
We passed a law in Parliament. People have their own mind, right? You're right. We do have to smash the gangs. What does that mean? We passed a law in Parliament. We passed new laws so that our law enforcement agencies could use them. You know what? They've arrested 1,000 criminals and people smugglers. They've sentenced them to hundreds of years, exactly as you would expect us to do. That's what we did. Do you know what? The Labour Party voted against that law. So when you stand there and say smash the gangs, like on every other issue, you say one thing, you do another, you just don't know which Keir Starmer you're going to get.
Done this.
You can't trust him on this issue. Do not surrender our borders to him.
This is the difference between me and the Prime Minister. Before I did this job, I was running the Crown Prosecution Service. I was the Director of Public Prosecution. And it was my responsibility to take down criminal gangs on behalf of everybody in this room, everybody watching, to protect the country. So I know that this can be done. You share the data, the analysis, the intelligence. You have to have a strategy to arrest everybody at exactly the same time. You need to know what evidence is going to be used in which court, where, and which country is going to have a lead on the prosecution. We did it to take down really dangerous terrorist gangs. There was one terrorist gang that involved bringing down 9 planes in the Atlantic at the same time with bombs. That was one of the cases that I had to deal with as a prosecution.
It's a very different kind of threat, isn't it?
No, but these were very sophisticated terrorist gangs.
The question was
I don't accept this can't be done for the gangs that are running this wild trade.
There are criminal people smugglers that are spending hundreds of years in our jails because of the laws that the Conservatives passed. When it came to it, the Labour Party opposed those laws. They voted against it. So when he's standing here before you tonight saying, yes, he cares about this, he's going to do about this, just look at his record. This is someone who defended free movement. He campaigned against the deportation of foreign criminals. He can't be trusted on this issue. Do not surrender our borders to him.
Thank you both for your responses. And I'm going to turn now to our next question, which comes from Mohammed Mubarak Sheikh.
Hi. You have both made lots of promises, but you haven't set out a clear plan to pay for those promises. Where is the money going to come from?
You both made lots of promises. You haven't set out a clear plan to pay for those promises. Where is the money going to come from, Rishi Sunak?
Well, actually, we talked about it, Mohammed, in Sue's question. I think it's right that we make savings from the welfare bill because it's forecast to grow at an unsustainable rate. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair. Set out a comprehensive plan. You can go and have a look at it online. And those savings we will use to cut your taxes. And what I want to do is cut taxes for people at every stage of their life. So for everyone in work, we're going to continue cutting national insurance, £900 this year. For pensioners, we have the Triple Lock Plus. We will raise the allowance, delivering a tax cut for pensioners, making sure that the state pension is never subject to income tax. If you're a young couple wanting to buy your first home, we're effectively going to abolish stamp duty. If you have children, you're a family, we're going to expand the generosity of child benefit. Right? These are the tax cuts that I want to deliver. And if you're a small business owner or an entrepreneur, we're going to abolish national insurance for the self-employed. So those are the tax cuts. That's how we're going to pay for it. And that's the choice for you at this election. You can have tax cuts with the Conservatives, or you can have thousands of pounds of tax rises under the Labour Party, because he's simply not being straight with you about what is coming. Mark my words, your taxes are going up if he is in charge.
Keir Starmer.
False, but Mohammed, I'll answer your question. Everything in our manifesto so we've set out all of our plans. It's a manifesto for growing our economy, for creating wealth, to make sure our country is better off and that everybody within the country is better off. It's got clear columns setting out how much each of our plans is going to cost, and then a column saying where that money is going to come from, so that everything is fully costed and fully funded. We've got very strong fiscal rules because we want economic stability, which is what we've been missing in recent years. And the reason for that, Mohammed, because this is really, really important, is that we know what happens if unfunded tax cuts are made, because Liz Truss tried that experiment on the country. And we're all paying the price for that. And when she was elected as leader of the Conservative Party, Rishi Sunak said we should unite behind her. I don't think we should unite behind her. I think we should learn the lessons, which is why I'm not prepared to allow an incoming Labour government ever to inflict that kind of damage on people across the country, because people are still paying the price. Many people on a mortgage now, who've come off a fixed rate mortgage, are now paying hundreds of pounds more because of the damage done to the economy. But Rishi Sunak hasn't learned the lesson, because his manifesto has got commitments in there that are unfunded, because his Chancellor has said that the money he says he's going to use has already been spent. And everybody knows you can't spend the same money twice. So you're going to go round. If we have 5 more years of this, we're going to go round and round in circles.
Yes, but
just
before you respond, because each of you had a say on that, just before you respond, I'm going to make clear that Mohammed's not alone in thinking that neither of you have set out a clear plan to pay for your promises. The IFS think tank said this week that you are both your parties are ignoring raw facts, and that huge decisions need to be made, which in all likelihood will mean either higher taxes or worse public services.
Well, actually, the IFS also said that it's right to identify welfare as a challenge that needs to be addressed. And the IFS also acknowledged that when the Conservatives previously set out savings that they would get from the welfare bill, the IFS didn't think it would happen. And in fact, they were delivered. And I'm sure BBC Verify will put that quote on their website. But look, 2 years ago, I warned repeatedly about what Liz Truss's economic policies would do to our country, even if it wasn't what people wanted to hear at the time. I was right then. And that's why you can trust me now. That's why you can trust me now when I say that the Labour Party's policies will mean all your taxes are going to go up by thousands of pounds. It is in their DNA. Mark my words. Your pension, your council tax, your home, your car, you name it, they will tax it, which is why he cannot rule out raising your taxes. He's been asked multiple times, will he change the council tax bands? He won't rule it out. I'll ask him again, but I'm going to tell you, do not surrender your family finances to Labour's tax rises.
Let me address this directly, because the Prime Minister said he warned the country about Liz Truss and the damage that she was going to do to our economy. And then in the next breath, he said we must unite behind her and support her. Why on earth would you unite behiund someone that you say
you know
was
what
going to do that damage?
You know what it's like to fall in behind a leader of your party.
But he's repeating the problem. He's repeating the problem. He said unite behind her. She's one of his candidates. And his election pitch to you seems to be, my predecessor, a Tory Prime Minister, broke the country, did huge economic damage, please vote Tory. Now, you're going to have to decide whether that's persuasive. He's now openly admitting the damage that the Tories have done to the economy and saying, please vote for him.
No,
that's the last thing we need in this country.
My pitch is straightforward. When it comes to the economy, I was right then. And since I've been your Prime Minister, inflation is back to normal. The economy is growing faster than our competitors. Wages are rising. Energy bills are falling. We've started cutting your taxes, and I will keep cutting your taxes. That is my pitch to you. That's a choice of this election. Their taxes that he wants to put up on you are coming. He won't rule out revaluing your council tax bands. Every pensioner that is watching should realise that under a future Labour government, for the first time in our country's history, the state pension will be subject to a retirement tax under Labour. That's what their plans are. Those are the numbers, black and white. We're not going to do that. We're going to have the triple lock plus. But for the millions of pensioners that are watching, be very worried because you're going to face a retirement tax under the Labour Party.
Just don't insult people by putting out falsehood. You mentioned the IFS.
Which one's the fault?
He keeps saying we're going to raise taxes.
Sorry, can you confirm?
He obviously has put a bet on interrupting me, hasn't he?
Will the state pension be subject to income tax under a future Labour government? The only way for it not is for you to match our triple lock plus. So maybe you can change policy here tonight. Will you match our triple lock plus and ensure that state pension is never subject to income tax?
The position on the state pension that we've set out is exactly...
It's a yes or no.
Hang on, we need to hear this response.
I think you should show some respect to the audience who want to know what I've got to say about this without constantly being interrupted. It really isn't the way to do the debate.
What's the answer to the question about whether you'll match what they're going to do on pensions?
The position on pensioners and tax, or pensions on tax, that we've set out is exactly the same. It is the position of the government at their last budget. It is their position. The Prime Minister now says, oh, I'm going to change that. I'm going to change all that. When asked where the money is coming from, his Chancellor says the money is being spent, it isn't there. That is making the same mistake again. Can I just address the IFS point, though, because I think that is really important.
If you're a pensioner, you should know there is a retirement tax coming for you, capital R, capital T, if he is your Prime Minister.
You can promise
for the first time in our
20
country's
tax
history,
cuts. He can't
pensioners
tell us how
are going to
he's
be paying tax because he won't match our triple lock plus. If I'm your Prime Minister, that won't happen, and that's what I'll deliver for you. As I say it again, do not surrender your finances to their tax rises.
You've got a very brief response, then I want to go to the next question.
Well, pensioners are not going to be better off with the Prime Minister who's making promises that he can't keep because they're not funded. That's exactly what Liz Truss got wrong. We cannot. There's one thing that we cannot repeat at this election. Please do not go back to Liz Truss Mark II with this Prime Minister, because the same damage will follow. If you can't say
it is funded. The reason you can't fund it is because you think that you can't.
We've still got lots of topics to get through, so I'm going to turn to the next question. Thank you. This next question is from Karen Durant.
Good evening. I'm a children's nurse at a local hospital. I see families affected by libraries and children's centres closing. How will you help councils after Nottingham City Council has effectively gone bankrupt?
Thank you, Karen. And the council here has been run by Labour since 1991. Keir Starmer.
Yes, and I'm very concerned about the situation because I think anybody looking at a council which has run out of money is concerned about the basic services, whether it's libraries or other support that councils have to put in place. And this is a position for councils of all political stripes. There are Conservative-run councils that have struggled for money and gone bankrupt as well because of the lack of adequate and proper structured funding from the government. You asked what we would do about it, and I think it is important for us to set out what we would do if we came into office. We would change the way the payments are made to councils. At the moment, council leaders are saying they're made on a yearly basis, so we can't make the most effective use of the money that's available to us. If there are a longer term, we could make much better use of that. Secondly, they're saying if you could do what the Conservatives promised but didn't actually do, which is to stop no-fault evictions, that would have a massive help for councils as well. Because when people lose their home through no fault of their own, quite a lot of them end up having to have support of a local authority. I don't think we should have no-fault evictions. I think we should actually get on and get rid of them.
That's what the Prime Minister used to say, but he doesn't do. Council funding, a multi-year funding plan doesn't give more money necessarily, does it? Unless, are you saying there is more money that would come to local authorities under a Labour government?
If you go for a 3-year settlement, it means the available money can be used better because any council leader will tell you that trying to make the best use of the money within the constraints of a 12-month period doesn't work. So it's better use of existing money. But look, I'm not going to stand here and say there's some magic wand that I can wave the day after the election and find money that isn't there. Huge damage has been done to our economy. It is going to take time. That's why our manifesto is a manifesto for growing our economy, for creating wealth, to making sure that we can make sure all of our public services, whether that's councils or others, are properly funded, providing the services that people expect and actually, frankly, deserve, which is not the case at the moment.
Next response. How will you help councils after Nottingham City Council's effectively gone bankrupt?
Karen, my first job in government was being local government minister, so I was responsible for councils, and they do an extraordinary job. And much as people focus on national politics, actually, most politics is local. It's what's happening in your street, your neighbourhood, your community, and the services that you mentioned are so important, particularly those that concern families and children. One of the things that I do want to do is actually roll out family hubs, as we've been doing over the past few years, which are special places where whole families can come and get the advice and support they need, particularly the most vulnerable families. Again, in terms of funding councils, we've recently announced just over £500 million of extra funding for councils, particularly for social care, which is where some of the big pressures are in children's services, which you alluded to, and we'll continue to work with councils to provide them the support they need. But you mentioned Nottingham, right? And that is a glimpse of the future, right? Nottingham City Council bankrupt under Labour. Birmingham City Council, the largest council in the country, in fact, the largest in Europe, not just bankrupt, but as a result, everyone in Birmingham is now paying a 20% higher council tax bill. And that is a snapshot of what will happen if Keir Starmer is in power and across the country. As Labour always do, they run out of everyone's money, they bankrupt the economy in 2010, they bankrupted Birmingham, they bankrupted Nottingham, and that's why everyone in Birmingham is paying a 20% higher council tax. So that is just an appetizer of the higher taxes that are going to come under a future Labour government. Do not surrender your local council and our finances to them.
Councils like Woking and Thurrock were Conservative when similar problems first emerged.
What do you say about that? Conservative councils in exactly the same problem. What do you say about that? And I have to say, the Prime Minister gloating about the fact that councils are struggling and the impact that you know
higher council tax.
He's responsible.
You have to believe me, you can go and check as a result of their financial mismanagement. Right? The same thing happened in Nottingham. Right? That's what you get with the Labour Party. You remember what happened last time they were in office? They run out of your money, they bankrupt the country, and you all pay for it in higher taxes. And that is the choice for you at this election. Right? We are making progress. The economy is growing. Taxes are now coming down. The financial security that you want, I can deliver. But if we put all that progress at risk with them, your family finances are going to get hammered. Your taxes are going to get whacked up. And that is the choice for you at this election. Do not surrender to their tax rises.
Okay, thank you both. Just before we get to the next question, I'm going to remind everyone watching that we have got more questions coming in this Prime Ministerial debate, but online on the BBC live page, you'll be able to see what BBC Verify are already doing. They're already fact-checking and assessing the claims made here and will continue to do so throughout the time we are on air. Our next question is from Robert Blackstock.
Good evening, gentlemen. Mr. Sunak, I think you made a fair job of being Chancellor, but you're a pretty mediocre Prime Minister. Sir Keir, I think that your strings are being pulled by very senior members of the Labour Party. Are you two really the best we've got to be the next Prime Minister of our great country?
Well, Rob, look, I can understand your frustration, everyone's frustration, because the last few years have not been easy. We've dealt with a lot as a country. I'm not saying we've got everything right. I certainly would be the first to acknowledge that. But I've been your Prime Minister for 18 months. And in that time, we've got inflation down from 11% with all the damage it was doing to the cost of living back to target. The economy in the first quarter of this year, fastest growing in the G7. Wages rising faster than prices for almost a year now. And my primary job was to deliver that economic stability so I could start cutting your taxes. That is the journey we're now on. So whatever your other frustrations, the choice for you at this election is about the future. If you want lower taxes, if you want your borders secure, as Steve was asking before, if you want a sensible approach to net zero, if you want your pension protected with a triple lock plus, that is what I will do for you. Right? This is a serious election with consequences for you and your family. I get the frustrations, but think about the choice. Allow me to finish the job I've started, cut your taxes, protect your pension, secure our borders. Because if Keir Starmer and the Labour Party are in charge, your taxes are going up, our borders are going to be insecure, you're going to be saddled with bills as he reverses my net zero changes, and every pensioner is going to face a retirement tax for the first time in history. And that is the choice that you should have in your mind.
Robert, earlier in my career, I worked in Northern Ireland with the police in Northern Ireland as part of the work out of the Good Friday Agreement. And with a team, I set out to change the police service in Northern Ireland to make sure it gained the confidence of all communities in Northern Ireland, which was a really important part of the peace process. So I said what we would do, and we delivered. I then ran the Crown Prosecution Service for 5 years with 7,000 staff. I said we would improve the way we dealt with violence against women and girls. I said we'd do it, we made the change, and we got on with it, and we made that change that was more successful at the end. I came into the Labour Party to lead it 4.5 years ago, and I said we will change our party to make sure that we are a party that can put a credible proposition before the country for changing the country, and that will always say, country first, party second. I've been there, I've done it, I've changed it. What I'm now asking for is the opportunity to change our country for the better, because we've had 14 pretty awful years. 14 years, and I think most people would say we've ended up now with almost everything not working very well, worse than it was 14 years ago when this government came in. Most people not feeling better off. And this is a choice election, because if we go on for another 5 years of this under Rishi Sunak, that is not going to change. That isn't going to change. So this is the opportunity to turn the page, to rebuild our country, rebuild our public services, rebuild our economy, and make sure that we can genuinely say to ourselves, we're a better country, better run, proper public services, and people feel better off. Now, I've done that sort of change throughout my life, and I'm asking for the opportunity to now do it.
I'm just going to come back to the question, because I suspect that Robert Blackstock knows your background. He certainly knows that you've been Chancellor. He's probably familiar with your arguments, and he still says, are you two really the best we've got to be the next Prime Minister of our great country? Now, polling does suggest that there's no great enthusiasm for either of you. Do you recognise that? Do you hear it on the campaign trail? Are you aware of that?
So that's what I said. I said to Rob, I recognise his frustration.
It's more personal than that, isn't it? He's talking about both of you.
But there's a choice for everyone.
Well,
there's a choice for everyone. Like Keir Starmer talks about change. You don't get change unless you've got a plan to deliver change. Just saying it.
No, actually,
change. And as you've heard tonight,
I went up towards the shop.
Cut your taxes. No plan.
I'm excluded from the co-op shop. They won't let me go in there. So they said if I go in there, I might end up in jail because it's private and I might be trespassing. So they got so nasty and scary. I thought I'd just go to the chip shop and I wear this, right? And it says, "Be scared, do it anyway." So I went straight to the chip shop. And there was a few people there, and one guy, he was wearing the Burberry trousers, which I got. So I said, "Oh, that's cool, mate. I got 2 pairs." And I said, "Could you go in the shop and get me some milk? Because I'm out of milk. And I'll get you some stuff from the chip shop." He got me milk.
Politics. And again,
4-pointer, semi-skimmed, and I'll give him 2 of these in chocolate, right? And also some small fries. And one of my little rubber bands that says "Best Friends." And also I'll give him one of these. I'll give him a few of these actually. Yeah, people around, you know, I mean, well, you can tell I'm quite nervous. Whatever I do, I'm a bit nervous because I've been dragged around by the police, the NHS, Hampshire County Council, and the fucking co-op shop, and Max Baker's as well, yeah.
The sense that you come into politics to serve.
Yeah, so, like, you know, these people, they're just like people in the area. And they care about me. This is it. So I got a pasty from the co-op shop, and I got milk from the co-op shop. Yeah, he's a good man. He was. Yeah. Fuck you, co-op shop.
Thank you very much for that question. I have in my team as partners with me very, very good.
And I was going to give next door a large battered sausage and say, "Do you want a sausage?" But I thought, no, why should I? Because she was quite nasty towards me.
And is very, very keen and strong on the fiscal rules and what we need to do for our economy. I've got Angela Rayner, my deputy, who again has an incredible background, coming from a difficult background, where was a care worker for many years, and now deputy leader of my party. And I'm very proud of her. And these people, and plenty of others, Yvette Cooper, Bridget Phillips, and you name it, really good, strong women will be part of my team. I think that leadership is about empowering your team and making sure it's a team on the pitch that are all batting and working together. And that's the way I lead, not suggesting for a moment that I'm the one with all the answers, but knowing that if I lead my team and bring my team into this, and we work as a team and will serve as a team, if we get the opportunity to do so, I will do it.
Yeah, you might have a team, but who are they and how do they think?
On this journey,
what happens in their brain? Is it good or bad?
With that, essential principle.
Would they rather take or give?
Rishi Sunak, how would you ensure you'd put women's interests first?
Yeah, so I didn't catch
Rachel.
Probably the easiest thing I can tell you is that I have 2 young daughters. And that's why you can trust me, because as a dad, first and foremost, rather than a politician or prime minister, I want them to grow up in a country which is safe for them when they become teenagers and can walk around on their own, making sure that we have the right police on the streets, that our communities are safe for women and girls is really important to me. I want to make sure that they have the health that they need. And that's why we've been making changes to things like HRT and maternity care in hospitals. But I also want to make sure that when they grow up and have jobs and start a family, that they're supported too, which is why we're rolling out 30 hours of free childcare for every working parent from the time that their little one is 9 months old to when the toddler goes off to school at 4 years. And that will make a big difference to families up and down the country. But that's why I said, so I'm going to lots more policies, but I want my girls to grow up in a country where the sky is the limit for their ambitions. There is nothing that they can't do because they're women, and that's the kind of place that I believe in.
I'm going to bring in a related question, because this came to us via the BBC's Your Voice, Your Vote website. It was from Vicky in Oxfordshire, who asks this: will you protect women's right to single-sex spaces from any and all males, regardless of if they hold a GRC, a gender recognition certificate? Rishi Sunak?
Yeah, yes, unequivocally. And we will do that by changing the law so that the Odd Equalities Act recognises that sex means biological sex, and that will allow us to deliver on what Vicky wants, which is to protect female-only spaces, female-only services. It's crystal clear for you there is a choice on that question at this election, because Keir Starmer is not matched my pledge to reform the Equalities Act, pass new law. That is the only way to deliver on what Vicky says. And the reason he won't do that, I don't know, but he can explain, is because he's not sure, like I am, that when it comes to these matters, sex means biological sex, and that's how you protect female-only spaces and services.
Keir Starmer?
Yes is the answer to the question. It's very important that we protect women's spaces. I saw this firsthand when I was chief prosecutor back in 2008 and 2013. I was working with groups who were supportive of women who'd been subjected to domestic violence and sexual violence, and saw for myself just how important it is to have those women's spaces, same in hospitals and in sport. So yes to that answer. But what I will also say is that I do recognise that there are a small number of people who are born into a gender that they don't identify with, and I will treat them as I treat all human beings with dignity and respect. And I'll tell you for why. I'll tell you for why. Because if you don't, you end up with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom standing in Parliament making an anti-trans joke in front of the mother of a murdered trans teenager. I will never, ever allow myself to be put into that position.
That's not what I did. I was pointing out that you've changed your mind on this question multiple times. But to answer Vicky's question, you can't deliver on what Vicky wants. So everyone who does want female spaces protected has to be prepared to change the laws that the Equalities Act recognises that sex means biological sex. It's pretty straightforward. Now, Keir Starmer says that he believes in that, but he won't change the law to do it. So he's not being straight with you again. Right? Saying one thing and doing another, you won't change the law to recognise that sex means biological sex. So you cannot say to Vicky and everyone else who cares about this issue that you will actually ensure that their spaces are protected.
If he'd been in as many support centres that I've been in for those that have survived sexual violence and domestic violence, he would know very well it is possible to do it. It is being done. I've supported it being done when I was chief prosecutor. I've always believed in that principle of women's spaces. That's going back to 2008, way before this latest iteration of the debate, because I could recognise for myself just how important it was to have that space, women-only space, biological women-only space, particularly in that area, but also in other areas.
How do you ensure it? Just a second. I mean, Rishi, so how do you ensure it without changing the Equality Act?
It's provided for under the Equality Act. It is actually spelled out as one of the examples.
You say about just women. What about blokes, nippers, kids, harassed and destroyed by fucking Alan Snook, the big fat bastard who was following me for years.
But I'm proud of the record of my party.
And as he got older and older, he started to fucking force drugs on me like this, spoonfuls of amphetamine. And I was trying to raise my daughter. I was just putting her on my shoulders, take her to school, cook her dinners, get her clothes and all that, and fucking take her on the beach, sail and everywhere. I took her to France and all that, right? But Alan Snook was around the fucking corner.
Always trying to divide everybody and actually use the opportunity of leadership, which is what I would do, to say the job of the leader of the country is to bring people together. These are difficult discussions, different opinions, of course, but the role of the leader of the country is to bring that together so that the country itself is less divided. One of the issues for me is with sadness, is the fact that over the last 14 years, there's been this tendency on almost every issue to try to find the points of difference and division, rather than doing what we're actually really good at as a country, which is bringing people together.
Before we move on.
This is about the courage of your convictions and principles. I believe when it comes to these matters, sex means biological sex. Of course, we should have compassion and tolerance for people who are going through questioning that. But fundamentally, when it comes to women's safety, women's only spaces, sex means biological sex for me. That is the only way to make sure you can deliver the protections that Vicky wants. And on this question, Keir Starmer, when one of his own female MPs made that point a while ago, he said that she was wrong. She was hounded, right? He said she was wrong. Now, he's now changed his mind on that question, that it goes back to trust, it goes back to having the courage of your convictions. I get that not all of you will agree with my position, right? But I'm being clear with you. Sex means biological sex. You have to change the Equalities Act to deliver the security of women's spaces and women's services. That's what I believe the right thing for our country is.
Can you respond
And
to
if you
that
don't
point,
agree
which
with that, that's fine, but
relates
that's
to
what I will do.
one of your MPs, Rosie Duckworth?
The Prime Minister knows perfectly well that this is all set out in the Equalities Act already. The specific instance of safe space is set out. Read the legislation. Look at the notes under the legislation. It's been there for years. Don't just use this as a political football to try to divide people across the country.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. We'll move on to our next question, and this one is from Judy Waters.
Good evening, gents. I own a jazz vinyl record business with my partner. Post-Brexit, we have lost 90% of our business with Europe. How can we mend our broken trading relationship with Europe?
Okay. 90% of Julie's business with Europe has been lost. Now, Keir Starmer, you were a Remainer. Rishi Sunak, you argued and voted for leave. How can we mend our broken trading relationship with Europe?
Well, Julie, first of all, thank you for doing what you do. My mum was also a small business owner. I grew up in a family that had a family business. I know how hard it is. I know what the struggles are like, and our economy is built on people like you. And you deserve all our support and admiration and praise for doing what you are doing. I'm sorry things have been difficult. Right? We had the referendum, and now is focus should be on making sure we make the best of all the opportunities. In an economy-wide sense, we're actually doing very well now at exporting around the world. But in order to help you, I have two specific things that I can do that will help. One of them is to make sure that we cut your taxes on business rates. When I talk to small retailers like yours, I think you said you had a premises. The thing that everyone talks to about is business rates. That's why we've cut business rates for small retail, restaurants, pubs, shops across the country. And Labour on Wales, they haven't done that. So everyone's taxes are going up. And then the second thing we'll do for you, for all those people like you who are self-employed and others in small businesses, I want to abolish your national insurance so that you have more financial security. Now, I'm the person that has made sure that we have good relations with Europe. You can all see that, and we will continue to do so. But the best way I can help your small business and the hundreds of thousands of others like yours is to continue to cut your taxes, because that's how we'll give you financial security. That's the choice for you at this election.
He says he's going to cut national insurance. That's £46 billion. £46 billion has just been spent in the last minute without saying where that money is coming from. That money on national insurance is used for our NHS and for our pensions. So, Prime Minister, if you're going to cut that money, that national insurance, those £46 billion, is it the NHS or is our pensioners that are going to pay for it?
So far, neither of you have answered Julie's question, which is about how we can mend our broken trading relationship with Europe.
Let me address that, because the Prime Minister says, I think he's just said the economy is all very well, going very well. I don't think millions of people across the country feel it's going very well. I think they think it's going very badly, and it's hitting them. But Julie, in relation to the EU, I did vote to remain. I campaigned to remain, but we left, and we've left the EU. We're not going back to the EU. But I do not accept that we can't get a better deal than the one that
I'm not going to the bloody co-op shop or Matt Bakers again.
You know, you put your
no fucking way.
You put your money into your business, you take huge risks for your business, and I think you should be supported. So we want to arrange to get a better deal in trade relations with the EU. I think Boris Johnson botched it. He just wanted to say he could get a deal across the line. So we can get a better deal. I think a trading deal, I'd also like a better deal on research and development, where I think if we work together, it'd be better for the country, and a better deal when it comes to security and defence, particularly in light of what's happened in Ukraine.
The key thing for Julie is the trade part. So I want to ask Rishi Sunak, could we get a better, sorry, I'm just going to go back to the question, could we get a better trading deal with Europe?
You might be able to. But you know what the price of it will be? It will be free movement of people. And that's what Keir Starmer's not been straight with you about. They might be able to sit down with the EU, and the price of anything, and I know because I've sat across them for the last 18 months, negotiated the Windsor Framework for Northern Ireland, actually got us into the Horizon programme for R&D. All the things he's talking about involve accepting more migrants. Free movement by the back door. That is the choice for you at this election. Right? If you want free movement to come back, we had Steve's question at the beginning about borders and migration. Right? That is the price of any deal like that with the EU. They have been crystal clear about that. So if you want migration, fair enough. I don't think that's right. I want to bring the levels of migration down. I will not do any deal with the EU that increases migration when we had a referendum, and that is what I will deliver for you, not more open borders and free movement.
There is a give and a take when you reach deals like this, and perhaps the EU will ask for freedom of movement in return for what you want.
We're not going back into the EU. We're not rejoining the single market or the customs union, or we're not accepting freedom of movement. But I'm not a
I'm not migration in any form.
Please let me finish answering the question. I'm not a defeatist like the Prime Minister who says to Julie, bad luck. That's as good as it gets. You'll have to go along with the problems you've got, however hard that is for you. I'm not in that. I'm not going to say to you, Julie, there's nothing I can do to help you or to other people in the same position. I'm going to say, I know we can get a better deal than the box deal that we've got. I'm going to go out and fight for it. I'm not going to have freedom of movement come back. I'm not going to go back into the EU, but I'm going to fight for a better deal so you can trade more easily across Europe, so you can succeed and our economy can succeed, because I believe in our country.
I wouldn't trust the NHS. I'm going to slag them off until the day I die. Yep. I'm going to post shit about the NHS forever. I mean, I said to them they can apologise, but will they pay me the damages? No, they probably won't.
You just say you'll get a deal. What will it cost? You're not being straight with people. I know. What it will cost is more migration. He's not being straight with you. You think you just magic's a good thing for us, and they won't want something in return, right? It's just you're taking people for fools. They've been crystal clear. The price of any of those things is greater migration. It is fundamental to how they think about it.
If you were the Prime Minister, you would have to...
Next door, she will always be an alcoholic. She'll be drinking and drinking.
You're very clear the lines you won't cross. And I've just set out the lines that I won't cross. But I'm not a defeatist like the Prime Minister. And nor will I say to Julie, I won't insult Julie by saying it's all fine, everything's working, everything's great. Part of the problem we have with this Prime Minister is that his lived world is millions of miles away from the lived worlds of individuals across the country, the businesses and the families that they're trying to support. There's a massive gap. That is a problem.
You just won't rule out. Will you accept any greater migration as the price of a deal with the EU? Yes or no?
No, I don't. But I would say this, that migration, lawful migration, is at record numbers under this Prime Minister. He's actually the most liberal Prime Minister we've ever had when it comes to immigration. The numbers have gone through the roof. They're actually far higher than they were when we were in the EU. So I really don't think you can start lecturing other people about higher migration. They've never been as high as they are on your watch.
Yeah, what I can do is point out the choice for everyone at this election. This year, because of the actions I've taken, the number of visas we've issued is down by 30%. Net migration is forecast to halve in just the next 12 months because of the measures I've taken, because it was too high. But I've been Prime Minister for 18 months, now it's coming down sharply. Right? That's a progress we'll continue if I'm your Prime Minister, and we'll have a legal cap in Parliament to guarantee the numbers keep falling after that. Now, if Keir Starmer's your Prime Minister, you won't get any of that, because he opposes those changes. He won't have a legal cap on migration, and it will go up. Right, so that's the choice for your legal migration. Continue the progress we've made on that. It's forecast to halve, legal cap in Parliament, or open borders, surrender your borders.
And in here,
actually, hang on.
Our next question. No, I'm going to the next question.
You get BBC verified.
I'm going to the next question.
Just get BBC verified to check that. That's no problem.
They're already at work. Our next question is from Tasneem Zahra.
Like universities in the UK are churning out students year on year.
Yeah, just start again, because we didn't hear the beginning. Just start your question again.
I'm in my 20s, and it feels like universities in the UK are churning out students year on year. Young people like myself have lost hope for if they will ever get a good job or buy a home. Many of my peers are leaving the UK and going to countries like Australia or Dubai. What would you do to make me stay in the UK?
Thank you, Tasneem. And this is going to be the last question and set of answers. Keir Starmer, what would you do to make Tasneem stay in the UK?
Ensure that we've got good, well-paid, skilled jobs here for you and other young people who I do think have been let down in recent years of government, and make sure that we build the houses necessary to ensure that the dream of home ownership lives again, because at the moment it's been killed under this government. The average age for young people to get a house is in their 30s now. I think it should be in their 20s, and if we have 5 more years of this government, it will go up to the 40s. But we've got to build more houses, 1.5 million houses across the country. That means tough decisions about planning and where those houses are going to be, but we also need to deal with the very high rents that young people are often paying. So many say to me, I'm paying more in rent than I'd actually pay on a mortgage, a huge proportion, but I can't save for the mortgage deposit that I need. And that's why we will have a low mortgage deposit scheme in place to allow young people, first-time buyers, to get on the housing ladder. But we've got to build the houses, 1.5 million houses. The Prime Minister's taken down the targets for house building. They're going off a cliff, sinking, and that is taking down with it your dreams and the dreams of young people across the country who can't get the job that they want. Very often, if they've been to college or university or returning back home, we have to give them the future that they deserve. That means that we have to go out with our manifesto for growth, for wealth creation, and seize the opportunities of the future. Other countries are doing this. I think we should be in the race for the jobs for the future. I think we could win that race, but also roll up our sleeves, start building the houses that are necessary to make sure that you can afford to buy a house in your 20s, not as it currently is in your 30s. That's the tragedy of the last 10 years.
Right.
And it will simply go up if we have 5 more years of the current government.
Okay, Rishi Sunak, Tasneem's question.
Everyone who's had the opportunity to own their own home remembers what it feels like when you get the keys to your first flat. And it's an incredibly special feeling. I believe in a country where all young people can aspire to that and realise that ambition. It's a very special thing. I know it's too hard. Of course, it's become too hard to buy your own home. I've got 2 very practical, specific things that we will do if I'm your Prime Minister, which will help make it easier. The first is to reintroduce a new form of Help to Buy. You may remember this. It means that you won't have to save for the entire deposit, just 5%, and then you'll be able to get a Help to Buy loan from the government, which covers another 20%. So that potentially can save you tens of thousands of pounds. And the second thing that we will do is effectively abolish stamp duty for first-time buyers. The vast, vast majority of first-time buyers will abolish stamp duty. Right? Those are 2 very practical things that will save you thousands of pounds. Now, the reason that's important is when I talk to people like you, the most important thing they tell me is, how can you help me with the deposit? Because actually, I'm probably okay and into a decent job, and I can probably afford the mortgage, right? Actually, similar to my rent. But what I can't do is save up for the deposit.
Tasneem's question was also about jobs. That young people have lost hope about ever getting a good job.
And by doing Help to Buy and abolishing stamp duty, we will massively be able to speed up how quickly you can get on the housing ladder and fulfill that dream of owning your own home. I think it's incredibly important. And as I said, I don't want to give you waffle. 2 very specific things: Help to Buy, abolish stamp duty, neither backed by Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. So again, there's a very clear choice for you, because if he's your Prime Minister, stamp duty for first-time buyers is going up. Right? That's what the plans are. If he's your Prime Minister, stamp duty. Again, we're back to the welfare debate. I'm happy to have that again. You don't think there's a penny to be made from welfare savings? I do, but there we go. The stamp duty and first-time buyer for you, Help to Buy, help you get on the housing ladder. That's a choice for you.
The money's been spent. It isn't there, Prime Minister. The money isn't there. The Chancellor, not me, your Chancellor said the money's been spent. You can't fund things from nothing. The money has been spent. And this is why, if we go on for another 5 years like this, we're going to end up exactly where we are now, or in a worse place. We have to turn the page and start
which are bankrupt and everyone's taxes have been hiked up.
And that means building those 1.5 million houses. And that's what we're determined to do, with a strong plan behind it. Already talking to the partners who will build those houses with us, because I'm absolutely determined that every single young person in this country under a Labour government will feel that the future is better for them. For my parents, it comforted them, even though they had tough times as parents. They didn't have a lot of money. But the thought, the idea that it's worthwhile, we've lost that, but we have to get it back, because in the end, the future is about our children and young people. We have to build a country, rebuild a country that is fit for them to live in and to absolutely realise all of their aspirations. I'm determined that we will do that.
I think your question is fundamentally the reason I got into politics. Right? My grandparents emigrated to this country with very little. 2 generations later, I have the enormous privilege of standing here as your Prime Minister. I don't think my story would be possible in any other country, and that's why I feel an enormous sense of duty and gratitude to our country for what it's done for me. And I'm in politics to make a difference, to make people's lives better. And that starts with young people, making sure you have the opportunities you need to succeed in life, whatever you want to do, wherever you live. That's the type of country I believe in. And when you get that job, when you work hard, I want you to keep more of your hard-earned money, decide how to spend it for yourself. I believe in a society that's aspirational. That's why I want to cut your taxes It's not just a technocratic thing. It's a type of country
Thank you
I
very much.
believe in. It's one where your hard work is rewarded,
that's the
your
last
aspirations
question.
are supported,
Thank you very
and
much.
that's what I'm in this to deliver for you.
Thank
and
you,
that's what
thank
I will
you,
do
thank
for
you.
Prime Minister.
We are just about out of time in here. That was the final question of the evening. In a moment, we're going to be joining Laura Koonsberg and Clive Myrie over in the spin room for some more analysis. But before we leave you from here, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer are going to have 30 seconds each to leave you with a final thought. And the order in which they will speak was decided earlier by a coin toss. First to speak is going to be Rishi Sunak.
I understand why you're frustrated with our party. With me, I get it. But this is not a by-election. It's a choice with profound consequences for you and our country. And before you make that choice, think what a Labour government would mean. Can you afford to pay at least £2,000 more in tax? And why won't Keir Starmer be straight with you about what he wants to do? And if you are not certain about Labour, don't surrender to them. Don't vote for any other party. Vote Conservative.
That is a lie.
Thank
He's
you
been
very
told not
much.
to repeat
And
that
this
lie, and
is-
he's just done it.
And this is your closing statement, Keir Starmer.
My message to you is simple. If you want your NHS back, you have to vote for it.
You better pay me.
If you want a growing
Because
economy,
I'm not going to shut up.
you have to vote for it. If you want more police on our streets,
You ruined my body.
more teachers,
I
in
just
our
looked at
schools,
myself in the windows
you have to
as I
vote
walked
for
past the shops.
it. If you want to
And guess
end
what?
14
I
years
was
of
fat.
chaos and rebuild our country, then that power is in your hands.
My body's
On
fucked.
July the 4th, vote change, vote Labour.
Thanks to the NHS.
Thank you very much. And that brings to an end this last head-to-head debate of the election campaign. Thank you very much to our audience, especially to those who asked questions, but you've all been a really important part of this. And thank you also to the two contenders for Prime Minister. This is the last time you're scheduled to appear together in this way and to answer questions in this way. So we are grateful to both of you for taking part. Thank you very much.
The two men there, so Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, shaking hands with our colleague Michelle Hussein after an hour and 15 minutes of clashes and claims.
And what a spiky debate it was. Very spiky indeed. Thanks to Michelle, of course, as well. Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer there. They've had their say here in the spin room. Their supporters will be vying to make their claim that their man was the winner.
So in the next half hour, politicians and journalists will tell us, was it dazzling or disaster? And most important, of course, remember, Robert and Tasneem, two of the questioners from the audience, will be with us too. We'll find out if they thought the answers from the two men were good enough.
Yeah, and we'll be checking out some of the claims that were made by both men. But first, before all that, we're in the spin room. Laura, you have frequented many of these establishments, shall we say, over time. How did that go, do you think?
Well, it was very intense. It was very spiky, as you said. You could tell that both men know that the time is now. This is when the country, millions of people are tuning in to find out what they stand for. And those undecided voters are starting to think what they're going to do when they get into the polling booth. There were two words in particular that both men kept coming back to. Rishi Sunak, I think for the first time in this campaign, kept using the word surrender. Surrender. What? Don't surrender.
Yeah, NHS, you should surrender, you should apologise, and you should pay me compensation.
A very aggressive.
But if you don't pay me compensation, I'm going to slag you off. I'm going to do my research. I'm going to find out as much as I can about you and slag you off forever.
Trying to remind people watching of the Conservatives' record. So those two very clear bits of messaging coming from both men in a very, very intense debate. But I think a lot of people watching at home might feel that the moment of the night was from one of our questioners who stood up and said, putting both of them on the spot, are you really the best that we can do?
Yeah, and that's Robert, and we're going to have him. But at the end of the day, do you think the dial will have moved when it comes to the polls or whatever with 7 days to go?
Well, it is very late for the Conservatives to make a recovery. They've been behind for months in the run-up to the election, and the polls haven't really budged very much at all. So Rishi Sunak is definitely on the back foot. But we saw a much punchier Rishi Sunak tonight. And I wonder if some of our viewers, some of you at home and some Conservatives will be thinking, where was that fighter in the last few weeks? There's no question we saw him being very more aggressive. We can see Keir Starmer leaving the debate, I think tonight. There he is, leaving the venue here in Nottingham after a very, very intense an hour and 15 minutes. Right then, I'm going to show you where we are. So this is the spin room where the parties are beginning to busily trying to claim victory. Let me show you around because it gets pretty crazy in here. We've got journalists from all the other broadcasters, our print colleagues here. And let me show you, this is what happens. So in the middle of that scrum is Pat McFadden. Oh, the Health Secretary Victoria Atkins has just bumped into me. We're live on BBC One. You're live on BBC One. A very brief word. We're going to talk to your colleague in a second, but you chipper or not?
I thought Rishi showed his plan for the future, but also the very serious choice we will make as a country next week.
Okay.
We must not surrender.
Okay, we're going to talk to the Home Secretary in just a minute, but I couldn't resist grabbing a word. Now, this is what happens. There's the Labour Party, some of their top team, Pat McFadden, their campaign chief, Jonathan Ashworth, one of his colleagues, and Labour's press team there. And I just want to show you around the other side. This is what happens behind the scenes in journalism. All our broadcast colleagues on air as this argument is far from over. So the two main men have an hour and 15 minutes on the stage fighting it out as they very much did tonight. But it is not all over bar the shouting, because now the contest to claim victory really gets underway. Clive.
All right, thank you for that little tour of the environment here. And I'm pleased to say that our two guests, audience members who ask questions, have just joined us. Robert Blackstone, Tasneem Zahara. Thank you so much. First of all, Robert, your question brought gasps. Is this the best we've got to choose from? That was your question. And what was the response? Were you, I don't know, did you think that perhaps things improved as a result of what you heard?
No.
No?
No. I was disappointed with the response from both Rishi and Sir Keir. Neither of them seemed to want to say why they were good, if that makes any sense. They were sort of going on what they'd done in the past. They weren't saying that they weren't being positive. From a Prime Minister, from my perspective, we want a personality. We want somebody that we can recognise. We want somebody on the world stage that is going to project our great Britain. Right. That's what we want.
Yeah. Well, Tasneem, I mean, you were talking about possibly leaving the country. You know, what could these two leaders tell you to make you feel, unlike your friends who've already left, that you should, you have a future here in this country?
I really wanted them to mention the quality of life that's in the UK versus other countries. Why are young people leaving the UK to other countries like the UAE, like Australia? It is the quality of life here. It's detrimental here. It is the cost of houses and trying to get onto the property ladder without parental help. Because a lot of young people do not have parental help, and that's just the facts. They didn't mention about how can I, as a young person, feel confident that I will get a very good, well-paying job with my skill set. The unemployment rates for grads is astronomical now, and universities are churning out graduates year on year, but firms and companies, they're cutting their headcount, and university graduates are left, with almost like a depression. It's very hard to find a job now. So I really wanted them to touch on the quality of life and the jobs. Yes, Rishi Sunak said that he will implement a 5% deposit with a loan that we can get from the government for 20%. But that's another loan. They didn't say anything about reducing the cost of houses. They didn't say anything about our quality of life here. So I didn't really feel confident with their answers, neither of them.
Okay, back to you, Robert, because you're a long-time Conservative voter.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering how you're feeling now with 7 days to go before you've got to make the big decision.
Still undecided, I'm afraid.
You're one of the undecideds.
I am, very much so, yes. And tonight, in fairness to both the politicians that we've seen, they haven't made me decide one way or the other. I worry about things that haven't been talked about. I worry about inheritance tax.
Right.
I worry about council banding. I worry about fuel duty. We've been pushed down, or let's say been pushed, we've been persuaded to go down the electric vehicle route. fuel duty provides a huge revenue to the Treasury. How are they going to replace that?
All right. Okay, and Tasneem, what about you? 7 days to go. How are you feeling, you one way or the other, in terms of where you may cast your vote?
Before coming here, I kind of had my mind set on which way I'm inclining towards. However, neither party is really enticing to me. Although Rishi Sunak might have enticing incentives for young people, like reducing the stamp duty and so on, after the last 14 years of flimsy promises and empty promises, how am I to tell that there will be results out of these promises? I can't. There's no results. There hasn't been any results since the last 14 years. So, although I may not agree entirely with either leader, I'll have to make a strategic vote.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Tasneem, Richard, thank you. So, Robert, thank you so much for that. Now, Laura, who's with you here in the spin room?
Well, we'd already bumped into the Health Secretary, Victoria Atkins, didn't we? But with me now is the Home Secretary, James Cleverly, and Wes Streeting for Labour, who wants to be the Health Secretary in about 8 days' time now. Firstly to you, Wes Streeting. Erdogan's been the front runner in this race, but he was a bit on the back foot tonight, wasn't he?
Well, I think it's fair to say that the Prime Minister was very shouty and interrupty and not very prime ministerial. I think Keir got across the fundamental argument, which is with a week to go now, this election is not decided. People only get change if they vote for it. And it's very clear from Rishi Sunak's performance, if we have 5 more years of the Conservatives, nothing will change. In fact, if there is any change, it will certainly change for the worse. Whenever he was pressed on how he funds his policies, he wasn't able to answer the questions thrown up by his own Chancellor today of the enormous black hole in their own spending plans. I mean, this is Liz Truss on steroids, and that's the big risk of 5 more years of Conservative chaos, division and incompetence.
James, you're shaking your head there.
Well, he wasn't going to agree.
So what we saw from Keir Starmer, someone who's very, very fragile when actually pushed to answer the questions. He talked over Michelle, he talked over Rishi, he talked over the audience, which is why Rishi really had to assert himself. But what we saw over and over again was Starmer failing to answer the questions, failing to answer what it means to be a woman, failing to answer what he would do with asylum seekers from countries you can't.
I think our audience knows that actually they were both interrupting a lot, and it looked to me like Rishi Sunak had a new deliberate target, which was just hammer away, and he kept using the word surrender. He was accusing Labour of wanting to surrender people's finances, surrender the welfare system, surrender the borders. That's very emotive, isn't it? Are you comfortable with that kind of language?
Well, this election is about a choice. And what we have seen, and we saw it today in that leaked audio of a secret plan. So the figures that Labour are putting in the public domain, and the person who's going to be number 2 at the Treasury if Labour form a government basically said, oh, we're talking about 28 million, but that's tiny. And we're only talking about 28 million because the media are putting her under pressure. The actual figure is hundreds of millions. There is a massive black hole, which will inevitably mean tax will go up. And when the PM pushed Keir Starmer on whether he refused to put up taxes, Keir Starmer would not commit to anything that was even hinting.
Okay, well, Clive's joined me over here, but
Exactly.
Wes Streeting was rolling his eyes, so we're just going to let him briefly
rolling your
answer that
eyes.
point.
I've just been talking to 2 of the audience members, okay? And they both say that they're not impressed with the offering that has been made this evening. Principally, certainly in terms of Rishi Sunak, there's a sense that there have been so many problems over the last 14 years, but also uncertainty about where the country would be heading if Keir Starmer was the Prime Minister. How do you deal with that sense that there is an apathy and a loss of trust in politics in this country? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so let me come back to James and then answer your question, Clive. So what that audio recording of Darren Jones was about was the cost of getting our entire economy to net zero by 2050. So the idea, and people have seen the hard choices we've made this side of the election to make sure our manifesto is a manifesto that's fully costed, fully funded, promises we can keep and promises the country can afford. And that has meant taking some tough decisions and saying to some people on our own side, look, the state of the public finances mean we're not going to be able to do as much as we would have liked to do as fast as we can, because the most important thing is that, as Liz Truss showed, You've got to make sure you've got a responsible approach to the economy. Otherwise, everyone's left paying a really high price. And it goes to this point, Clive, on trust. But I know that there is a total lack of trust in politics and politicians at the moment. And even, you know, with the events this week, I know there's a bit of a sort of a plague on all your houses that sort of people take away from this. It's a bad place for a democracy if people think that voting doesn't change anything. And I'd say to people, let's just reflect on since 2016. I voted Remain. I was disappointed with the outcome of that referendum. But there's no doubt that voting really changed something quite fundamental about our country's direction. 2017 and 2019, those were hugely consequential general elections. I'd argue for the worse, of course. But voting does matter. Voting does change anything. And I'd say about the NHS, we delivered the shortest waiting times and the highest patient satisfaction ever. Look at what the Conservatives have done since. And
There's a lack of confidence in Keir Starmer from some of the people in that audience.
What I'd say about Keir Starmer, this is a guy who gripped the Labour Party from the ashes of defeat in 2019 and has fundamentally changed it. And that was hard. And it took steel. And he's got what it takes, having changed the Labour Party, to change our country if people give him that chance by voting.
James, briefly, do you think anything will change
Rishi Sunak, since becoming Prime Minister, has got inflation down, he's got the economy growing, he's got wages increasing, and we are cutting taxes. So that is his personal track record. I think one of the reasons why so many people, I get this on the doorstep all the time, really uncomfortable with the idea of a Keir Starmer-led government. They don't know what he stood for. He used to stand for Corbyn, then he says he doesn't stand for Corbyn. He used to say that taxes didn't need to go up. We now know that taxes are going to go up.
Okay.
They don't know what they get, and that's why they can't take the risk, because they don't want to reverse the economic growth.
Okay,
They don't want to
okay,
reverse
and you both had your chance
They
of
don't want to
campaigning a
reverse
bit on the television to our voters, but we're very, very short on time tonight. I want a quick word. I mean it, a quick word.
Yeah, right.
8 days to go. What are you looking forward to? Quickly, Wes Streeting.
The end of this general election, I really hope that we get the chance to turn the page and deliver the change our country needs.
Okay,
but we're not
James,
taking anything for
and
granted.
James Cleverly, briefly.
Well, we want to continue the work that we've done, bringing down inflation, increasing wages, getting more people into employment, protect British people from what we see in Wales, which is waiting lists longer than in England, Labour-run Wales, and Labour-run London, where crime levels are higher than the national average. We need to protect the British people. That's what we're campaigning for this
Okay,
election.
both of you, thank you very much.
That was pretty quick, yeah.
Shots, Clive.
Well,
We got a bit of campaigning instead of a truly honest answer about the next 7 days. But the two men on stage tonight were the only people who can become Prime Minister next week. But we know, they're not the only ones in this big race.
Yeah, the BBC has already hosted a debate with the 7 biggest parties in Britain, and politicians from 2 of those parties join us now. In a moment, we're going to
join
talk
us now. We
to
told you
Daisy
this.
Cooper from the Liberal Democrats.
And first, though, as we try to get out of the way, spin rooms can be a bit chaotic. We're going to have a chat to Keith Brown, the Deputy Leader of the SNP. Thanks for joining us alongside Daisy here. Keith, what did you make of what you saw tonight?
I think for viewers in Scotland, they'll see how completely irrelevant Scotland is, either to the Labour Party, the Tory Party, or indeed the BBC, being squeezed out of this debate tonight. But also, over and above that, it was like a third-rate vaudeville act. The big things that should be mentioned weren't mentioned. Scotland wasn't mentioned once. Brexit wasn't mentioned once, even in response to the question about the trade relationship with Europe. And austerity wasn't mentioned once. And for that reason, I think this election, and I've been in elections for 40 years now, represents the biggest fraud in the people of the UK and in Scotland that I've ever seen.
A fraud?
Because they're not talking about what the IFS has said or what the Nuffield Trust has said, £18 billion of cuts. I guarantee whoever gets in, the Tories will lose, but Conservatism will win. They'll have lower living standards at the end of the next Parliament. They'll still have austerity. We'll still be with Brexit if Labour and Tory want to do that. There's not going to be any change, but they're not saying that in this debate.
Well, we're just seeing Rishi Sunak leaving the venue here in Nottingham tonight after a pretty fiery conversation that happened here. But Keith, the fact is, though, that you have significant powers in Scotland, and there are still many viewers in Scotland tonight who are not convinced by what they've seen from the SNP in this campaign, and you have been struggling to maintain your position. Why is that happening?
Well, I think, of course, we have had 14 years of austerity. Of course, that's produced pressure on public services. But you saw Keir Starmer, for example, tonight say the reason why Labour councils were falling over was because of lack of government funding, although he then refused to rule out giving any more funding. The same applies in Scotland as it applies in Wales. So, of course, 14 years of austerity has an effect on public services. We have a better track record in terms of housing, affordable housing, in terms of the NHS, in terms of many areas of public policy in Scotland. And also, we have tried to mitigate the 2-child cap, which Keir Starmer wants to keep. I couldn't believe tonight I heard a Labour possible Prime Minister attacking a Tory Prime Minister for being too liberal on immigration. It's absolutely irrelevant to the interests of the people of Scotland, what we're saying tonight. And Scotland does have a chance for a better future, which is to vote for independence.
Okay, Keith Brown, thank you very much indeed. A good reminder, all sorts of different races going in all sorts of different parts of the UK.
Yeah, I mean, Daisy Cooper, you're with us. I just want to understand the tactic clearly from the leadership of your party has been to find a way to cut through. So you've had Ed Davey falling off a pedalo, you've had him on bicycles, you've had him all over the place. Has that actually worked in getting the public to listen to your messages on tax and spend, pensions, foreign policy, all the other important stuff? Has it actually worked?
Yes, I think it has. I think if you listen to the debate tonight, I think the gentleman in the audience who really hit the nail on the head was the gentleman who said, is this really the best that we've got? And actually what we've seen over the last few weeks is that many people have really made a human connection to Ed Davey, because he's demonstrated that we can make people laugh, we can make them cry, and that he has a real experience, a lifetime of experience as a family carer. And people up and down the country have made that real connection. And at a time,
but are they listening to your policies? Are they hearing the heavy stuff?
I think they really are, because every time we have one of these stunts, it comes with a very serious message. So when Ed was on the paddleboard in Windermere, he was talking about the Lib Dem plan to put an end to the scandal of raw sewage dumping. When he was at a water park, he was talking about the importance of mental health and our pledge to put mental health practitioners into every primary and secondary school. And of course, Ed has talked so passionately about social care time and time again. So yes, I do think people are hearing our messages, but of course, I would have loved to have seen Ed Davey on the stage this evening, so he could have talked even more about our plans on the NHS.
Okay, you've got 7 days to go now to get that message out. What are you going to do in that 7 days? How are you going to get your voice heard again?
I think we're going to see more of the same. We're going to see a lot of fun from our campaign, making that human connection with people, delivering our message on all sorts of pledges to do with our NHS, how we're going to save social care, how we're going to have real action on the cost of living, and how we protect our local environment. Right around the country, in many places, it's only the Liberal Democrats who can beat the Conservatives and deliver the change that the country are really crying out for. We'll get that message out there loud and clear over the next 7 days.
All right, Daisy Cooper, Keith Brown, thank you.
Thank you both very much. Well, Daisy said more fun to come. I wonder what he's going to do next. I didn't think there are any stunts left. Of course, Clive, the poll that matters is the one next Thursday that you will all take part in by putting your cross in the box. But at the BBC, we've been tracking all of the polls, and you can see them now. In terms of what's been happening in the polls, well, actually, during the campaign, nothing much. You can see there that there has been an uptick for reform, Nigel Farage's party, and that is significant. The Liberal Democrats are a little bit up, but broadly speaking, the big gap between the two big parties hasn't really budged, which of course is the stuff of Rishi Sunak's nightmares. We're joined now by Vicky Young, our Deputy Political Editor. Vicky, what did you make of tonight? I mean, is it going to change anything, do you think, in the polls we've just been looking at?
I think what's really interesting there, as you said about the polls, if you didn't know anything about those polls and you watched that debate tonight, I think that you would know who was out there fighting and trying to make up lost ground. Because the Prime Minister came out there incredibly aggressively, probably too aggressive for some people watching. I've spoken to some of his team and they say that doesn't matter. He had his core message. He wanted to get it across. It seemed well rehearsed, those lines about surrendering borders, surrendering tax, surrendering your finances. I felt he was very much directing most of that message at people who are thinking of voting reform. They were the audience for him tonight. I think that seemed quite clear, didn't it?
Yes, it felt as if that was where his discussion was. It wasn't necessarily towards the Labour Party of trying to, it feels as if perhaps from the Conservative point of view, that's gone. That ship has sailed. It's about trying to nail down those voters who might decide that they're going to go to the right to reform.
It plays into what the Conservatives are saying privately, a lot of them, which is this has become a damage limitation exercise. And I think on the flip side of that, if you look at Keir Starmer, they're worried about complacency. So it does all go back to those polls. We know that there's been a few postal ballots gone in, but no other votes have been cast. But they do make a difference to people. And what they're worried about is people watching this who might like to vote Labour, but are thinking, well, there's no real, I don't need to bother really, because you're going to win by so much. That's the message the Tories are putting out there. And what Sir Keir Starmer's trying to do is say you won't get that change that you want unless you get out there and vote for it. And I think speaking to shadow cabinet members, that's the thing they're probably most worried about, is people who still haven't made up their mind this late in the day, and they're still really trying to persuade them. And you could hear that in that final message from Sir Keir Starmer.
I mean, it's one of the interesting things about this campaign. Actually, you watching tonight might feel you've already heard too much of it, frankly, but we know, don't we, that actually voters often, for a very good reason, only really tune in at the last moment. And both the parties think, despite all the politicking, there are still maybe millions of votes in play. You know, a few days ago, Labour was even saying they think there's still 7 million votes in play, maybe around a quarter of people, and probably lots of people watching tonight. I just wonder, Vicky, when you talk to both camps, what do they think their best chances of answering the fears that you've just told us they have?
I think for the Conservatives, it's really fear of Labour they're trying to instill into those reform voters. You know, they're trying to say to them, look, Labour will put up your taxes, Labour will mean that benefits are higher. All the things that maybe people who are thinking about Labour, who are, you know, actually on the right of politics, are worried about. So they hope that they can really, you know, limit the damage it might do in lots of seats. And as you say, just by peeling off more of those reform voters, they could save an awful lot of seats. And for Labour, you know, they've got to inspire people. Is the change message enough? It's an incredibly powerful one. Of course it is, especially after a party's been in power for 14 years. But they want to get as many people out as possible. Of course they do. And they also don't want to put a foot wrong.
I wonder, Vicky, what you're looking for, expecting in the next 7 days, the final week of campaigning.
I just think everyone gets so nervous, don't they? And I think if you're a party that is this far ahead in the polls, as Labour do seem to be, you're probably going to withdraw into yourself a bit more, aren't you? You're probably going to get even more cautious. But at the same time, but also trying to inspire people. They've really got a careful line to tread there. They've got to give people enough reason to get out there and vote, but they don't want to put foot wrong because they do feel they're pretty close. And, you know, they don't want to sound complacent.
One of the interesting things someone in the shadow cabinet told me today said, I'm sick with nerves. Yeah. Sick with nerves. And you can see that. You can absolutely see that. But do you think that's part of the reason why Keir Starmer did appear to be on the back foot tonight? Now, he tried to challenge some of Rishi Sunak's claims more rapidly than he had and some of these other events. But he did feel like he was sort of the one crouching away a bit, where Rishi Sunak punching away every
had to be on the
opportunity.
front foot. If you're behind, you've got to lean forward.
Yeah,
You've got to
I think
lean
maybe
in.
I think Rishi Sunak in the first one was quite aggressive, even more so here. But yeah, you're right, Sir Keir Starmer. But maybe he's thinking, I need to look prime ministerial. You know, a lot of people watching won't have liked the interruptions, the aggression, and Sir Keir Starmer a few times said, "Stop interrupting me, let me answer the question." You know, maybe he felt that for him, it's fine to sit back a little bit more. But he did, as you say, he pushed back a little bit more on the taxation accusations, didn't he?
Okay, Vicky Young, our Deputy Political Editor, thank you so much for joining us here in
Good to see
the
you,
boiling hot spin room. The
My
temperature of the
jacket's
debate
off.
was pretty hot. I wondered if I heard the leaders. Wow, that is it for tonight. 7 days to go. A week tomorrow. The power is in your hands.
Yeah, we're going to be there with you on the big night. Results night, 5 to 10. On the 4th of July on BBC One, ahead of the all-important exit poll, that nail-biting moment offering a first indication of who could be in number 10. We'll guide you through the night and the early hours as all the results come in.
So join us as your decisions about your MP, your Prime Minister, and your election come in. See
The
you
real
then.
Stone Raver. Yeah. Let me run the show.
Discover unique stories.
Experts backed to save treasured objects.
Looks absolutely fantastic now. Britain's biggest paranormal podcast is going on a road trip.
Oh my God, we've summoned something from this board. Mum had an eye on the future all the time. She wanted science to find a solution to Alzheimer's disease.
Only on the BBC. Watch on iPlayer, listen on Sounds.
Where shall we go? Anywhere.
I'm the Doctor, and honey, I'm here for fun.
Wow.
Come on, we've got work to do.
Oh, I'm having a day.
Doctor Who. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
BBC News at 10 now, with Ben Brown in the studio and Rita Chakrabarti in Nottingham.
Tonight at 10, we're live in Nottingham, where Sir Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak took part in a fiery and at times aggressive final leaders debate. The two men sparred on the betting controversy, immigration and tax and spend, both contenders on the attack.
On every other issue, you say one thing, you do another, you just don't know which Keir Starmer you're going to get.
I've done
You
this.
can't trust on this issue.
If you listen to people in the audience across the country more often, you might not be quite so out of touch.
Passion, finger jabbing, anger, interruption. This debate had it all. It was lively and free flowing. We'll bring you the best bits in the next few minutes.
And also on the programme tonight, Constance Martin and her partner Mark Gordon are found guilty of concealing the birth of their baby daughter, whose body was found last year after a nationwide search. The American journalist Evan Gershkovich goes on trial in Russia, accused of spying there. And limbering up at the Euros, we'll have the latest on who England are going to face in their next match of the tournament.
Here, Constance Martin and Mark Gordon will face a retrial next year for the manslaughter of their baby daughter. And the campaign to improve water quality continues after testing in the River Itchen estuary.
Good evening from Nottingham, where Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer have clashed over tax, immigration and welfare in their final head-to-head debate before polling day next Thursday. It was a heated confrontation during which they faced questions from a live audience behind me who challenged them to explain and justify their stance on integrity in politics, the cost of living and Brexit. Well, our political editor, Chris Mason, is here. What stood out for you, Chris?
For me tonight, Rita, it was all about the tone. It was all about the exchanges as opposed to the content. But of course, the content matters, but much of that will be familiar to regular viewers over the last 5 weeks or so. But it was the exchanges that defined tonight. It was a more free-flowing debate than we've seen in previous debates in this campaign. There was more anger, there was more passion, there was more jeopardy. Rishi Sunak had nothing to lose tonight, and that defined his approach, I thought. He really went for it. You could feel that. Keir Starmer had everything to lose, and you could sense that too. But he was much more aggressive than he was a few weeks back when the equivalent programme took place on ITV. I think he kicked himself a bit after that debate for being insufficiently aggressive as he might have seen it. Tonight, the scripted put-downs were there from both of them. The things that they anticipate might be clipped up on social media in the coming minutes and hours and circulate with a half-life between now and polling day. They were prepped. They were conscious of what was at stake. It was quite a watch. When this campaign started, it felt like spring. Summer has finally arrived, for now at least, here in Nottingham. And so too, the two men wanted to be Prime Minister the weekend after next.
Good evening.
Tonight's the beginning of the sprint finish to polling day. First up, Sue, and you probably won't be surprised by her question.
People are dismayed by the lack of integrity and honesty in politics today. After the recent allegations about political betting, how would you restore trust in politics?
This takes leadership. What I did when one of my team was alleged to have been involved and investigated by the Gambling Commission, they were suspended within minutes.
I was furious to hear about these things. That's why I've dealt with it. But the choice of this election is about, as Sue said, it's about leadership, it's about integrity in politics. And that's a question about doing what you say. Keir Starmer's made this broader point, but the point is, he's changed his mind on every major position that he's taken.
Sir Keir jabbed back. What about wider questions of culture in government, he asked.
This isn't just, what's happened this week, last week in the Gambling Commission. We saw Partygate earlier in this Parliament. The Prime Minister himself was convicted and fined for breaking the rules which he brought in and imposed on everybody else.
Next, on to a question about benefits, as the exchanges got more punchy, energised.
Did you say benefits?
And I just want to
You opposed it when I announced it. You literally opposed it.
If you listen to people in the audience across the country more often, you might not be quite so out of touch. Beverly,
you're going to have higher welfare under you, and that's why you can't deliver tax cuts the way that I can. And people should not surrender to this.
If there's that much wrong with the system, who's the guy in charge of the system over the last 14 years? Why is it so bad?
Okay, you want to be in charge, but you've got nothing to say to people about what you would do about it.
We're an island. Why can't we easily close our borders?
If Keir Starmer is your Prime Minister, all those illegal migrants will be out on our streets. And that is the choice for you. Do not surrender our borders to the Labour Party.
Steve, this is complete and utter nonsense.
On the numbers.
Sir Keir said, hang on.
If it were working, why are record numbers still coming under your watch, Prime Minister? How on earth can you say it's working?
Labour want more return agreements, which Rishi Sunak took the mickey out of.
Iran, you can see. Syria, Afghanistan. So when Keir Starmer says he's going to return people, is he going to sit down? Are you going to sit down with the Iranian Ayatollahs? Are you going to try and do a deal with the Taliban? It's completely nonsensical what you are saying. Right?
Next, the economy and Rishi Sunak returning to a favourite theme.
I say that the Labour Party's policies will mean all your taxes are going to go up by thousands of pounds. It is in their DNA. Mark my words, your pension, your council tax, your home, your car, you name it, they will tax it.
Well, pensioners are not going to be better off with the Prime Minister who's making promises that he can't keep because they're not funded. That's exactly what Liz Truss got wrong. We cannot. There's one thing that we cannot repeat at this election. Please do not go back to Liz Truss Mark II with this Prime Minister, because the same damage will follow.
The whole point of nights like this is the power lies with the audience in the room, and Robert made the most of it.
Mr. Sunak, I think you made a fair job of being Chancellor, but you're a pretty mediocre Prime Minister. Sir Keir,
I'm a dog's bollocks, I am.
have been pulled by very senior members of the Labour Party. Are you two really the best we've got to be the next Prime Minister of our great country?
My primary job is to deliver that economic stability so I could start cutting your taxes. That is the journey we're now on. So whatever your other frustrations, the choice for you at this election is about
It has to be rooted, if we're going to restore hope, in my view, in returning politics to service. A sense that you come into politics to serve.
And then
Victor Oxford, who asks this: will you protect women's right to single-sex spaces from any and all males, regardless of if they hold a GRC, a gender recognition certificate? Rishi Sunak?
Yeah, yes, unequivocally. I get that not all of you will agree with my position, right? But I'm being clear with you. Sex means biological sex. You have to change the Equalities Act to deliver the security of women's spaces and women's services. That's what I believe the right thing for our country is.
Keir Starmer said it was important to protect women's spaces and added,
I will treat them as I treat all human beings, with dignity and respect. And I'll tell you for why. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, standing in Parliament, making an anti-trans joke in front of the mother of a murdered trans teenager. I will never, ever allow myself to be put into that position.
Yeah, I don't ever want to get sections again, not ever.
Too, as were
If you do that, then I'll probably
and then
destroy
this
you.
flashpoint during their
I will
closing
actually
segment.
grab hold of you
Before
and
you make
strangle
that
you. This is how it's going to be.
What a Labour government would mean. Can you afford to pay at least £2,000 more in tax?
I've never paid tax. I did when I was a nipper, yeah, but
And this
I never
is
paid tax when I was a
your closing
tenant, man.
statement, Keir Starmer.
If you want to end 14 years of chaos, and rebuild our country, then that power is in your hands.
And that was it. 5 weeks after this campaign began, its final set-piece moment had finished.
Chris Mason reporting there, and we'll hear from Chris again a little later in the programme. Now, in the BBC's first election debate earlier in the month, we spoke to representatives from the 7 biggest parties in Great Britain, which included the Conservatives and Labour. We asked the other 5 for their reaction to tonight's debate, and here's those who replied.
It's like a third-rate vaudeville act. The big things that should have been mentioned weren't mentioned. Scotland wasn't mentioned once. Brexit wasn't mentioned once, even in response to the question about the trade relationship with Europe. And austerity wasn't mentioned once. And for that reason, I think this election, and I've been in elections for 40 years now, represents the biggest fraud in the people of the UK and in Scotland that I've ever seen.
If you listen to the debate tonight, I think the gentleman in the audience who really hit the nail on the head was the gentleman who said, is this really the best that we've got? And actually what we've seen over the last few weeks is that many people have really made a human connection to Ed Davey, because he's demonstrated that we can make people laugh, we can make them cry, and that he has a lifetime of experience.
That's my letter. My email, I sent it. It said about laughing and crying.
And that's what happened when you move out all the other parties
copied me.
from the debate, frankly. We had a conspiracy of silence from the 2 main parties on some of the key issues like the climate crisis, like the situation in Gaza, like no one standing up for issues like free movement. What we had was to be as cruel as possible to some of the most vulnerable people, like asylum seekers.
I'll just go and see my email. There we go. It was an email, that's right. I said about laughing and crying.
Wales as a political football.
Look,
There, which you'd like to talk about, and of course there was a gentleman in the audience who asked, are these 2 the best on offer? And I think there will be many.
It's quite a good email.
Well, let's get a bit more detail on the claims made during the debate about immigration. BBC Verify's Nick Eardley is in the newsroom in London for us now. Nick.
Thanks, Rita. Yeah, some really heated exchanges and claims on small boats crossings. Here's a reminder of what was said.
The numbers have come down over the past 12 months compared to the 12 months before. But in order to fully solve this problem, you need a deterrent.
There are tens of thousands, 50,000 people have come since Rishi Sunak has been Prime Minister, 50,000 across the channel.
Unpack that and let me show you what's happened in the last few years. There is no doubt when you look at this graphic here, that the number of small boats has gone up considerably overall. And when you add this together, Keir Starmer was right to say that 50,000 people have entered the country on small boats since Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister. But they were both using different calculations about what's happening right now. Because although it's not totally clear from this, it is true to say that small boats crossings are down over the last 12 months. They are down, as was claimed, 30%. However, look at that red line there. There have been a record number of people crossing the channel on small boats so far in 2024. So that's a bit of context on why they could both make those claims that sounded contradictory on small boats. Now, through the whole campaign, both parties have been trading blows on tax and spending. And you've probably noticed in his closing statement, the Prime Minister mentioned tax going up £2,000 for working families under Labour. A reminder, we've checked this one before. It risks misleading people, is based on questionable assumptions from political advisors. There is a lot more, Rita, fact-checking of both leaders from BBC Verify online now.
Thank you for that reminder. Thank you, Nick Eardley there. A last word now with Chris Mason. Where does this last
tonight, Rita, pondering how their men have
I've got to get a taxi in the morning.
the spin to try and argue that their candidate has won. I'll just give you a little sense of that. Labour saying there was only one person who looked in the room like they were a Prime Minister, and it was Keir Starmer. The Conservatives saying that they're happy with the Prime Minister's performance and point to the fact that Keir Starmer had no answer, they claim, on what he would do with illegal migrants. I think if we take a bit of a step back, this is a format that Rishi Sunak seems more comfortable in than Keir Starmer. His message discipline, Rishi Sunak's, was very noticeable tonight. A repeated phrase about don't surrender, the idea of the country being handed over, if you like, to Labour if Labour win the general election. From Labour's perspective,
don't let me down
tonight, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, to be much.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Argue back in a similar kind of way.
Don't let me down.
You might think it's far too interrupty. It's far too confrontational.
All I want to do is save the country. United Kingdom.
With Labour,
it's been fucking shit. Yeah, it's been shit. Fucking right.
Than those polls might suggest. And a snap poll for YouGov suggested it was 50-50 in terms of the performance of each of them as far as the audience at home was concerned. Nothing yet in this campaign has significantly shifted these polls. Let's see if this, or anything in the final week, can or does.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, as always. Chris Mason there, our political editor. And if you want more on the debate, do watch Newsnight. Here's Kirsty Walk.
Well, we'll be taking apart what just happened in that fiery leaders debate with Wes Keating and Victoria Atkins in the spin room and our panel in the studio. Do join us at 10:30 on BBC Two and BBC iPlayer.
Kirsty, thank you. And in other election news, the Social Democratic and Labour Party also brought out its manifesto. The SDLP want to see a united Ireland, and its leader, Colin Eastwood, criticised the other nationalist party, Sinn Féin, for not taking their seats in the House of Commons. Mr. Eastwood urged voters to think carefully about how they use their vote in this election.
Don't listen to what commentators are telling you. There are no big majorities. There are no sure things. If you want SDLP MPs to go to Westminster, speak up for you, you have to actually vote for them. Do not waste your opportunity in that election.
Oh man, you're Irish.
Don't wake up the next
I'm not a fan of Ireland, really. No, because when I was a piano man, they were blowing up clubs in London.
Of young voters and also a look ahead to polling day with
That's what they were
Brian and
doing.
Laura. But for now,
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Rita, thank you. A couple who were accused of the manslaughter of their newborn baby by gross negligence will face a retrial after an Old Bailey jury failed to reach a verdict last week. It can now be reported that Constance Martin and Mark Gordon have been found guilty of concealing the birth of a child and perverting the course of justice. Their daughter's body was found in a shed in Brighton last year after a...
Yeah, what about the NHS done to me then?
Daniel
They
Sandford.
fucking destroyed me, the bastards. My stomach's fucked. And I blame Matt Bakers and fucking NHS.
And police found evidence of a recent birth, a placenta on the back seat. But Constance Martin and Mark Gordon first came to public attention in January last year. They were trying to avoid the authorities because their previous 4 children had been removed by the family court. There was a highly publicised national manhunt. The couple travelled from Bolton to Harwich in Essex and then to London, where they bought a £40 tent. Then they headed to Newhaven on the south coast and out onto the South Downs to camp. They were still carrying their newborn baby, Victoria, and had told no one that she had been born. Police officers searching an allotment shed in Brighton 7.5 weeks later found her body in a shopping bag, but she'd been dead so long a pathologist couldn't work out her cause of death. The couple stood trial on charges including manslaughter by gross negligence. They both denied all the charges. The trial began in January, but last week the jury was discharged after being unable to reach a verdict on some of the charges. Until now, legal restrictions prevented us reporting 2 verdicts the jury were able to reach before being discharged. They found Constance Martin and Mark Gordon guilty of concealing the birth of a child and perverting the course of justice by hiding the body of their child for so long that a post-mortem examination could not find the cause of death. The couple now face a retrial on the other charges, and that's currently scheduled for March next year. Daniel Sandford, BBC News at the Old Bailey.
The woman who lost control of her car and killed 2 8-year-old girls at a school in Wimbledon last year will not be prosecuted. It's been revealed that Claire Fremantle suffered an epileptic seizure while she was at the wheel, the first time she had suffered one. She's expressed her deepest sorrow, but the families of the girls who died have criticised the decision not to charge her. An inquest jury has found that failures across multiple agencies did contribute to the death of Zara Alina, the law graduate who was murdered on her walk home 2 years ago. Jordan McSweeney, who is serving a life sentence for Miss Alina's death, was wanted by police at the time of the attack. He had been out of prison for just 9 days and had already broken the terms of his probation. His license was recalled, but attempts to locate him failed. He abducted, raped and killed Zara 2 days later. The chief probation officer has apologised and said significant steps had been taken to address the issues identified. Soldiers and armoured vehicles have encircled government buildings in Bolivia's main city, La Paz. The president has denounced the irregular presence of army units and has called for democracy to be respected. The former left-wing president Evo Morales says that a military coup is now underway. He's urged community and union leaders to take to the streets to defend democracy and the rule of law. The trial has finally begun of Evan Gershkovich, the American journalist of the Wall Street Journal, who the Russian authorities have accused of spying. He's been imprisoned for nearly 15 months. But today, he appeared in court, head shaven and standing in a glass cage. Well, our Russia editor Steve Rosenberg was in court.
This is Evan Gershkovich, after 15 months in a Russian jail, awaiting trial. Russian prosecutors call him a spy. America says he's being held hostage. As his trial opened, some smiles. But if convicted, the US journalist faces up to 20 years in a Russian prison.
So we managed to see Evan Gershkovich briefly, but from this moment on, this trial will be behind closed doors. So no family members, no diplomats, no media allowed in. The next time we may be able to see the American journalist will be at the end of his trial.
He was arrested on a reporting assignment here in Yekaterinburg and accused of collecting information for the CIA. Evan Gershkovich, his employer, the Wall Street Journal, and the US government fiercely denied and called the trial a sham.
This is a bogus process. This is outrageous and outlandish. He will not enjoy any of the due process that one would expect in the West, in any Western court. It will be closed door, it will be secret. We don't expect any chance really of his being acquitted.
But could there be a prisoner swap? It's happened before. In 2022, Russia freed US basketball star Brittany Griner in jail on a drugs charge. In return, America released Russian arms dealer Victor Bout. There's no guarantee, though. Former Marine Paul Whelan was convicted of spying 4 years ago in Russia. The US insists he's wrongfully detained, but hasn't secured his release. And despite US-Russian contacts over Evan Gershkovich, there is no sign yet of a deal that would bring him home. Steve Rosenberg, BBC News, Yekaterinburg.
Football now, and in the last few minutes, England have learned they will face Slovakia in the next round of the Euros on Sunday. In a moment, we'll be talking about that to Andy Swiss, about that next England game. But first, here's Joe Linsky with today's action.
It's their first major tournament. They're ranked 74th in the world, but Georgia, in each match, take the same approach. In Portugal, they faced a team of superstars, but this growing football nation has one of its own.
Kvaratskhelia for Georgia!
His fans at Club and Country call him Kvaradona. For Kavica Kvaratskhelia, this was a childhood dream. His ambition was to play against Cristiano Ronaldo. Now his team were keeping the 39-year-old.
Wouldn't you rather be a
As
president
belief ran through Georgia,
or a
it
king?
was a chance from the spot.
Because that's what I'm called. King and
A win
president,
that
yeah.
takes them through one of the Euro's great upsets. Portugal and Turkey will join them in the knockouts. In Group E, there was deadlock. All four teams would start the last match on 3 points. Slovakia were first to make a break for the summit. But Romania drew level, and for these teams that suited. A 1-1 draw took both nations through, and means Slovakia will face England next. That result left Ukraine as the team who had to win. They came this close against Belgium, but with a 0-0 draw, this group was poised like none before. All 4 teams had finished on 4 points. The nation going home could be seen by the faces. Ukraine out on goal difference at the end of the group stage. This was a cruel conclusion. Joe Linsky, BBC News.
Right, let's go to Andy Swiss in Cologne. And Andy, tell us more about England's next match, Slovakia. What will the England squad be thinking about that, do you think?
Well, on paper, Ben, this is a pretty kind draw for England. They could have faced the Netherlands, which would have been very tricky indeed. But instead, as you say, they are facing Slovakia. Now, Slovakia are 45th in the world rankings. That is 40 places below England. So England will start as the favourites in that match on Sunday. And if they win that match, and that is obviously still a very big if, then the draw is actually opening up very nicely for England, because 4 of the big teams, Spain, Portugal, Germany and France, are on the other side of the draw, which means that England can't play them until the final. One other bit of news from the England camp, and that is that Phil Foden is returning home for a few days for the birth of his 3rd child. The FA released a statement, and they said that Foden was returning home because of what they called a pressing family matter. But it is hoped that Foden will be back in time for England's next match on Sunday then.
Andy, thank you very much. Andy Swiss there for us in Cologne. And let us go back now to Nottingham and rejoin Rita.
Ben, thank you very much. Well, hundreds of thousands of young people are eligible to vote for the first time this year. What do they and other younger voters make of the campaigns? As part of our election coverage, we've teamed up with Radio 1's Newsbeat, who are doing a race across the UK, stopping along the way at locations known as checkpoints, some of which have been picked by listeners. Jordan Kenny is their politics reporter, and we spent the day with him in Liverpool.
A race across the UK. A microphone from one end of the UK and going all the way to the other.
We are just pulling in to our next checkpoint after about 8 hours on this boat, and it is Liverpool.
There's an election coming on the 4th of July. Are you interested in it?
Everything just seems awful. I think this year it's probably just going to be a case of voting for the least awful.
What issues do you think are important to young people here in Liverpool ahead of the general election?
When you go out, it's so scary, like, because you never know who's be around any corner, and that needs to be addressed. Like, 'cause especially like knife crime and things like that, it just has shot up in the last few years, and it's terrifying. The cost of everything is just a nightmare at the moment. You know, we've come out and I've had to borrow money because I'm not earning enough to be able to go out and do things that I want to do. You know, I'm 19, I want to be able to go out and enjoy time with my friends.
So Liverpool's a city with about 7 universities and colleges, roughly 70,000 students living here. You guys are 2 of them. What are the top priorities for students here in Liverpool?
Mental health, for sure. Support for mental health. For children, young people, it's skyrocketed, and there needs to be more put in, not more taken out.
Especially as a young person, this national service thing, it just feels ridiculous. It's not giving me a reason to vote for the Conservatives.
Has that put you off voting for them entirely?
I mean, maybe. I don't feel like I'm being given reasons to vote for anyone specifically, but that definitely doesn't help at all now.
They're all the same, aren't they?
What do you mean by that? Somebody else said that to me today. When you say they're all the same, what do you mean?
They all say a so they're no help to any of us. Like for my brothers, for instance, they're just out of school, nothing, no jobs available for them, and obviously they can't go on job seekers, things like that. You don't want them on that. But even if there's no help for them, for young people getting employed.
What issues are most important to you guys as young people?
Because the NHS is my biggest one. It needs a lot more funding. I think the nurses.
I wouldn't give out a penny.
Nurses especially.
And it's just not worth a wank.
Fairer wage.
I ask who you voted for at the last election.
I don't think I voted actually at the last one.
What's changed this time around that now you do want to vote?
If you're not happy and you don't make changes or have your voice heard, it's never going to change, is it? So I may
Well,
be
I'm
a
right
little
here.
voice, still a voice.
No matter where we've ended up in the country so far on our race, there's one issue that comes up time and time again, and it is the cost of living. So what are parties promising? Well, the Conservatives say they will keep a cap on how much you pay for your energy, and they say eventually they'll scrap national insurance. The Labour Party
£30 a
say they will
fortnight.
ban
Yeah.
zero hours contracts, make the minimum wage a living wage, and they say they will cut energy bills. That's something the Liberal Democrats say they'll do too, while coming up with a new strategy to cut food prices.
Wow.
The SNP said they'll
I think I'll
support
save
the
that
most
for the morning.
vulnerable in society with their energy bills through the winter.
I was going to
and
go
they
to the
will
next door, but I
scrap
thought no, I won't do
standing
it.
charges and prepayment meters.
Jordan, thank you very much. Jordan Kenny there. So in just over a week, the BBC will be bringing you the Election Night programme hosted by Laura Kunsberg and Clive Myrie and me too. And I'm pleased to say that they're both here with me. Good evening to you both. Laura, how is the night going to unfold?
Well, next Thursday is that really powerful moment when the campaign falls silent, all the shouting, like the shouting tonight, that all stops. Politicians instead will have been banging on people's doors, but not shouting across the airwaves. And when we go on air at 5 to 10, that's just 5 minutes before the ballot boxes shut and the polling stations shut up for shop. At 10 o'clock, on the stroke of Big Ben, that's when we will reveal the
Hey,
exit poll,
Big
which
Ben,
we carry out
how
in
big are you
conjunction
then?
with our broadcasting colleagues across the country. And that will give us not the results, but a very clear indication of how things are going to pan out. And essentially, it's a very strong taster and prediction of who is going to run the country. There's then a race to get the first declarations in. That tends to happen around an hour and a half later. And then by the early hours of the morning, there'll be all sorts of results in. And we will have a clear idea of what has happened and who's going to run the country.
You're going to clap your hands?
Voters, not politicians.
So about midnight.
And Clive, it's a great big
For
operation.
the Royal Stone Raver, your family friend.
I mean, it's the biggest.
He's the goody guy. Yeah, all that.
Political calendar after 5 years.
Clap your hands at midnight.
So we're
Yeah.
going to be everywhere. The BBC will be everywhere. We're going to be in pretty much all the counts right across these British Isles. We're going to be with the leaders. We're
Blow
going to be
your
with
horses,
constituencies.
blow your wind,
we're
blow your
also
windows. Yeah.
gonna have
I meant to say blow your whistles and blow your horses. And that, yeah.
giving us analysis and getting to
You can blow the
bottom
windows
of
in
this.
Desborough House if
What
you
is
want.
going
I
to be
don't
a
mind.
dramatic night. Remember, if Rishi Sunak manages to survive and stay on, that will be incredible. If Keir Starmer becomes the Prime Minister, that will be a change of government for the first time in 14 years. So it's going to be a dramatic night, whatever happens. And the BBC is all over it.
Can't wait. Clive, Laura, thank you both very much.
Yeah.
See you there. Okay, time for a look at the weather now. Here's Stavton Nails.
Thanks very much, Rita. Good evening to you. 30.5 was the top temperature in Wisley in Surrey. It's 31 Celsius, making the hottest day of the year so far.
Yeah, it
However,
was
we're not
hot
gonna
today.
see
It was bloody
temperatures
hot.
like this, though, for the end of the week. Are set to turn much cooler and fresher for all areas. Cooler nights to come for all parts of the UK. All courtesy of this pretty deep area of low pressure for the time of year, which has brought cloud across England, Wales through the day, in the heat and humidity out into the near coast. Pushes its way east, windy out westwards. Ahead of it, 70 degrees across the south west. Continues to work as it reaches the Midlands and Eastern England. Just a band of cloud. We'll find that. Air. Plenty of sunshine, but wetter and windy. It's in the northwest of Scotland, all about 25 degrees across. It will turn very windy, in fact, with wind set gales north in the UK. It's quite a wet and windy end to Thursday across the north. Continue with this Atlantic air, fresh air at times, some sunshine.
Got some. Got some.
Continues here on join our colleagues across the region.
Thank you, Rita. Lindsay and your
I just said got some because that was this morning. I know.
A couple accused of manslaughter after the body of their baby daughter was found in a shed in Brighton will face a retrial next year. Mark Gordon and Constance Martin deny the charge, and their trial ended last week after the jury failed to reach a verdict. But we can now report that they have been found guilty of concealing the birth of baby Victoria and perverting the course of justice. Piers Hopkirk has the details.
After the lifting of reporting restrictions, it can now be revealed that Constance Martin and Mark Gordon have been found guilty of concealing the birth of a child and perverting the course of justice. And that more than 2 years after the death of their infant daughter, they'll stand trial again. The Crown today granted a retrial following a hearing at the Old Bailey.
It's clearly unsatisfactory when a jury don't agree. Jury hasn't found the defendant guilty, the jury hasn't found the defendant not guilty. Provided the evidence is there, hasn't been undermined during the first trial, provided it's in the public interest, provided there are no obvious reasons why the jury didn't agree, it is normal to have a retrial.
After today's court hearing, the retrial will happen here next year.
The initial trial began at the Old Bailey back in January, where the couple had denied all the charges against them. It ran on over 5 months, with the jury eventually discharged last week after being unable to reach verdicts on some charges. Their retrial is now likely to take place in March 2025. It's been scheduled for 6 to 8 weeks.
Mark Gordon and Constance Martin were the subject of a nationwide manhunt after a placenta was discovered in their burned-out car, found abandoned on a motorway near Manchester last January. The Old Bailey heard they went off-grid with daughter Victoria to evade authorities after 4 other children were taken into care. Over 7 weeks, the couple travelled across England and slept in a tent on the South Downs as police searched for the missing baby. Eventually, on February the 27th last year, the couple were found in Brighton. 2 days after their arrest, Victoria's decomposed body was found in an allotment shed inside a little bag for life. A post-mortem examination couldn't determine the cause of death. The evidence is now set to be heard again when a fresh trial begins next year. Piers Hopkirk, BBC South Today.
There's large-scale disruption on the main rail line between London and the south coast tonight after a trackside fire between Southampton and Bournemouth caused major delays. Dorset and Wiltshire Fire and Rescue Service said it found 3 separate areas of fire involving an electric cable when crews arrived at the scene between Christchurch and Hinton Admiral this afternoon. Crews have been damping down, but disruption is expected to continue for the rest of the day, although all lines have now been reopened. Now, the quality of our water remains a pressing issue in the run-up to the election, but it's not one the politicians seem to have an answer for. Today, campaigners took to the Itchen Estuary in Southampton, where the water can, at times, look a bit like this. They admit the problem is complex and not simply the fault of water companies. Sophia Seth reports.
Lizzie has a small cut on her ankle, and this represents one of our concerns. This sort of injury, if it's exposed to this river water, can lead to infection.
Lizzie, how worried are you? You are a surfer.
I mean, I think it's really worrying. I think it's disgusting that we have to worry about our health when we're using the waters that we swim in, that we surf in, that we love.
Today, gathering by the River Itchen, local campaigners met members of the Surfers Against Sewage group who have been on their national tour. They all share the same message. Over the past year, the group Friends of the Itchen Estuary have been sampling the water, taking 96 in total, and found high levels of E. coli. Some samples, they say, were 10 times higher than what would be regarded as satisfactory for bathing water quality. They're blaming the discharge from the neighbouring treatment works.
Just behind me is the Portford Wastewater Treatment Works. In a report by the Environment Agency, it says that the effluent quality needs to be improved as a matter of urgency. In its report, it talks about temporary changes while major upgrades are developed.
We brought forward an additional £1 million of investment this year to improve both the odour
is emitted from the site and the quality of the discharge from Portsmouth. We've done that working really closely with the Environment Agency and local government and communities in the area.
Campaigners are hoping that they will put pressure on any future governments. Sophia Seth, BBC South Today, Southampton.
Yeah, that's great.
Let's get the weather now with Alexis. Hello, good evening. It's been a hot day today with temperatures in the high 20s Celsius. Tomorrow will feel a lot fresher if you don't like the heat. Mist and fog is a possibility, particularly for coastal areas overnight tonight. Elsewhere, we'll see increasing cloud the further west you are, and temperatures tonight will stay pretty high. It's another muggy night to come with a low of 14 to 16 degrees. A band of cloud with some patchy light rain will move eastwards. Not really much rain on that weather front moving eastwards. It's a cold front. The air behind it will be a lot fresher. We'll see a freshening southwesterly wind, and temperatures tomorrow will reach a high of around 21 to 22 Celsius. That's maybe around 6 or 7 degrees lower than what we had today. So a fresher feeling day, a fresher day through Friday.
Milk.
Should stay mainly dry. Patchy cloud will build.
Yeah, milk from the co-op shop. Oh my God, look at this. Yeah.
There is a possibility of maybe some patchy drizzle as we head into Sunday, and temperatures next week dip down. We'll see more unsettled conditions, but mainly dry and sunny for the rest of this week. And animals in Oxford have been enjoying some cold refreshments. Penguins, tapirs, and meerkats at Cotswold Wildlife Park have been treated to blocks of ice with fish frozen in them, watermelon, and a banana, pear, and apple smoothie to help them cool down in their heat. Well, that's it from me. John Cutler will be back in the morning. Bye-bye.
It's your election, and now it's your turn to question the leaders of Reform UK and the Green Party as they outline their vision for the country. Nigel Farage and Adrian Ramsey each face 30 minutes of your questions. That's the Question Time Leaders Special from Birmingham on Friday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Wimbledon, where every little detail can make the difference. All the sounds, all the sights, all the courts. With your choice of 18 courts and Ultra HD, get closer to the action. Wimbledon starts Monday on BBC iPlayer.
You ready for this? BBC iPlayer. Love what you find what you love. Binge watch brilliant shows. Live stream BBC TV. Find your next big obsession.
This is good. We're gonna have some fun.
Just press red. Who are talking to? For the best way to watch TV on BBC iPlayer.
More shouting at the TV as the traitors US couldn't get any more vicious. Just an hour to wait for that. Feeling hoarse? Well, the Euro highlights won't help.
It's the final day of group games at Euro 2024 and still plenty to play for in the last two groups. We have the calculators on the way for our stellar strike force of Ellen White and James McFadden. For the first time ever in a European Championships, all four teams in a group had 3 points after two games. So where else could we start other than Group E? All sorts of permutations were still possible, but a point for Romania and Slovakia would see them both qualify for the last 16. In Frankfurt, for us, were Dion Dublin and Vicky Sparks.
This is the greatest game of our careers so far, says Romania manager Eddie Iordănescu. While Slovakia boss Francesco Calzona is hoping that their Cinderella story will continue. A draw would be enough to see both sides through. Slovakia make their first change to their starting 11 of the tournament. David Strelec replaces Robert Bojanic in attack. If Ivan Šramc nets again, he'll become only the 9th player in Euros history to score new 3 group games in a single tournament. Yannick Hagi, son of Romanian legend Gheorghe Hagi, starts in one of 2 Romanian changes from their loss to Belgium. Ronald Koeman also comes in, Valentin Mihailak, and Dennis Van Paris. Latvia having to contend with the huge Romanian support that has arrived in its numbers here in the Frankfurt Arena. Koeman loses out, and here comes Slovakia once more. Nikolic, a good play by Danju.
You see them now. 2 or 3 in a zone. Here come the big lads.
Skriniar, the captain, one of those up from the back, he's making that cross-arm motion. Lucas Sharaslin. Romania didn't deal with that marking. It's over from Hansko. Iordănescu, son of the former Romania manager, and Iordănescu, still in charge is there at Romania national side.
Not very bright, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh my god, you're joking. Oh. 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 Oh, fucking hell. Oh.
Into what he thinks is safety. I'm thinking to myself, can he come back and stop the attack altogether?
I'll turn that shit off. Fucking hell. Oh. I can't watch that shit. Fucking no way. It's bollocks. It's bollocks. Oh, fucking BBC. Fuck, seriously. Change channel quick. Oh, 33. Okay. Oh. Anything will do. Oh. I'm burning up. I'm fucking hot as fuck. I'll put my fan on. Oh. Oh. Another fan. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Oh. Put the observations over for CCTV.
Oh.
Just keep an eye out on any sort of male that rats and put a little suspiciously towards.
Oh, I can see outside, but it's a little bit dark. Oh, man. Oh.
In the high street, the officers get word from control of someone who could fit the suspect's description.
I was just looking at those 2 out there, but he hasn't got his head over his face, but he's got a black hoodie and a hood over his face. But unfortunately, in today's society, that matches quite a lot of people's descriptions. So we're just going to provide us with reassurance and say that this is, we're moving around now. Let's call us back if there's any further issues.
For now, it seems the area is safe.
Vivid homes are shit. Vivid homes are shit. They will destroy everything you do. Yeah, they're fucking shit. They were in wrong. They were in the wrong. Because they never had no fence up the top. You know, they had no railings or nothing. Right? They had these 2 bricks high, that's it, a trip hazard. You could have fucking flew down that fucking bank and landed on the concrete. Yeah, Vivid Homes, you're fucking spastics, isn't you? Spastics. Because you're not intelligent, are you, you motherfuckers? I got you by the balls, you motherfuckers. Why don't you go and shoot yourself and kill yourself and destroy your business? Because you're fucking shit. Oh. That fan is all right, I say. I can feel it.
Hello. Exactly what I don't fancy putting my trousers.
They look for another way to get in.
You don't know the code for that gate yet? You don't know the code?
Luckily, a neighbour is able to help.
Just want to check that the person in that tent's alright.
I'm thinking about Jake Duff. I'm fucking awesome. And another guy with him who come in with me into the New Forest. He to the Lyndhurst. Yeah, he's saying, yeah, was this Jake saying, I'm fucking awesome. And then the other guy next to him is saying, he's fucking right. That's so funny it is.
This guy, all your money.
I am done with being shred on.
Cool. Stream the full series now on my phone.
Do you prefer digital currency for this exchange? Have a fiver?
Oh.
Crypto only, mate. What a load of malarkey. We keep things simple. Less malarkey, more smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
Discover Simple's hydrating booster cereal, made with 95% naturally derived ingredients.
I'll tell you, one phone's taking fucking ages to charge. I think I'll put it on a different plug and a different socket, I think. Oh. Oh, there's a charge. There's a plug. Yeah, that's a plug. I think I'll just put it in the kitchen. Yeah, fuck it. Oh, check that fucking. There's a guy in the kitchen. Fuck it. Oh.
Do your thing. We'll sort the rest. Get great stays at great prices. Premier Inn. Rest easy.
For every delicate dimple, every curve and crease that you might not lotion every day, get 24-hour lotion soft skin from your body wash. Introducing new Dove Advanced Care with tiny micro moisture droplets that nourish every inch straight from the shower, effortlessly making all of you feel lotion soft for 24 hours. New Dove Advanced Care, 24-hour lotion soft skin from your shower.
Wherever pleasure takes you, Magnum. Euphoria and chill. Magnum. True to pleasure.
I am the same way, and I like to do things fast. And now fast just got better. Fast just got better. New Persil Water Wash. Blast away invisible dirt and sweat. Our personal detergent designed for shorter cycle. Better on odor, better on fragrance. New Persil Wonder Wash. Fast just got better.
Yo, wanna smell premium? You gotta try this new bag. Smell premium with the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances.
Wick's Lifestyle Kitchen. Perfect if you want something stylish and affordable. Perfect if you want it all designed for free by one of our experts. And with kitchens from under £3,000, the price is perfect too. Book your free design appointment today. Be house proud with Wick's.
Are you ready to step up against shingles? The free NHS shingles vaccination is available all year round. If you're 50 or over with a severely weakened immune system, or age 70 to 79, you're eligible now. If you turn 65 on or after the 1st of September last year, you can get yours for your birthday. If you're eligible, your GP surgery should send you an invitation. If you're worried you missed yours, you talk to them today. Step up against shingles.
We all live different lives, which is why at Toyota, we have an electrified vehicle to suit everyone, whether hybrid, plug-in hybrid, hydrogen or all electric. At Toyota, every choice counts.
Trucking Heavy is back with the biggest challenges yet. This is it. No! But who is big enough to take the load? Something needs moving. There is always a way to do it. Buckle up for the brand new series of Trucking Heavy. Thursday at 9 on 5 Action and Hi-Fi.
Our time of dating for over 50s in their prime sponsors Prime Time on 5 Action.
PC Spears and Williamson are responding to a report of a suspicious man hanging around 2 females. Someone in a tent could be a possible suspect.
Hello, it's the police. You want to open up? Cheers. Nothing to worry about. How long have you been staying here? You've been offered somewhere to stay? Do you want to open the tent maybe so I can physically see you? No, I'm not saying you do, mate. Just want to make sure you're physically safe and well. So obviously you're sleeping in the middle of a park. Do you want to show your face?
I did like that.
Yeah, all right, mate. I'm just making sure that one, you're all right and there's nothing outstanding for you. But looks like you're all good. So we'll leave you to it. But you're happy staying in the park?
I forgot skins. Fuck it. Fucking skins. Yeah, skins. Oh.
As long as you're safe and well, mate, you're happy. We'll leave you be.
Oh.
Right, you take care. Cheers.
Oh. I think I'll just charge this actually. It's dead, but that's right. And I've got one of these ones as well.
Want to make sure that they're not involved in incident that we've been called to.
Oh.
And secondly, to make sure that their welfare is all in order. It's quite cold night. We're not chatting to them. We wouldn't have known that he'd already been in contact with housing.
It's a new battery.
Sort of housing services. So he's safe and well. Could definitely do lots of switch for what we've been called to. So we'll even be.
Fucking hell, that's fucking corroded. That's fucking terrible. I mean, oh my god. That's fucked. It might not even fucking play. I mean, it might not fucking light up. It's corroded and all that. Oh man. Fucking hell. Oh.
Something you want to action.
I want to tell Charlie I want to pick up on High Street just for this chat with the buddy. He's watching a couple of females at it. So when we turned up and saw this chap staring at 2 females, the way that he was staring at them, I didn't like it. I just thought you're up to something. You get that instinct within you to think something's not right here. Yeah, thank you.
I don't think it's gonna work.
All black, hood up. Yeah, just staring at these females. There was a job.
Nah, it's fucked.
Where apparently a man in all in black was chasing after a couple of females asking for money.
We either wait for something to happen or we determine. But here we go. That's good for money.
They stop and get out.
It's been corroded because it's been stuck in here and not used or touched for fucking 18 years. Thanks, NHS, you fucking little bastards. There's my garden. All fucked up by vivid homes because they're fucking spastics. They drink alcohol. They look like they just come out of the pub and I want to punch their fucking faces in. Knock them out. Punch. I might even use my bat. Yeah, I've got a bat. I'll knock it. I'll swing it around their head and fucking crack their skull.
I'm sure they're absolutely fine. Okay, they don't need someone harassing them. I'll be asking them for money or something. You clearly don't need a lighter.
Little cunts. Vivid homes, you're fucking shit.
He was asking them, they were clearly intoxicated, like could barely stand up, to a point where I consider them vulnerable, that if they tried to try and walk home, he could just, Anything. Yeah.
Got 2 similar calls tonight to say that females have been followed and chased with someone asking for IDs. It's pretty coincidental, isn't it? All right. The cameras are watching you. Okay, if you are to approach females again in the same manner, okay, and we could be looking at harassment or stalking events. Okay, I'd be very careful. Let me just make sure that your details checked out.
PC Spears have received the results of checks.
That's better.
Okay, I'm happy that there's.
I better second like as well. You know.
Okay, but
I'm sure on the phone. I mean, is it charging? Isn't it? Oh, it's in the kitchen. That's it. Yeah.
Cash points, but that probably makes them feel quite scared.
Oh.
Okay, I'm sure they're absolutely fine. Okay, but the cameras are watching you, so be careful. Thank you. That's definitely our same guy from earlier. 100%.
He's been given word of advice and sent on his way. If South Road's up, Charlie can keep an eye out for him. I suspect it won't be the last from him tonight.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh. You're not going to get arrested for lying on the floor. That's all right, as long as he's all right. That's all that matters.
See, the drunks are out. We are the welfare crew tonight.
Well, it's a rocky road for Australia's most daring drivers tomorrow night as new Outback Truckers sets off at 10. Next tonight, a bank heist is the cover for a killer conspiracy as Bruce Willis stars in crime thriller Marauders.
This is Night Talk. Welcome to the show. There is a genuine bond between me and my audience. It feels like 2 old mates across the world's arrives. You're a liar. This is the last broadcast you'll ever get of the Black Caller, a brand new 4-part drama coming soon to Channel 5 and Wi-Fi.
Right, Santander's Edge currency account gives cashback to reward customers.
They also reward treachery.
This contains the names of people who have their salary paid into
Our rival's current account.
Nicholas.
Maybe they come back from my big supermarket shop.
But I get access to an exclusive interest rate on my savings account.
Who's next?
You! I can't explain.
Why?
Finding your edge with the Santander Edge current account.
Enjoy a refreshing Christmas from Wolves.
Your Just Clean bathroom smells great. At least until the next flush. Better use the Breeze bathroom. Just a minute to activate. No batteries or electricity needed. Breeze bathroom is a unique liquid diffuser that constantly fights odors and freshens for up to 50 days. Then, flip a new one. Enjoy Just Clean freshness feeling for life with a Breeze bathroom. Breeze. Breeze Alley.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. Domestos Powerful clings to surfaces, killing germs in the hardest to reach places. Domestos Powerful. Introducing new Domestos Powerful Limescale Remover. Removes 100% of limescale in hard to reach places. Domestos Powerful. Unstoppable.
Why are we still reaching for period pads to deal with weed? Tennis-free ultra-thin pads might look the same, but they're designed to work differently. They protect against leaks, odor, and moisture, so you can stay dry for up to 12 hours. Upgrade your protection. Tennis.
Big magic thing, how can I help?
Your mum on street, killing a Chevy. New series. 3 cops in stock. 3. New force.
Where's the taser?
The higher the crime rates, the higher the stakes. Inside the Force, 24/7, Tuesday at 9 on 5 Action and Wi-Fi.
A deadly heist puts the FBI on the tail of robbers now as Bruce Willis stars in Marauders with scenes of strong violence, highly offensive language, drugs and nudity from the start and throughout.
Since we met online, we're from the road. We laughed so much together. Our Time, dating for over 50s in their prime. Sponsors Prime Time, 5 Action.
Surely this will be the project we trust will enjoy your business instead. Despite numerous attempts to move our headquarters to democracy, we have chosen to stick to our roots and practice. Hubert Nash has played a great role in the revitalization of the Queen City, something we're actually quite proud of. Would you like to add anything else, Mr. Hubert?
What floor are we on, Andrews?
14th floor, sir.
Which in reality is the dreaded 13th floor, is it not?
Yes, I guess it is, sir.
My friends, there is a spider on the outside of the window here. Brown recluse are not mistaken. Spider has climbed 13 stories so far without falling, which, considering today's lovely breeze, is most impressive. Would you agree? Why does the spider climb so high? Why do we get to the top? Or does its spider brain have no concept of there even being a top? Maybe she believes she can just keep going up and up and up forever. That's what I choose to believe. Only small thinkers believe there's a top. A plateau to reach. Here at Hubert National Bank will never stop climbing higher to maximize your bottom line. And I give you my personal guarantee as president of this bank that, like my friend the spider here, I will devour any little bugs that get in our way. Excuse me.
Let me show you the rest of our corporate office.
How much?
I don't know yet. At least I called sealed revenues.
FBI? Can you see Hutchinson?
Yeah, I saw him.
Are they speaking to him? What do you want me to do?
Welcome to the shit show.
Maybe that's like
We'll have to route into the first officer's room and see.
25 minutes.
Why?
Because they laid out a device with pre-recorded instructions saying it would explode if the cops were called within 15 minutes. And it was car stereo, but nobody moved for 20 minutes.
And your first action is sending a shotgun blast to the bank manager's chest to send a pretty clear message to the populace. And the bank manager bled out. I was told he was dead.
Yes. They executed him on the way out.
He resisted.
Yeah. Witnesses say everybody fully compliant, especially.
The principal is Stephen Hutchinson.
How much was taken?
$3 million from the safe and another was in the registers.
Let me see the device they lost. What? Sergeant Mills was the first to take place. Motherfucker.
They tagged him down to the phone company. I was told they found it.
What print?
The internet.
7 members of the reachable. I said bullshit, but I sent the guy down the switch. That shady cocksucker. You find out where he is before any of the cash evidence was missing to the next time, please. Make that the first thing you tell me.
Cracking wings? Why that chicken joint changing number 6? Are you James Jackson? What the fuck's your warrant? This is my warrant. Okay, that's cut. Look like you was giving that shit. Hey, you just put a little needle spoil on it. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a robbery homicide. Brutal, professional, yet seemingly also very personal. We have a friend. Shit, he has no fucking clue where the hell it is. Chase.
I think the print is from a James Jackson.
We have his jacket. Possession, petty theft, disturbing the peace. Really? Anybody else smell horse shit here?
There's a pro. No way you're focused. These guys are pros.
Agreed. We operated with precision. We need the evidence, and where's the evidence?
Still with Mims.
Why is it with Mims? You allowed him to take it from my fucking crime scene. Sir, who's Mims?
You're an asshole. Who the fuck are you? G.I. Joe?
Yeah, everyone, this is new Special Agent Wells, fresh out of Quantico with flying colors, decorated special forces, renowned sniper, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Right. Nobody makes anything of my crime scene unless it is made clear. And I want to know where the fuck it is. I want to know where it is next. That's it. Go. G.I. Joe. Sir. Getting something nicely? Yes, sir. Thanks, that. Let's smoke weed, Wells. What? Would you like to get high? No, sir. On your polygraph, an abnormal answer causes the needle to go as high as here. But have a greater variance than the other. I figure with a special forces training, mine do the polygraph of a child's death. So I'm going to ask you one more time for the last time. You like this spaghetti? Yes, sir. Like skip? I smoked weed maybe 3 times when I was younger because it's hot shit. Come on, master days hot. When you applied, you were asked to get drugs. You didn't know why, you like disqualification. I don't care if you smoked last week. What I care about is honesty. You lie. You withhold facts to get ahead. Comfortable's very fine. We work as a team. You clear? Yes, sir. Montgomery. Where'd you get in? Thanks. Bank manager's wife just arrived from vacation with the kids and they told me where to go. I'll drive. Where does she live? Indian Hill. No, you won't. I always drive. You can yell me as well. Hot chick stories. The Nora Unstoppables. There it is. The whoosh of freshness. Just chuck those little samples to things so every wash for a whoosh of fresh that lasts and lasts. What a whoosh. And those socks, yes, still whooshing any fresh. Even at the end of the day, they're still enjoying that fresh whoosh. The Nora Unstoppables, the non-stop whoosh of fresh. With generative AI from AWS, companies are already transforming how they work to generate new ideas and turn experiments into reality. AWS has innovative tools and services, so you can quickly build and scale generative AI with security built in. With generative AI from AWS, businesses can push the boundaries of innovation. People are on the fence, the pitch is all over. It is now.
Their first our last living legend of 66. Will he see it and lift the trophy? Bring it home.
Greatness is in science. Good morning, you sleep well?
Do your thing. We'll sort the rest. Get great stays at great prices. Premier Inn. Rest easy.
At Beyond Next, we believe life is better with less of some things and more of others. Like less hassle, more convenience, less short-term thinking, more long-term actions. Life's better when you get more. Fix your tariff and get 100% renewable electricity as standard, so switch to Beyond Next.
Good morning with Dulcolax. Dulcolax works naturally with your body for overnight constipation relief, making your good morning even better with Dulcolax.
Family. Out for an adventure with an early start. At least one of you dressed apart. Convince the gang to give it a try. Fingers crossed for a little blue sky. Who cares? We're family in. Scenic weed breaks family in. Sunday morning tryouts family in. Flight to Spain on the stupid o'clock plane. Family.
Sleepy.
Memories made, tired feet.
Time for a weather and treat.
Jump into the Skoda SUV range made for family. This one calls himself a guard dog, but the doorbell freaks him out. I mean, it is cute, but would you trust him to protect your home? Your home's safer with Verishore's app-controlled cameras and 24/7 monitoring. Sign up today for half-off installation and a free video doorbell setup. Give us a bell or head to the website for a quote.
Dive into the heart of Florida's untouched beauty with Martin County's thrilling ecotourism program, Explore Natural Martin. Unleash adventures across 22 miles of pristine beaches and over 100,000 acres of awe-inspiring parks and conservation lands. We're on a mission to preserve this slice of paradise with ecotours that inspire and educate. From serene nature walks and exhilarating paddle excursions to enlightening birding expeditions. Join us now at explorenaturalmartin.com.
Are you ready to step up against shingles? The free NHS shingles vaccination is available all year round. If you're 50 or over with a severely weakened immune system, or age 70 to 79, you're eligible now. If you turned 65 on or after the 1st of September last year, you can get yours for your birthday. If you're eligible, your GP surgery should send you an invitation. But if you're worried you've missed yours, get in touch with them today. Step up against shingles.
I need you every single day and I want to. I want you every single way and I need you to. I need you every single day and I love.
New flavors, in store now.
Welcome to Enterprise All-Stars versus the Galactic Renegades. Brought to you by Live Action. Let's take a quick look at the lineup.
This is very exciting, Jeff. We've not seen anything like this in generations.
Had enough of soccer? Escape into Star Trek season. Continue Sunday afternoons on Live Action.
Our time with Daisy for over 50s in their prime sponsors primetime on 5 Action.
Hutchinson,
Who's asking?
Special Agent Montgomery, the FBI, this is Agent Wells.
Please. My husband isn't here, but
Any children upstairs? Thank you. Mrs. Hutchinson, your husband was killed in a robbery of the National Hospital. You hear so?
God, I can't.
Is there someone you can call from other family?
Yes. I'll be alright.
Sit in the car. Take care of your family tonight. You can give me a call. Have someone bring you in and ask you a few questions about it. Do you work, ma'am?
No, why?
Your husband the only source of income?
Yes.
I'm very sorry for the loss. We'll see ourselves. What was that about? Well, the average bank manager makes $60K a year. Wife has expensive taste. They live in a $2 million house, and both kids go to a private elite academy. It's all picture. So interesting. Sounds sort of enough for this. Yes, sir. She also wasn't surprised to see. So you can see results of their husband was there. And I saw that. You think she's dirty? She is. Joe.
I'm Joe Joe.
Jay's still out. What do you got?
He has James Jackson in custody.
We're on it. We just got a front row seat for the shit show. Can't wait. Sidney Montgomery, good to see you. I'm patient, Captain. How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. What's the fucking Detective Mims got a lead on a print discovered on the fake bomb. Followed up, now weapons and drugs at the suspect's residence. So why didn't you wait for my okay to go raid the apartment? I'm homesick. All this bullshit on here. I allow Cincinnati PD to fully partake in my investigation. At the end of the day, don't make a mistake. That money says federal reserve. Well, you didn't do a very good job of reserve. Well, that's very clever. And there was Captain O'Connell. Shut the fuck up. You know how I'm able to do that? Because my official title is Special Agent in Charge, which gives me the authority over a special agent who's over your captain, who's aiding you. If you don't take evidence from a crime scene until I get there, you don't do a fucking raid unless I tell you. You got a print? I want it. James Jackson? No. The print belongs to T.J. Jackson. Say that again. T.J. Jackson. He was a ranger. The key word there is was. T.J. Jackson's dead. James Jackson is T.J.'s name.
Figured James did some of TJ's old stuff. TJ was a U.S. Marine hotshot. He had some of this high-tech shit in music.
That's what you two figures? But they'd be that precise, but not take the time to look.
These are thugs.
Did you see the thing? You guys do better than the smart kids. If I were looking for thugs, my first suspects would be you. This is not Sooner, Jackson's lawyer claims she has a liquor store tape with James making a purchase at the time of the robbery. Who the fuck is you? Number 3 on that list of people who outraged you. Well, congratulations, gentlemen. You've just been played. Hope this information was put there on purpose, and you've given our suspects a 9-hour head start. Well done. Hey, by the way, how much cash did you guys recover from James Jackson?
No cash.
That's strange, because I always heard that there was a lot of money we had. Okay, people, things has gotten a lot more interesting. The print that our good buddy Mims found is not that of Eddie's brother James Jackson. It is the print of his big brother. His dead big brother, T.J. Jackson. Does anybody here not know who T.J. Jackson?
Well, this young man, Alexander Hubert, was held for ransom in 2011 by a rogue group of U.S. Army Rangers. One of the rogue soldiers was a Cincinnati-based native named TJ Jack. Nothing went south. Alexander Hubert died. U.S. military swooped in and killed TJ and his accomplices.
I assume Alexander Hubert was related to the Hubert national family?
Exactly. He's the younger brother of Jeffrey Hubert, sole heir, now runs the show.
They're brothers. They look like they're about a century apart.
Theory.
What's some motives? Why did TJ decide to that up?
Money. We can work TJ was killed. Now we can Well, shit. This has certainly gotten more interesting.
I'm specialized in chief recruitment. I was hoping to ask you a few questions about TJ. Excuse me. Yeah, every couple of weeks for the dress from How can I help you? When did TJ's old friends ever come by to visit? No. Your military calls, maybe? According to the military, TJ was a traitor. You know, the school had never really explained to me. When you know this is why. He just as low as innocent.
Drive to work. Unlock the safety deposit boxes. Paper the bank has a secret access code. Do exactly as you were instructed and no one will be harmed. Otherwise, we will kill you. But first, we will kill your wife and your daughter.
No.
Drive to work.
Please. This is a guy who's Hubert wants you to Westchester branch now. Who is this? Hello?
What is it you hear? We can hear everything you do. open the vault to the safety deposit boxes. Pick any alarm or display in any way, and Patricia and Ava will die. Pick any alarm or display in any way, and Patricia and Ava will die.
Morning, Will. So would you mind doing me a favor and making sure that maintenance stops the bathroom is closed with them?
Hi, Mr. Tegan.
Morning, yourself.
Hey, Mr. T.
Good. Hey, would you mind running next door and grabbing me a coffee?
Sure, I'll go. Actually, everyone, run next door, grab a bagel and some coffee, okay? It's on me.
Sure.
Yeah. I can handle any errand birds.
Thanks. What can I get you?
Just coffee, please. Strong pet.
Put your hands on the floor. If they run or call the police, and they will kill you. If they run or call the police, and they will kill you. Self-defense. If they run or call the police, and they will kill you.
Excuse me, Special Agent, can you tell us if one of the victims was a bank manager like the last robbery?
I just got here.
So you're saying it's not related?
I'm saying we don't know yet.
And why else would the Cincinnati PD be investigating a crime in Westchester?
I'll tell you what, Miss Adler, I'll be back within an hour to give you an update.
Okay, thank you.
Four suspects in Kevlar now, and we have another victim. No, the guy on the street. His ID says David Zach, and he was legally armed, but never had a chance to pull his weapon. You should know, the gunman only saved the guy's life.
Then pay cash. Can't be just take the deposit. A big tournament, anything can happen. So preparation is key. Anticipate the flashpoint. Analyse every detail, even the height of the centre backs. Only then can you predict more than 8 corners.
Nice one, Harry. You can get the view.
Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra from William Hill.
Are you ready to step up against shingles? The free NHS shingles vaccination is available all year round. If you're 50 or over with a severely weakened immune system, or age 70 to 79, you're eligible now. If you turned 65 on or after the 1st of September last year, you can get yours for your birthday. If you're eligible, your GP surgery should send you an invitation. But if you're worried you missed yours, get in touch with them today and step up against shingles.
Wherever pleasure takes you, Magnum. Euphoria and chill. Magnum. True to pleasure.
Discover Simple's Hydrating Booster Cereal, made with 95% naturally derived ingredients, including 3% hyaluronic acid and pro-vitamin B5 to supercharge your skin with hydration. No irritation, just skin that feels soft and supple with every use. Simple. Everything your skin needs, nothing it doesn't.
Build wealth every day. With the Trading 212 Cash ISA, your free and simple way to save. Enjoy 5.2% interest, tax benefits, and pay 0 account fees. The 212 Cash ISA is completely free. Open an individual savings account now and start earning 5.2% on your cash. Get paid every day. Withdraw anytime. Get the Trading 212 app now and join over 3 million clients.
Who said electricity can't excite us anymore? Who said tradition belongs in the past? Who said all electric can't handle tough conditions? Who said progress can't progress further? The multi-award winning Nissan Ariya, 100% electric with e-force all-wheel drive.
What's it like having Sky TV? Well, great. Feels like when the train goes up the right way of staying. And you actually get sick. And it's one of these. Then the train gets diverted to Mallorca. And you hear this music from this bonkers dance floor. Then that song comes on, but it's so electric. But anyhow, Sky TV feels like pulling back. But Kelly, Sky, believe in better.
For every delicate dimple, every curve and crease that you might not lotion every day, get 24-hour lotion soft skin from your body wash. Introducing new Dove Advanced Care with tiny micro moisture droplets that nourish every inch straight from the shower, effortlessly making all of you feel lotion soft for 24 hours. New Dove Advanced Care, 24-hour lotion soft skin from your shower.
I love that just wash freshness. A light scent that's like a soft whisper, but I need it to last through my day. That's why I love Silk Tree Blossom and Jasmine. It's the scent in Fairy's new Dream Team, pods, softener, and matching scent boosters. It's so soft on my sensitive skin and gives whispers of freshness, right till the last hug of the day. Try the new Fairy Dream Team for mild freshness that lasts. Always keep out of reach of children.
Outstanding finance. Sorted. Just bring along your final settlement agreement. Enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
With up to 50 free spins every day at Betfred Casino with our mystery free spins. Love gaming, Betfred.
Up your game with Hellmans, official partner of Euro 2024.
Yo, want to smell premium? You gotta try this new Lynx beer. Smell premium with the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances.
Trucking Heavy is back with the biggest challenges yet. This is it. No! But who is big enough to take the load?
Something needs moving. There is always a way to do it.
Buckle up for the brand new series of Trucking Heavy. Thursday at 9 on 5 Action and High Fives.
When I saw James's face and heard his voice, there was an instant connection. Our Time. Dating for over 50s in their prime sponsors Prime Time on 5 Action.
You should see it. How are you? Well, I think it's not fine to hear that you can open safety deposit boxes without the owner's permission. It's a strain on something. Well, you're an employee of the bank. And it's security currency. You have to answer my question. That's your turn. Okay, this is a still from one of your security cameras, and the suspect is focusing on a very specific folder from a very specific box. Any idea who that box is? I can call it for information. It's violations of privacy. That's okay, because how do you know the box is registered to the GM? And very happy to love her, make a good choice. You do know how lucky you are. Good, very. So you're all good. Fuck the next guy. Except for him, the cops show up. These guys are still in the bank. We should. I want you to imagine right now. As soon as you leave here, the first call you make is to the house. I'm going to show you a special camera. That they're already dead, so they don't give a flying fuck what color they're buried in. You motherfucker, your wife is alive. But that's it. You think we recorded this? Do you think we were the same business experiences? No time to I mean, the man. No idea. Almost 3,000. We would probably never visit anyone. There's a large meeting. Knows maybe once, maybe twice, maybe most. But Hubert turns a lot. And usually have to be closed. Well, it's got a print. You want it? It belongs to J. Jack. Wait.
I've keeping tabs on all large deposits in the area since the robbery, and exactly $3 million was reported on the grip.
What do you think is from the first robbery?
It's 0%.
What bank? That may be a charity, but I certainly don't fuck around with that paperwork. So it better be at the end of these last. Don't shush me, motherfucker. I hid back here so nobody would find us. That way, money from good to bad.
Yeah, I know.
Are you that big of an asshole? Do you think I wouldn't find out you took money donated to the city mission from a bank? No. Look, the city mission wants all donations to the meeting. I even signed it. The reason why I didn't report it? Because the whole department leaks to the press, including the fucking liars. I know a hustle when I see it. These guys are trying to make themselves really fucking good. $3 million donation to the charity. The press will see that. They look like boondocks. You're right. You still should report it. FBI doesn't have any country. Just again, I live up in Akron.
I'm gonna check my fucking trailer up with that. I can have Oscar. Wow, yeah. Oh. 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 No. Oh. 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 Oh.
Press is already making all assumptions. First time, they're probably right. Vanessa Adler, she's reported to town property. She was also a rabbit that was plain daily. What is the song used? I'll take thirds. You're the newest. You should take your shoot more down. Thanks for meeting me. I felt bad for never getting anything that much trust.
Do you think this is political?
Oh.
7 of 16 Ohio representatives and one of our senators had a council Ebert's best trusted branch. Now, safety deposit boxes, people keep their jobs. We let Lewis these guys in so we can see.
Interesting. I don't recall reading that in your article.
Oh, that's far too sensitive topic, not enough facts. And beyond that, papers aren't usually print stories of conspiracy against the bank.
So the paper wouldn't go against funding for story, but
It would have to be beyond solid.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Anything else?
Oh. Oh. Um, 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 oh,
You ready to
oh,
Where's the rest of your crew?
oh,
Ready for them too? No, just asking. There we go. Let me see a security guard who works for all our computers in Westchester. Clean this off, please.
oh,
Wait,
oh,
no one's interviewed. No. I guess the feds can get this slow and efficient.
oh, oh, oh.
You know who the VIP is? Senator Cook.
Maybe worse than the Cougars.
Westchester. It's convenient enough for them to be banking that group of national
Oh.
law.
Oh, it's pretty fitting that they're having a little pitch that's
Oh. Oh, oh,
You met with Vanessa Adler. Yeah. You know her? Yeah, Danny. No, defense information. Actually went to college. Hey, you married? How long? How'd you talk to you? What about this guy? Chris Hall worked at Icon Jewelry a couple blocks from the bank. She's with it. I'm about to say the ass about the deal. Chris, you doing well at this meeting?
Hi, can I grab you anything?
I'm good. Thanks for taking the tour. You see these guys? I think I saw a black SUV racing on down Oak Street. Rob, as I understood, have been anywhere. We just have a habit right now, license plate. Well, work security. Oh, there must be a lot of names. I'm sorry for the detective, Chris. Please continue. Look, I work close to the bank. SUV peels out. My car show up. I wrote it down. If you guys aren't interested, it's cool. No, we're interested. We'd love to see the plate. Wrote it down. Address and location on some. Why don't you consider with that information? I called right away. You guys are the first ones to get back. No, this is great. Thanks for your time with me. Hey, guys, listen, just thinking about going to the academy in the fall, and just wondering if maybe put in a good word, tell them to help you out. Oh, yeah, we'll jump right on that. Special Agent Wells, who personally informed the FBI director. Hey, you meeting the president?
David Deck, our victim in Westchester. He was in TJ Jackson's Ranger Unit, commanding officer. He alerted the military about the kidnapping and was the only one who didn't go on the mission. And guess who hired him when he came back to
Jeffrey.
Exactly.
I'll figure it.
Senator Cook. Now, what would your three little white deputies?
You got it. Played for this at the James Jackson. James Jackson. You know it. My gun's never wrong. You like it? They're gonna fucking believe it. Call him. Fucking shit's a great guy. You're around? I need you and Leon to stake out 15691 North Central. Look for a black SUV, plate number Foxtrot Papa Tango 9155. The driver most likely will be James Jackson. So I say so.
So the babysitter says,
Oh.
who am I talking to?
I think only voices for both of us if you didn't worry about trying to trace this. So I don't have to head up, and we can have a conversation.
You're taking an awful lot of risks. First, leaving evidence at the scene, sending stuff, and all that stuff.
Then you still don't know who I am. Oh, I assume you have theories. I have considered the possibility that I'm critical to myself.
Yeah, trust my mind. I really don't give a damn who's still two people. Up to you.
Well, we're back there.
How do you know that?
Time for not.
So this is revenge? Is that a general statement, or are we bringing God into this conversation? Do you believe in God?
I do. But I wouldn't go so far as to say you approve.
You're just going to let you get mad.
Why does that matter?
If one believes in God, isn't that what it all comes down to when we end up?
Probably not. But maybe. I'll go to hell so someone else can go to heaven. You got my package?
I did.
Are you going to do the right thing?
So Senator Cook likes guys.
Don't be dense. That's just the salacious details that make the public pay attention. I'm talking about the documents with it.
Yeah, they're intriguing, but I'm not about to start justifying murder and theft as means to threat.
How does it feel knowing the national permit your wife is still bleeding while your wife rots? Does doing things legally really make it better?
FBI. Concealed weapon. Ja, das ist wirklich so der.
Our Time. Dating for over 50s in their prime sponsors Prime Time on 5 Action.
Oh.
Get your garden ready with premium battery tools by Stihl. One battery, many tools. Find your perfect tool at stihl.co.uk.
With generative AI in AWS, companies are already transforming how they work.
I'm sure this fucking. What the fuck?
To generate new ideas and turn experiments into reality.
There it is. There it is.
AWS has innovative
Yeah.
services, so you can quickly build and scale generative AI with security built in.
Oh, son type it to my fucking fingers. Because it kind of comes out my hands just like that. It's fucking crazy.
Get your own ready with AliExpress.
I'm definitely going to bed in a minute. Fucking right. Oh. Oh. That's 12 minutes. It's 12 minutes.
Download AliExpress
12.
now and win millions of prizes during the UEFA Euro 2024. Score more when you shop with AliExpress.
Oh. Oh.
Searching for the right home insurance policy.
Oh.
Finding the right car insurance is a whole lot more satisfying when it comes with a £250 excess refund reward.
Oh.
And with more five-star Trustpilot reviews than
Oh, what's wrong with it? What the fuck is it?
you can feel as satisfied
Oh.
as ever inside.
Yeah. Oh.
This is entertainment news on 5. Today, Kevin Costner's on the horizon and Elizabeth Debicki is in a horror. But first, how about spending a night in a cell? A super cell, though, obviously. Netflix new superpowered series has premiered in London, starring Doctor Who's Tosin Cole as he leads a group of reluctant regular folk gifted with very irregular abilities. But it's not the powers he's excited about.
I'm inside the way.
I recognize each one of those characters or through people or people I know personally. So just to see a show with characters that have such rich stories and rich themes and different stories and different themes, that made me want to be a part of this.
Over in the States, Kevin Costner's launched his long-awaited passion project, Horizon: An American Saga. The Western he left his other Western to make. And while it's no Yellowstone, it does have Sienna Miller in it, playing a tough Western cowboy gal.
It's femininity, isn't it? We have softness and we have real grit, power, and that's what I loved about this character. I love that there was a woman in a Western. There are many women in this Western. And they're all well, full-rounded, fully realised characters.
Speaking of fully realised, Mia Goth's back with her third High West horror, Maxine, which has premiered in LA. And while reprising a role from X, she was joined by a somewhat reluctant Elizabeth Debicki.
I've never done a horror movie because I'm scared of things. But, however, something I have noticed in since the dawn of horror, and one of the reasons I have sought some of them out is that they are Trojan horses, and they give actresses incredible expansive space to play and give us amazing performances.
I always imagine a Trojan horse to be quite cramped inside, but it depends how many people are in there. See you later.
Big emergency, how can I help?
Three cops and stuff. Where's the taser?
The higher the climax, the higher the stakes. Inside the Force 24/7, Tuesday at noon on 5 Action and Mindful FM.
Our Time. Dating for over 50s in their prime sponsors Prime Time on 5 Action.
Good to see you.
I think
Maybe no, thank you. His brother was just terrible. He was on his way to unnecessary savagery. And I noticed to keep us security. Our customers deserve a sense of protection. Something's wrong. So, Westchester, you seem to have some kind of relationship with any skill there? Dagny? You're referring to him forming the military about kidnapping plot against my brother. And yes, of course. Here. You and your brother? Very close. You have any brothers? 20 years old. I like to hear that part to you. Hey, he didn't seem to follow the thing.
Oh, man.
Well, he was just naughty version out of the lobster maybe or Dartmouth. Which point? Well, one of my agents came across a paper published. The corruption of government, banking system. Yeah. He's a bright guy. Quite the young liberal. So he's a little more to the right. Like this year. I would say that. Me too. I never would have taken you as an enthusiast of the car. I was on the best thing. Perhaps in that. It's original. Yeah. Looks like the red. So, even if I was expensive. You found one? My wife was. All his ideas. Secret world. But a little bit for sharing, there was this one story in particular. A lurking fear. Which also happens to be the name of the owner of the safety deposit box. Compromise the information. That would be all we know. You know who all my friends are? I only ask because it's funny. Why would you be blackmailing it if you contributing? Thanks for coming up. French George coming first. Sure. Not everybody needs a friend. What else can I do? Let's do some questions. What do you think questions of an allegation? An allegation is when you don't answer. Questions are needed. I don't think I need to answer either. Let's not do theater. But once you got the shit, just tell me what's going on before you want to put Hutchins in the back. You can make a move and I'll shatter your face. That's what it is. That's one of the things you can do.
Everybody down!
Let's go. Get out of here. Keep moving. Go, go, go. Let's go. Move now. Move now. Move now. All your weapons and will not harm you. No. What are you doing?
Now, which one of you creeped up on my computer last night?
Let it go.
Suppose these guards deserve to die too. You boys are just starting to unravel. Give me the girl, I give you your man. Otherwise, I'll put one in your skull and one in his. Whoever left gets surprised.
Let her go.
You're the boss man, huh? Look around. Take the money and go. Down to 3. 1. 2. 3. Hey, come on. Get the goddamn camera now. Move. How can you not find them? They're killed out in the middle of downtown. Hey, you okay? Good, mate. Hey. Show those people over there. They're like it's you.
money to business. So tight. What made you join the bureau? Tell him to. You got that born on the point beyond you do her. Special forces. What about you? What made you become a Boy Scout? I wasn't going to say that, but yeah. I remember. There was something a little dumb. Yeah, you sure?
Welcome to Night Talk. We have a new caller on Anthony. 27 years, loyal service, so they could just throw you on the scruffy. I hear you, you're not right. There is a genuine bond between me and my audience. It feels like two old mates across the world to rights. You know what I hear? This is the last broadcast you'll ever get. The Night Caller, a brand new 4-part drama coming soon to Channel 5 and My 5.
Following. Out for an adventure with an early start. At least one of you dressed the part. Convince the gang to give it a try. Fingers crossed for a little blue sky. You guys, my family is. Scenic wee breaks, family in. Sunday morning tryouts, family. Flight to Spain on the stupid o'clock plane. Family. Memories made, tired feet.
Time for a weather and treat.
Jump into the Skoda SUV range made for families.
Epic deals this summer at Currys. Save £500 on the new Asus ZBook Duo and multitask like a pro with 2 OLED touchscreens now only $1,299. Save on Dyson with £50 off the Pure Cool Purifying Fan now $349. And save up to £110 on LG extra large capacity washing machines from $419. Plus, like a 5-year guarantee at Currys.
Preparing for Wimbledon takes a team of skill, passion, and precision. At Barclays, we know that the right team can make every goal possible.
Hey Sainsbury's, kids get all summer off. What do we get? Well, you know what's hard to beat? Taste the difference. Picnic in the park.
Offers a Wednesday night trip to an epic
Want to serve up a quick summer for everyone? Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's. Good food for all of us. In Paris, 2 tips of a mustache hangs sadly. For the artist's great work was going so badly. But thankfully, his muse had a Red Bull to lend. And the artist's great torture met the finest end.
I am the same way, and I like to do things fast. And now fast just got better. Fast just got better. New personal water wash. That's the way invisible dirt and sweat. Our personal detergent designed shorter cycle. Better on odor, better on fragrance. New personal wonder wash. Fast just got better.
You comb through every last piece of evidence. You made the final impossible collection. For a while, he was shaking in the bar. Audible is made to imagine when you listen.
Recording 3-1. Do what you want to do.
Do your thing. We'll sort the rest. Get great stays at great prices. Premier Inn. Rest easy. TJ Burr stars the last living legend of 66. Will we see him and lift the trophy? Bring it home.
Molecular collusion technology.
Orbital cosmic tomcatting. It's in my head, but it doesn't molecular coherent tomography.
What is it anyway?
Optical coherence tomography, or OCT, an advanced eye health scan that helps spot sight conditions early. At Specsavers, we think it's so important we're providing it nationwide.
Ocular coherence cartography.
Not everyone can say it, but everyone can have it. Book an eye test with OCT at Specsavers.
I need to rest physical day and I want to. I want to rest physical day and I need to. I need to rest physical day and I love.
New flavors in store now.
Just when you think you've seen it all.
It's going to be the tightness. Hang on. There's always something big on this gauge every day.
Trucking Heavy is back with the biggest challenges yet.
This is it. No.
But who is big enough to take the load?
There is no word rather read.
Every day is school day. Something needs moving. There is always a way to do it.
Buckle up for the brand new series of Trucking Heavy. Thursday at 9 on 5 Action and MyFi.
I already thought he was handsome. When I heard his voice, I felt drawn to him. Our time. Dating for over 50s in their prime sponsors prime time on 5 Action.
This is Photograph, our dead white history. Well, besides him conveniently not having his driver's license on him, he also didn't have any fingers.
Signed off. Bullet pulled out too. Stay what's one about this month.
Where else can we find this kind of dedication?
Military.
Definitely. Absolutely.
Which brings us back to TJ Jackson.
But we all know TJ himself can't be involved. Right, Chase? Because TJ Jackson is dead.
His body never showed his sleep night.
Okay, so either these guys want us to think they're somehow connected to Jackson, which is unlikely because they're all dead, or they have some kind of point to make about TJ Jackson.
TJ Jackson had a small unit server. Large.
Shocking, your third favorite. Anyone else? Any non-comedians? Any point they may be trying to make? Anybody else? Here we have an entirely different turn, not to be confused with TJ Jackson.
Who is this?
What about it? Before he was a senator, Cook served in the Gulf War. He was the commander of this platoon. That's him? Exactly, as was Hutchinson. Very young David Dagley. Now, let's fast forward to 2011. Dagley was the commander of TJ Jackson. The unit that we all know went from
Everyone in the unit except for him.
Dagley was connected. Buck was connected to Hutchinson. Who was connected to Hubert. Who coincidentally hires Dagley as his
If I think of that Jeffrey converted what? Based on how staged the whole thing, just to pull up his little brother.
We're going to let you know if you train this Hubert. This is a witness to a robbery. I'm not done with him. There's no one leaving without my permission. What's wrong with the clock?
It's coincidence. Is it customary to lock up a victim with bank robbery?
Can't remember ordering anybody to be locked up, but I'm sure if you give me time, I can find some reason to do it.
They're paying enough money like this. What a shitty budget. What a shitty budget.
Tell me something. At what age was Alexander supposed to receive his inheritance? My guess is 25. Tragedy that too. There it is. No movement since they called you. Okay, you guys hang here. We'll just give it a go check it out. Copy that. Yeah, that's just hang here. Hold back. So there you go. PD, did you go off FBI? Did you say?
Okay.
Thank you, we won't be long. Was that James Jackson leaving your book?
Yes.
Is he here long?
What's going on now?
Can ask you a few questions and then we'll be on our way. Wow. Well, that's an awful lot of money. Did James give that to you?
Yes. Since TJ died, Jamie helps us out with the tent.
Where'd you get it?
I don't know.
Any other, please come by. I'll mention. You might want to find a better place to hide it. I didn't take you for a softie. I really was a Boy Scout. What you got? We're following the east side. It's in a remote house that was abandoned. We're gonna keep that. For fuck's sake, man. What's up? There's a lot of things. Just make yourself. Get the fuck out. Every day, Christopher on the kids. I could take these.
Check file. A single file that lays out the whole conspiracy. And this was in Hubert's personal safety file. Now why the fuck would he hold on to something so incredible?
I think of it as leverage. Any single individual in the conspiracy wants to target Hubert as a fall guy. Simply connects the dots. This is his currency. And that's the one thing.
Roots.
We showed up with that. I handed off everything to Vanessa. Good. Good. So this situation makes things interesting. I'm trying to get out of the rest door for Hubert. Turns out all the books about having sons in right places is actually true. You know, sir, I just wanted to say, I think it's really honorable you handling the case in this way. What is that? Then what do you think is wrong? You made the right choice. You refocus on Hubert. You have no idea what you focus. We're going to have to do it. My main reason for going after him is to shake out the scalp. But there's the greater good. Are you suggesting that these bank robbing assholes are somehow doing the right thing? I don't know. My wife had her eyes cut out of her head while she was still alive. She was undercover and bring down the drug.
made torture. He nearly walked when Mims lied to the DA. Why would Mims do that when he was trying to help? He thought he was doing great. By the way, let's get to the picture. We'll take a piece of the bag. Jackson's inside just the first thing that's the those are all the names that first to the FBI. You decided to show up. Paperwork. Someone's got to do it. I see you got a couple. All right, man. What's up?
Punch chasing.
Glove box. There you go.
Oh, you sad. That's crazy. Oh, man.
All right.
Because we had.
All right. I can't. Yeah. I know idea. So, no way. Can't let it go.
Yeah.
I actually want to go out.
I have obtained verified confidential files that indicate Jeffrey Schubert is an animal. He actually relates to the death of his brother after he was killed. Well, what's likely to be a deadly kidnapping perpetrated by a rogue stranger now appears to be directly linked to none other than our very own Senator Schubert, who falsely informed the stranger team that weapons of mass destruction were resulting in the young man's death. The soldiers were then tragically killed on the scene and falsely painted as traitors.
you ever think about it? Okay. Tell me the police will get shows how they're doing, so it's in your life. So what I think about is doing with my wife as well.
Yes, Jack is still on.
Yeah, the Ryan should be there.
You really think all that money's enough?
Yeah.
How much? Thanks. Chicago office says one of their Hubert National Banks just had 2 unauthorized vehicles make cash pickup. She's grabbing cash because it's accounted for. I want to get a temporary freeze, but know that. He's panicking. 2 trucks, that's got to be up worth $50 million.
Asshole like Hubert's gonna have foreign accounts, fake names. Greedy fuck wants his cash now.
Tell you what, Gready's one of them counting on. We find the money, we find you. Hopefully with a warrant in hand. How's that done? I'm working on that.
What are they on the trucks now?
I have no fucking clue. We know the truck's left from here, but where'd the money go?
Thinking we'd head to a small network.
He's got 3 private planes, 1 in Chicago, 2 here in Cincinnati. He has many calls and so far. We killed 2 Jays. Right. But we knew exactly where to do. Is that relevant?
Chase, are you sure that you tracked down every one of Hubert's planes?
Yes, girls.
I want you to start a new search. Every plane registered under the name Jim.
Right away. But, sir, do you want me to do that before or after you go to TJ's girlfriend?
Good night.
No.
Hello. We've noticed someone new joined.
On which to retain £83,000.
I could win any out. This guy, all you want. While he's advertising for him. If you get a job, get his phone, or prove what he is. I know what you've been up to.
Good scout. You took everything from me, and I am done with being shred on.
Cold Core. Stream the full series now on Wi-Fi.
Wickes Lifestyle Kitchens. Perfect if you want something stylish and affordable. Perfect if you want it all designed for free by one of our experts. And with kitchens from under £3,000, the price is perfect too. Book your free design appointment today. Be house proud with Wickes.
Girls, you sure it could out. You're doing great. Trust me. Have you tried white woman? I literally only see to technically. That smile! I don't know what I'd do without you girls.
Life needs a big mentor. With saffron and ginger knowledge, they hallowed ground. You join speed mid-game. Just look at that technique. Pure class.
Oh, and he's won 50 coral coins.
Now to choose a reward. Quiet please. Signature nod.
Showboating for the crowd, and they're loving it.
And he's done it. Oh, that's tasty. Free spins coming home to Papa. She's enjoyed that.
Win coral coins for free and choose rewards you actually want. Coral, we're here for it. There's no better setting for this summer of sport.
Are you not supposed to be a pirate?
Then right here in good old Blighty. Incredible teamwork from these 2 seasoned pros. Ruthless from Ellie Simmons. Oh, he's overcooked that. But here comes British Gas. Oh, we're back in the game, and the fans are loving that.
British Gas, powering home fans. Breaking news.
It's time for a power boost. I gotta train harder.
Next level power.
New flavors, in store now.
Right. Santander's Edge current account gives cashback to reward customers.
They also reward treachery.
This contains a list of people paying their salary into
Our rival's current account. You? Why?
Finding your edge with the Santander Edge current account. Recipes. Recipes written by hand and lost to time can now be analyzed and restored using the power of Dell AI. Preserve your memories and open to
How can you support the future of cancer research? Gifts in Wills fund a third of our work, which has helped double cancer survival in the UK. But 1 in 2 people will get cancer in their lifetime. By joining those who pledge to gift in their will, you'll help us find new ways to outsmart cancer and create a future that protects the people you love. Together, we are beating cancer. Find out more at cruk.org/gifts in wills.
Thatcher's Spa. Slightly obsessed perfectionists making cider with nothing but love. I mean, why grow 8 varieties of apple when you can grow 458? Here comes Martin Thatcher. Friday, 12:30, tasting time. He eats there, the spot, not a drop will leave the palm. Yes! Tasting time just got twice as fruity. New Thatcher's apple and blackcurrant cider.
A lot of my patients who have sensitive teeth want a whiter smile. Sensodyne Clinical White has been clinically proven to give 2 shades whiter teeth and to help protect sensitive teeth. People with sensitive teeth don't have to compromise on having a whiter smile as well. I would absolutely recommend Sensodyne Clinical White to my patients. It's a win all around.
If you're finally ready to take a trip without the kids, why stay at a hotel with more kids? Get an Airbnb and have the place to yourself.
How can I help?
New series.
3 cops and stuff.
Great.
New source.
Where's the taser?
The higher the crime rates, the higher the stakes. Inside the Force, 24/7, Tuesday at noon on 5 Action and My 5.
Our time, dating for over 50s in their prime. Sponsors Prime Time on 5 Action.
You must think I'm pretty foolish to be here. No, you love someone like just as you. Let's take one more song. That was my thing. Subject to secure. Let's go, DJ. This can be still. Rose. Jay's got to leave on a cargo plane to Logan Airport. It's registered under the name Jan Martins. She's also got a chopper under the same name, Martins. It's on the rooftop downtown. I guess she's going to use that shit. Let's go. Come on. You know what else Martins still alive? I had nothing to do with the robberies. All right, so you weren't involved. Let's go with that. What the hell looks like someone played a Disney. Yeah. I'm out. Pick up the tail? I just think we should do this from by the books. This is your idea. I can't do this. We shouldn't do this. Fuck that. You don't want in anymore, that's on you. Since you're coconut, that's it. You the national robber for 1507 East 31st Street. You know this. Not to be able to see your own kid, the girl. Out of fear that something may happen against the bring the crimes upstairs. For 5 years, I've been watching everybody. Still doesn't answer my question. Why wasn't you finding the principal? Well, maybe they left them there for you to find you. Who's that? Why are you covering for them? Okay. Go somewhere else. Take me back. Tell me what happened. Orders came down from our CO. The mission was to go in to eliminate the terrorists with recording an unknown quantity of WMD echoes. Does she look like a terrorist to you? I don't see any weapons. There are no weapons. Somebody tell me this is a terrorist. We just killed innocent people. No. I don't believe it. Fucking believe it, man. Come on, man. This is Alpha 6. These look like damn American cow skins, man. What the hell is going on? How'd you get out? Rose found me out of this. You know the parable of the good Samaritan? This was a What brought
to me, Cincinnati PD does not take custody. They do not book him. I will take custody from the state cops. Look who it is. Come on in here. Hey, Mr. Lucky, the escape artist. How'd you get away?
What are you talking about?
Okay, explain this to me. Why did the boys just get arrested for some crime?
Someone's money?
Yeah, you look disappointed. They never arrest.
Are they okay?
No, the Rohan is not okay. He's less than okay.
Jimmy had to leave, so why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you tell us? I'll tell you why. Because you've been trying to go off the road. You know when the boys. Good night, motherfucker. Tip. What tip? When the security guard got the plate at the robbery.
So you had a lead on a plate and you didn't notify.
Wells had the lead. Wells had the lead.
You mean Wells?
Yeah, Wells brought me the lead.
Sanders, get me Wells' jacket now!
Connect me to Icon Jewelry in Westchester. Look, I need information on a Chris Hall, the security guard. Station with him on 2011.
Bitch was in country same time as TJ and he doesn't mention it?
You tell me you don't have any security guards?
Here, let's take that help.
What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm trying to be a shop rock world down south. You fucking crazy. Motherfucker.
Hoover got away. We don't have to do this.
Yeah. We do. As a kid,
Yeah.
fucking G.I. Joe motherfucker. Let's just start like that kid.
Me too.
We lost you.
You get right here. We'll get him.
So you're all right.
Oh, yeah, kiss me, right?
Nothing's.
I did math. I've been in these tunnels many times. Everyone else followed you, but I came here.
Go home then. You made two smart choices today. Make one more, and get out of here.
Somebody knows I'm here from home. You just need to leave the money.
You were half the bad guy. Don't come here now.
I'm not going to take anything. I just need to turn the money in.
Bullshit.
I don't know how much my wife knows about the man that I've become. I've done some really fucked up things, man. Really bad things. But it ends here.
That's how this is going to go down, man.
I need to do it now.
There's nothing to do with
No, maybe it does. Maybe the man that I let myself become is killing her. Maybe
This can't save her, but it might kill you. Are you kidding me? I will kill you right now. Put the gun down and go home to your wife. This has nothing to do with you. Everything got fucked up. Hubert's still out there. I'm the one who has something to make up for. I can't let you get in the way of that. Put the gun down! Don't make me do this! Officer down the old brewery tunnel. Officer down in the old brewery tunnel. Come quick.
Wow.
I don't know if I trailed him long enough to pop on. But it was yours. You just pick the bag, baby, go straight. And then, most of the 9 weeks.
Oh, what's up?
It wasn't a coincidence, right? You know what? I don't know. No. The teacher's finally safe. That gets through the students and goes back. I know you and your boys are sensing confusion. It felt wrong from the start. Only half a team was sent in. It's never done. It was supposed to be clean. No bodies, no evidence left behind. Clean. They just kept telling us that good soldiers were down road. Like a huge road. Oh, didn't feel right. I knew before we went in, this mission was bullshit. Or to speak up. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to do a job that I was trained to do because it didn't feel right. With all due respect, sir, I was a soldier. Who was I going to talk to? After we were done, TJ was lonely and too scared, confused. I took one look in his eyes and confirmed everything I had been feeling. All of us had been set up. How'd you get him out? Snuck him out in the body bag and the weapons crate. So many boys to my mother's reactions like that. You blame for me. We all lost sight of the point. All the security guards killed at the last robbery. It all got fucked up. I just couldn't stop it.
What was that point? You were going to get your revenge and a few million in cash for your time and effort? No, you weren't angry with me. You lost that privilege when you became a vigilante. You don't get out of this that easy. You got more than something. All that money you and your boys stole. Not gonna bring anybody back, but I know a lot of people there's something for action. Trusted your boys, you betrayed me. I trust you again. You're ready. This. Let's keep laughing. You run. You're fucking out to take this under here. Sorry. It was all bark and no bite. Would you excuse us? Somebody just got me a $100 million deal. Those things up there all week. She took the liberty. Listen. Guarantee you whatever they serve is better than that store you buy your type. You prefer my store. I asked you why you don't think it is. I don't give a fuck. What now, Angel Montgomery? Surely even your little mind understands this country is so corrupt. Don't touch me. It's like I had to kill that. It would cost me price on your cheap suits. You don't like my teeth? So, no. Yeah, I'm drunk, man. Old sippers. I'll go to hell so you can go to heaven. Just when you think you've seen it all.
It's going to be the tightest. Hang on. There's always something to do for the stage every day.
Trucking Heavy is back with the biggest challenges yet.
This is it.
But who is big enough to take the load?
There is no I'd rather be.
Every day school day. Something needs moving. There is always a way to do it.
Buckle up for the brand new series of Trucking Heavy. Thursday at 9 on 5 Action and MyFi.
Wick's Lifestyle Kitchen. Perfect if you want something stylish and affordable. Perfect if you want it all designed for free by one of our experts. And with kitchens from under £3,000, the price is perfect too. Book your free design appointment today. Be house proud with Wick's.
Bring your way with Jackpots 1, 2, 3. These heroes predict 3 correct scores. And you can net yourself £50 cash. It's free to play across the board and is available on all the biggest games. Play together at Ladbrokes. Breaking news. Supercell, the official dealership of Williams Racing. It's time for a power boost. I gotta train harder. Power boost activated. Next level power.
It's all good. You have a Tucson, so you can enjoy quiet driving with electric mode. The new Hyundai Tucson plug-in hybrid. At Eon Net, you can get 100% renewable electricity as standard when you fix your tariff. So switch to Eon Net.
What's wrong with the car? It's okay, lads. I'm the DIA. I'll go next.
Because the EA has expert patrols across the country, you'll be back on the road in no time. No wonder more people choose the EA.
How can you support the future of cancer? Give 2 words from a third of our work, which is a double cancer survival in the UK. But 1 in 2 people will get cancer in their lifetime. By joining those who pledge to give in their will, you'll help us find new ways to outsmart cancer and create a future that protects the people you love. Together, we are beating cancer. Find out more at cruk.org/gifts-in-wills.
Welcome to Play to Red! Incredible! Player ability 4, like the brand new Water Romance 2. The classic rap slots on arena, and you could be among the first to play. Join and get a welcome bonus to £150! Only at 32red.com.
With Get Your Guide, follow expert tour guides all over the world to local hidden gems and get fast-track tickets to iconic attractions. Discover, book, and make memories with Get Your Guide. Unforgettable travel experiences.
Welcome to Night Talk. We have a new caller on our team.
27 years loyal service, so they could just throw you on the scrapping.
I hear perhaps there is a genuine bond between me and my wife. It feels like 2 old mates across the world to us. You're a liar. This is the last broadcast of the game.
Midnight Caller, a brand new 4-part drama coming soon to Channel 5 and My 5. You're watching 5 Action, the home of high-octane entertainment and adrenaline-packed movies.
Dr. Ben Song risked everything when he used the quantum leap accelerator to travel back in time. Now our team's working to find out why, as he leaps between bodies with no memory of who he is. He still has one hope, that his next leap takes him back to the place and people he calls home.
I just kind of like our first thing. Really? It's exactly like that.
I may not remember the specifics, but I remember. Together. The possibility that has a lot of things because I'm here to talk to right now. You made a serious miscalculation. Call me right back.
Did he just call you Ben?
How did you know that? I know everything about you, Dr. Ben Song, from the year 2022. I know what you're doing. If you value your life, you need to stop following me. Do you understand?
Did you just see that? Did someone just recognize Ben? How?
They knew the same. They literally called him Dr. Ben Song from 2022.
I was more concerned with the stuff following you if you know it's good for your target. How is this possible?
Maybe they were another time frame.
No, another leaper. Someone else traveling through time. Another leaper?
For these hours, I would see Ben as Ben. Exactly he was doing managing Jimmer. It's the only explanation.
The more technology. This is a one-of-a-kind setup that we know of. Okay, is this why Ben left? To follow this person? Follow them where? And why? What is going on?
When I was a kid and my parents broke up, I blamed my dad.
Probably because I barely saw my dad after that.
He was the only one still around for that.
No, I took the job at St. Luke's because I thought it would make our lives better. We've been stuck in the rut for a long time. I thought we'd change the venue, some more money in our pockets. But it didn't.
John, are you listening to me?
Sorry, yes.
We're in San Francisco, right?
I get it.
You didn't want me to care. You've made that very clear. I tried to.
I went to therapy. I changed my hours to better suit them.
I will kill myself.
Trying to make this work. I can't do it anymore. I want a divorce.
Please don't do it. I'd be dismissive right now.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Wait, what years?
1989.
John, did you hear anything I just said? I don't think I could be married to you.
They're not going to play. This game got canceled. We need to go. We need to go now.
No. We need to talk. You can't keep anyone.
Everything is about to collapse around us.
It already has. I'm done, John. And if you're not going to fight for us, I just...
We need to go. Okay? We need to go. Everybody, we need to get out of here now! I just remembered it.
Let me take a look.
I'll try right now. Hey, stop! Please, we have injured down the street. You gotta get to them. Oh, thank God. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you okay?
Who was that guy at Salvation? He recognized you. You saw that, right?
Yeah, he's another leaper.
Another leaper, like another person leaping through your time? How's that possible?
We don't know yet. But there's a lot of things we don't understand.
Well, that's comforting.
Look, the entire team is on it.
This is why I left in the first place, to follow them?
We're asking the same questions, but and you're not going to like this, but you can't focus on that right now.
How could I possibly think about anything else?
Because you have to focus on this leap. Let us start with the last one. I know. But if you don't keep making it through these leaps, you will get stuck in the past. Okay? Please. For me. Okay. Alright. It looks like City said John Party.
Yeah, what I can tell, not the greatest food. Any idea why I'm here?
I don't know, it's a video for me.
Well, his wife asking for a divorce, justifiably, it sounds like. I'm never here to fix that.
Fine.
Oh, Evelyn's got you?
Yeah, I don't stabilize as soon as they're possible. They're home. Mr. Jason's.
Jason?
Our son.
Yeah, our son. I love Jason so much. Where did he leave away?
I gotta fix this Stanley Cup. I'll meet you at the house. The tail link's messed up. What do you have on your Reaper?
That will be our Continental Reaper X. No, we are not switching. So it's been 12 hours. What do we think is over here? And what is in plain English?
So we're looking at three possible scenarios. Number one, a foreign government somehow got a hold of the schematics for the quantum leap machine and built one of their own.
Unlikely. I feel like the CIA will at least put them chatter and let me know.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the other leaper was using an American accent. Fair point. So scenario number two, a private company is behind this. Some billionaire or defense contractor got enough people to share with them and can now travel through time.
Elon Musk really suck being able to control the cost. It's terrifying. We made sure that no single contractor had the plans for this facility when we were constructing it. We took every effort to make sure no one knew what we were building down here. But it is fine.
Scenario number three, and this is a real line. So, for warning.
Already don't like it.
Someone's using our facility. You know that's not possible. Right? We would have gotten an alert like when Ben jumped. No, we wouldn't. Not if they're using it in the future.
Right. So you're saying
We don't know who's controlling the program 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now. The person you ran into may not have jumped yet, but will in the future.
that's next idea.
Yeah, you are not the only one.
I'm with you. I don't want scenario. You have access to the most powerful quantum computers in the world. I want to know what we're really dealing with here. Now.
Jason? Jason? He's up here. Where's Brandon's house?
Well, they look happy. They are not. Sounds like it's been coming for a while. Irreconcilable differences. I can't imagine I could have saved that marriage. Any more from the brain trust?
A lot of theories, not a lot of answers.
Cool. Are my parents still together? Are they alive?
Sorry. You didn't really have a relationship with your dad. Your mom raised you. party receipts at 9. Honestly, we didn't really talk about it much. All I know is that she died in high school.
그래, 엄마가 사랑해.
Never talk about it? No. There were a lot of things about it.
Sorry.
Were you close with the entrance? It's not really. Probably he was wanting to catch you up. Did you suppose so? Well, his parents are getting divorced. Yeah, but I get the sense from Naomi she had a hold of all this versus too. Jason's already died in the aftermath of the earthquake. Ben, that's what you're here to do. Good to see Jason.
Hey guys, let's rock and roll. It looks good on TV. Look out, time for kicks.
I'm in.
Here's an elder if you want to speak to.
You'll stop your playing now. It's going to take a while for it to catch.
Absolutely.
Do something about erectile dysfunction at human.com. We supplement ginger knowledge, the hallowed ground. Enjoy speed midday. Just look at that technique. Pure class.
Oh, and he's won 50 total coins.
Now to choose a reward. Quiet please. Signature note. Show voting for the crowd and they're loving it. And he's done it. Oh, that's tasty. 3 spins coming home to Papa. She's enjoyed that. Win Coral coins for free and choose rewards you actually want. Coral, we're here for it.
Fish not playing today.
Nothing. Seems like they're as bored as I am.
Guess what you need is a Red Bull. The energy drink.
Only Red Bull for fish, Lee.
Not for you. For them. The fish. Wait, watch. Red Bull gives them wings.
Fishing.
According to everybody.
Do your thing. We'll sort the rest. Get great stays at great prices. Premier Inn. Rest easy.
New flavors, in store now.
get more choice than any other supermarket at Carmen. Let's sort of continue.
Because your toes need sand between them. Because this 100 roof needs Paris. And this silence needs to be heard. Because your senses need to travel. We've pushed back the boundaries with up to 422 miles electric range and up to 8 years earlier care. Meet with your all-electric E3008, pleasure powered.
Be your own canvas and assemble your specs your way. Backpack, play different.
Hello, Summer. Hello, Hayfever. Here it is. Acts within 60 minutes so you can enjoy summer.
No sign of the air conditioning. And high hopes for tonight.
That's him. Good. What the desserts? You're aboard.
It's like your party spread from Portland. Welcome to the Super Safe Club.
The Super Safe Club from Money Supermarket is seriously rewarding.
Big magic thing, how can I help?
New series.
Free coffee stuff.
Great.
New source.
Where's the taser?
I told you, it's all kick it off.
Hunting unidentified criminals.
I got contact with a stand, but a 15-year-old girl who's been stabbed.
The higher the crime rates, the higher the stakes. Inside the Force 24/7. Tuesday at noon on 5 Action and Y5.
We have the photo.
What?
The dress.
We're not calling.
I know, but we have the photo. Look from the imaging chamber feed.
Look possible.
Can you come downstairs? I set up some props to make this look great.
You. Where'd you get those?
The Duke has got a whole diorama thing going on in his office. It's starting out kind of small and fun, but it's ballooned with this whole thing where I think they're all just kind of worried about it.
Stay on target.
Right. Okay. So this represents one of our hosts. One of the people Ben made sense to. On the last week, he was Diego de la Cruz.
Okay.
So to the world, Ben's walking around and he still looks like Diego, right? Even to Ben. When Ben looks in the mirror, it's Diego he sees.
Jim, I know all this.
I'm doing the thing.
Bill Faster.
Okay. So we can monitor Ben in the past through the imaging chamber here because of the way the imaging chamber feed works. When Addison is in there, she doesn't see Diego. She sees Ben as Ben. Got it?
Yes.
So is the cowboy. Those are other loopers jumped into. To the outside world, they look like the cowboy. But if they're using quantum wave technology like ours, when we see them in the imaging chamber,
We wouldn't see the cowboy, we'd see them what they actually look like.
maybe that's my theory at least.
And if we know what they will look like,
We can run the photos down through the NSA databases. We're gonna hit.
and put a name to the face. Nice work. Yeah.
I don't want to scare you, but basically everyone who's alive has some image of their face in one database or another, and we're actually doing it to ourselves. If we're lucky, we'll get a hit from a DMV or something that shows up with a lot of additional info. But worst case scenario, we get a hit, we at least know they're not far off in the future.
I just can't get my mind around a private company running its own quantum loop program.
It would be very, very bad.
You do realize that this could take like a week, right? A week. There are hundreds of thousands of databases. There are trillions of images that it has to sort through and compare.
I can't wait that long.
Sometimes I wish Ben were here to explain to you how amazing what I'm doing is and how it can't be rushed. It's going to take what it's going to take. How did you do that? Magic.
Well, we got a lot here. Richard Martinez is a Marine, he's a new one. He won tour, won a bunch of medals.
That's right down the road from me. Are you sure he's Are you sure he's Libra X?
Well, if you want to see swap faces with someone in the past, then yes, this is 100%.
Okay. I want to know where this guy is right now.
On it.
Bull Addison, I wanted to confirm this is the guy she saw in there.
How are we supposed to find him in the middle of the earthquake? We don't even know if he's still alive.
And we're really Ziggy.
Ziggy said there's a 93% chance that Ben is there to save Jason, so he must still be alive. And I'll dive into the records and see if I can find out more about Addison. We're going to need you to step out. You can be our guy, dude.
Stand by.
Brandon just told me he spoke with Jason 2 hours ago. He was really upset that he wanted to go home, but he didn't come back, did he? No. This doesn't make any sense. Where would he have gone?
I don't know, but look at this. Is there any way you could have found out about the force?
Oh my God. I was on the phone this morning with a lawyer. He heard me. This is my fault. He's out there alone. He heard him.
Daddy. I know you're scared. I am too. But we're not going to let anything happen to him, okay? Do you have any idea where he would go?
I don't know.
And he must have a favorite place in the city.
You would know better than I would since we've moved. He's been so distant.
You moved from Oakland. That's why he's listening.
What are you saying?
Brandon said Jason wanted to go home. This picture of us, that was from our old place. Maybe that's where he's going.
It makes sense. Hey there, and voices how much he misses it.
Ben, yeah, just loaded in public records. The flight only headed within class of 3. We got it at 7:34 p.m. It's not half an hour. Oakland's that way.
We gotta go now.
It's across the bay. How are you get there?
Working on it.
Bridge is down, crazy trains aren't running either, but the BART does run in the red.
Are you crazy to check the BART? I didn't say anything about the BART.
See, Ben, there's one zero tunnel runs parallel to the tracks. You can walk it.
We can walk it. Come on.
Just said you didn't want to.
I was convinced otherwise.
All right, let's just get there.
Ben, I have to check on something. I'll be back as soon as I can. Be careful.
Power outages and wire services are now coming in with other reports.
Entire upper deck is collapsed during the shaking.
We're getting reports now that at least 50 people are dead tonight.
Oh, that's you. Wait.
Sergeant Richard Martinez is a Marine outfit.
He's currently on leave. The CO's pretty sure he's visiting his mom in El Cerrito.
Yeah, on the dress.
He to us.
We're gonna go talk to this guy. He's been on mission. He still needs to leave at the end of this.
He's good. He's remembering.
Good. But whether it's Ben or this Martinez guy, someone's gonna tell me what the hell is going on today.
It's 6:30 p.m. Dark, power, phone, water is out. Around San Francisco, emergency crews are trying to look for victims. We have one report from TRON.
I'm pretty sure it's the same time as it was when you took the watch 10 seconds ago. We're really not going to talk about this?
About what?
Oakland. You can say it. Never should have left.
I promise I wasn't gonna say that.
No, but it is what you're thinking. I'm the one who wanted to move. I thought the job at Seasons was going to be great for all of us. The guys into a better place, Jason into a better school. You know how smart he is. But all he saw was leaving his friends, his home, his life. I don't want to be here.
And he resents you.
Maybe I made a mistake.
No. You did what you thought was best for this family. You're a good mom. I can see that.
I work all the time. I barely see the two of you, and when I do, it was so crazy. And now it's this divorce. I'm afraid he's gonna hate me forever.
Grab him by the collar and start yelling, "Are you leaving through time?"
Jack. I'm not going to sarcasm for you. Take it.
The only play here is to get him talking so we can find out.
Got it. Good job, good job.
Somewhere.
Hello, Richard Martinez? Admiral Herbert Williams. I hope it's okay. Your CEO gave me a home address.
Come in, sir.
And for what? I don't understand.
Sir, I know just showed up on the doorstep with an ounce of plain clothes, but a real serious line. This is about some special ops or secret mission. You have me at hello. I'm in, sir.
I appreciate it. But that's not what, may we come in? Really, this is Martinez, thank you, but we're not going to.
Oh, that was something. What was that for?
Can we ask you some questions?
Of course. I'm sorry, I'm not impressed with that.
You got an impressive folder. Is there a medal or commendation they haven't given you yet?
Yes, we have not many.
That was sarcasm.
Yes. We'll pay you enough. So, considering the risk you have to take, constantly putting your life on the line, not even clearing 6 figures.
I'm fairly compensated, sir. Money is not my main motivation.
And what is?
My parents came here from Maryland when I was 9. My brothers were 6 or something. The risk we took just to get there. After they were sicker than me, with a safety, and it's a good with me. I'm sorry. It's to be emotional just thinking about it.
That's why you're doing?
And we love for the one thing America didn't give me, citizenship. I love this country. I want to stay, I want to vote. I want to protect it from enemies, both foreign and domestic. So there's a mission that needs me. I'm in, sir. No questions asked. Just point me in the right direction.
It's forbidden to moonlight during active service. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
You can't let yourself out to private companies, foreign entities, even in your spare time. You do understand. Yes?
My mother's perspective, what's the time with that be? So the person I back home and over with. My permission to speak to you.
Go ahead.
I don't understand what's going on. Did I do something wrong or incompetent? Because if I did, I swear it wasn't on purpose. I can correct the behavior. Just let me know what I did.
Look, and I never say this, but he's telling the truth.
Yeah, I do too. But let's do this by the numbers. Dig into his life, his family. See if there's any money swirling around we should know about. We can see what's good. See.
Oh, God. Hold on, I'm gonna get you out. We need someone to break the windshield. Maybe we should wait for help. We need to get them out now. That transformer's coming down, and if it hits the car, it's gonna send a current through the metal frame, and they're all gonna die. Hurry your face! Wake up! Wake up!
Help! Ben! What happened? She's not breathing. You need to CPR. I don't know how. Then you do a quick cardio pump.
Okay. What the hell is that?
It's a quick fist strike to the center of the sternum designed to get the heart started. Trust me, it'll work. All I need to just follow my arc. You can do this. Ben, now! Look at me. Ben, the going spot to in 45 minutes. You don't get this. He's gonna die.
It's a fun Jason. I'm gonna bring him back to you. I promise.
Welcome to Night Talk. We have a new caller. 27 years, loyal service, so they could just throw you on the scrapping. I hear you. You're not right. There is a genuine bond between me and my audience. It feels like two old mates across the world's rights. You're a liar. This is the last broadcast you'll ever do.
The Night Caller, a brand new 4-part drama, coming soon to Channel 5 and My 5.
A lot of my patients who have sensitive teeth want a whiter smile. Sensodyne Clinical White has been clinically proven to give 2 shades of whiter teeth and to help protect sensitive teeth. People with sensitive teeth don't have to compromise on having a whiter smile as well. I would absolutely recommend Sensodyne Clinical White to my patients. It's a win all around.
At Morrison's, get 2 packs of Baps or Rolls for £1. Made from scratch by your Market Street baker. Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Oh, stop right there. Check this out. It's incredible. Welcome to Play to Red. Incredible. Our exclusive slot like Prince of Talent, catchphrase, tipping point, and a free daily game for a chance to win 10 grand. Join and get a welcome bonus up to £150. Only at 32red.com.
Well then, here to shake up the shakers. Luxury Brawl, affordable Brawl, the great renovation.
What's wrong with the car? It's okay, lads. I'm with the AA.
What about next? Because the EA has more expert patrols across the country, you'll be back on the road in no time. No wonder more people choose the EA. Join today.
Get your road ready with AliExpress. Download AliExpress app now and win millions of prizes during your wait for Euro 2024. Score more when you shop with AliExpress.
Good morning with Dolcolax. Dolcolax works naturally with your body for overnight constipation relief, making your good morning even better with Dolcolax. At Parkdean Resorts, we have a range of dream caravans to buy for every budget. Discover more about ownership today.
A big tournament, anything can happen. So preparation is key. Anticipate the flash points. Analyse every detail, even the height of the centre back. Only then can you predict more than 8 corners.
Nice one, Larry. You can get the view.
Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with BetBuilder Extra from William Hill.
Oh, Joe.
Hard right, left.
Oh, man. One fucking one.
There's more smash.
I'm fucking right now. I'm right. I'm fucking.
Hey, every month, 30 years.
Fuck it.
Play now.
Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck it. This is not right.
Who is this one?
Oh, fuck it.
With targeted anti-inflammatory muscle and joint medication. Ultra. Actually, are you ready to step up against shingles? The free NHS shingles vaccination is available all year round. If you're 50 or older with a severely weakened immune system, or age 70 to 79, you're eligible now. If you turn 65 on or after the first of September last year, you can get yours from your health. If you're eligible, your GP surgery should send you an invitation or introduce you recently. Not today. Step up against shingles.
Oh.
We're always all day first gag every day. Trucking Heavy is back with the biggest challenges yet. But who is big enough to take the load?
There is no other way.
Every day school day, something needs moving. There is always a way to do it. Buckle up for a brand new series of Trucking Heavy. Thursday at 9 on 5 Action and My Time.
How much further? Quarter mile. You think you're about to pass out? I can make it. Hey. The body hasn't worked out in years. Walk for a minute, right? We'll still make it in time. Hey, what's going on?
Nothing. I'll walk a minute.
No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to hide things from me.
You're upset about me leaving.
I am, but right now I am upset because I thought that you trusted me again, and clearly you don't.
Are you kidding? You're the only person I trust.
Tell me.
The night my mom died, we got into a huge argument. I brought home my first report card from high school. It was all B's. She was furious.
You have an IQ of 197. I can see why you did it on purpose.
I was tired of telling me how special I was. That moving us to America was so I could achieve something. I just wanted to be a normal kid. And I didn't like living in New York, so I told her I hated her for it. And I took off.
Go back.
When I got home later that night, I found her on the kitchen floor. Come on. Wake up! Wake up! She had a brain aneurysm.
I'm so sorry.
My last moments with my mom were full of anger. I never got to tell her I was sorry or thank her for everything she did for me. But that night changed my life. No wonder I got obsessed with physics and time travel. No wonder I wanted to join this program. You can draw a straight line from that moment to this. I need to save Jason. Give him the opportunity to have a relationship with his mom like I never could.
The answer's just up there. And you can do this. There's still time to save Jason.
The kid's a Boy Scout. I went through all his financials. Family's financials, nothing out of the ordinary. He's right, you know. He hasn't had a free moment in a long time. He's tied up pretty heavy in the service since he was 18.
He rules out him working for the private sector or for
Are you sure this is a guy from the floor?
100%. He says it plain.
He does not.
Okay, so Richard Martinez is the correct.
I think the more appropriate phrasing would be Richard Martinez will become the X. Somehow,
Yeah.
we just don't know when or how.
I can remember.
For us, neither the team.
TV. No, second.
Lopsided?
I'll turn this is up again.
I'm gonna put him under
Oh.
surveillance. But while right, no.
What if going and talking to him today just sets up the thing?
How do you mean?
Well, like,
Oh.
so you magic, you go and talk to him, he doesn't really understand. He gets dig into magic, and you find out that this secret, boom, 10 years later, he's a part of the program, and
Did we just make this in? Puzzled about what's going to happen in the future. We need to focus on the present and get back to Ben and Addison APAS.
watch or something.
Jason! Ben, he's over here. Jason! Dad! What are you doing, Jason? Thank God you're okay. Call him before the earthquake. I'm assuming he's still in there. We have to help him. I'll get him. You stay here. No, I'm coming with Ben. If you go in that building, Ziggy says there's only a 30% chance of you making it out.
Listen to me. No matter what happens, I need you to promise me you won't go inside that building.
Dad.
Just promise me.
Get
Get out of the way. It's coming down.
Ben, over here.
Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler. You sure he's in there? Right. Hologram.
He's inside. He's just sitting there in shock.
What are you doing here? There's no time to explain.
Ben, we gotta go.
I know. I know what this is going to
Ben, look out! Ben! Ben! Ben? I need you to wake up now.
John, I'll go for help.
Anne, how much time do we have?
The building's gonna collapse in 2 minutes.
Ben, I can't lose you. Not like this. Not like you're finally starting to me. I need to wake up. I need to wake up. Dad! No, you're not supposed to be here. Dad! Dad, wake up! Come on. Dad! Way to go, kid!
I told you not to come in here.
Mr. Wheeler said you were trapped. I can't let this be by myself. It's too heavy. Ben, this building's coming down.
You're gonna push on through, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3, push!
I'm just fucking middle. What
Sorry. You're safe. You're okay. You're safe now. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay from now on.
Sorry, I just missed this place.
I know. You're all right now.
This doesn't make any sense. You saved him. He should have leaped.
Dad? What's wrong?
I thought saving you would be enough. That you and your mom would fix things, but you never did.
Are you kidding? She doesn't care about me or this family.
That's not true.
She's gonna divorce you, Dad.
I know. And I get the opportunity with her from moving you away from here. But she did it for you. I know it's hard for you to see right now, but one day you will. And trust me, when that day comes, you don't want to look back at this moment wishing you had done things differently, because that regret never goes away.
Hey guys, let's rock and roll. It was good on TV.
Look out! Not for
Kids.
I'm in. Here's the nail that we want to speak to.
We'll stop you crying now. It's going to take a while more to catch.
Oh.
So,
I am the same boy, and I like to do things fast. And now fast just got better. Fast just got better. New Persil Wonder Wash. That's the way invisible dirt and sweat. Our Persil detergent designed for shorter cycle. Better on odor, better on fragrance. New Persil Wonder Wash. Fast just got better.
Playing bingo at Tombola is about being part of our community and having fun. And to keep it fun, most of our players use our safe play tools to set their limits and stay in control.
I've got a weekly deposit limit just so I can keep within my own budget.
The app and the site just gives you so much support, like your limits and everything. Keep it fun, chat with friends, and play safely at Tombola.
Enjoy a creamy and crunchy cornetto from Woods. Good morning, sleep well?
It's your thing. Do what you want to do.
Do your thing. We'll sort the rest. Get great stays at great prices. Premier Inn. Rest easy.
Travelling to Europe this summer. Whether you're off to Parma or Paris, in just a few taps, you can set up a travel account in the NatWest app and swap pounds for euros on the go. So you can shop like a local with fee-free spending. Search NatWest Travel to get more out of your next trip. Tomorrow begins today with NatWest, proud partner of Team GB.
Monday you want something fresh and green, but on Thursday you want a treat. Now, with Deliveroo, get the groceries you want now, in as little as 20 minutes.
What's it like having Sky TV? It was great. Feels like when the train goes stop, but right where you're standing. And you actually get a seat. And it's one of these. Then the train gets diverted to Mallorca. Then you have this music from this bonkers dance floor. Then that song comes on, but it's so by an actual comedian. Anyhow, Sky TV feels like all of that. But Kelly, Sky, believe in better.
With generative AI on AWS, companies are already transforming how they work to generate new ideas and turn experiments into reality. AWS has innovative tools and services, so you can quickly build and scale generative AI with security built in. With generative AI on AWS, businesses can push the boundaries of innovation.
Bring your way with Ladbrokes 1, 2, 3. This heroes predict 3 correct scores, and you could net yourself £50 cash. It's free to play across the Euros and is available on all the biggest games. Play together at Ladbrokes.
I need you every single day and I want you. I want you every single way and I need you. I need you every single way and I love.
New flavors in store now.
Technology is all around, but technology alone is not enough. For me, the drive is everything. All electric Lexus RZ.
Please emergency, how can I help?
Street, Machete. New series.
3 cops been stopped.
3.
New force.
Where's the taser? I told you, it's all kick it off.
Hunting armed and violent criminals.
206, I've got contact with a little stand by. A 15-year-old girl was being stabbed.
This is the 9th.
The higher the crime rates, the higher the stakes. Inside the Force 24/7. Tuesday at 9 on 5 Action and My5.
Hi, Mom. Oh, I'm so glad you're all right. Thank you, John, for bringing it back to me.
Well, he had a lot of help.
I'm so sorry how you found out about your dad, and I never wanted that. I know. Dad told me about how you helped those people. Are you hurt? Nothing that can't be healed. I love you, Mom. I love you too so much.
Ben? 사랑해.
Ben, you did it. Ziggy says that Jason and Naomi reconciled, and he goes on to become a civil engineer. He helps change the way buildings are designed by standard earthquakes. His innovations have been credited with saving thousands of lives. Ben, what are you doing?
The phones are working. It's 1989. My mother's still alive. I can call her.
Ben, we didn't get through. I can't let you do that. Ben.
Damn it, I can't remember the number.
You realize you're about to leave at any moment.
Addison, please. I have to call her.
Two 177-2350.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course. What's up?
So you know how I figured out that Ben was using gravitational navigation, zigzagging his way through time, sort of building up speed from leap to leap in order to get deep into the past?
Yeah.
Well, after everything that happened today with Leaper with Martinez, it got me thinking that maybe I was looking at the math wrong.
Okay.
I don't think that Ben was trying to get to the past. I think that Ben was trying to leap into the future.
That shouldn't be possible.
This should be possible, Magic. I mean, everyone thinks that something is impossible until somebody comes around and figures out that it isn't. And maybe Ben figured it out. He certainly is smart enough.
If he did, you're the only one smart enough to figure out how and why. Get on it.
I'm sorry. Yep. I know I shouldn't have given Ben a number, but if I didn't, I would have done the same thing. Are you all left? Okay. And it's different in there. Different how? Okay, Ben, old Ben, he's amazing. Of course he was. I was going to marry him, but the Ben that's in there, he's more vulnerable, more open, more free with his feelings in a way that I'd always hoped we'd get to, but it feels like I'm falling even more in love with him. Despite all of this. Is that insane?
No. It's beautiful.
Hey, do you want to get dinner? Maybe catch up on some housewives? Yes, and I guess so. For you. Oh, those women have their hooks in you, don't they? Maybe. But before anything, I gotta call my mom. That last sleep did a number on me. Yes.
Father Davenport, thank God. I'm afraid it's gotten worse. Please, come in.
Please emergency, how can I help?
Room on street, full of machete.
New series.
3 cops in stock.
3.
You Force.
Where's the taser?
The higher the crime rates, the higher the stakes. Inside the Force, 24/7, Tuesday at 9 on 5 Action and My5.
This is Night Talk. Welcome to the show. There is a genuine bond between me and my audience. It feels like 2 old mates puts the world to rights. You're a liar. This is the last broadcast you'll ever give.
The Night Caller, a brand new 4-part drama, coming soon to Channel 5 and My5. The following contains scenes of horror.
Dr. Ben Song risked everything when he used the Quantum Leap Accelerator to travel back in time. Now our team's working to find out why. As he leaps between bodies with no memory of who he is, he still has one hope, that his next leap takes him back to the place and people he calls home.
Father Davenport, thank God. I'm afraid it's gotten worse. Please, come in. Thank you for traveling all the way from Baltimore. We tried a local priest, but he didn't have your reputation. I'm Lola, Daisy's mother. Our maid, Magda. Everyone else is in parlor.
Happy Halloween. Nice costume.
This way, please, Father.
Okay. Not a costume.
Welcome. Charles, Daisy's father. This is my brother Percival. Percy's fine. Only Aunt Tessa calls him Percy.
Put that drink down, Percival, for goodness sake. You are in the presence of a man of faith. Contessa Gray, welcome to my home. I'm sorry you have to visit it under such unfavorable circumstances.
Ziggy says that there is an 89% chance that you are here to perform an exorcism.
What?
That cannot be right.
Sorry.
What is the condition of the afflicted? Probably best you see for yourself. Before I begin, it's been a long journey. Do you have a restroom?
Water closet.
Water closet I can use?
Exorcism? Yes, hey, keep your voice down. All right. In the original history, Father James Davenport attempted an exorcism on Daisy Gray. After what the Covington Gazette described as a holy battle, the priest failed. Daisy died 6 minutes after midnight. That's what you're here to change.
Exorcisms aren't real. And even if they were, I'm not religious. I don't believe in possession.
Then you are literally possessing that guy's body right now.
Okay. Fair point.
Look, I don't know if the demon is real or not, but what I do know is that the machine sent you here for a reason. So let's just go through the motions until we figure out why.
Fine. A spoiler alert, the demon's not real.
It started 3 weeks ago. She began to speak in riddles. Her strength has doubled unnaturally. She can't remember things she said or done.
What's that smell?
It's the rotting stench of the demon. Ready? She won't let Magda clean that off. We tried straining her with rope, but she chewed right through it.
Daisy did this?
No. It was the demon. Mother.
Oh, man.
It's all right.
Oh, okay.
Father Davenport is here now.
Oh,
It's an angel. Sent here to save me.
How's this gonna go? Is the question you may have.
3 steps.
3 steps. Step 1.
You command the demon to reveal itself.
I command the demon to reveal itself.
The exorcist and the demon fight for the soul of the possessed.
The exorcist, that's me. And the demon, she. Fight for the soul of the possessed. And 3.
The demon wins. If the exorcist wins. The last priest didn't make it past the first step. I'll wait downstairs.
Now what? Step 1. Book. Hey, at least you get to use your high school Latin.
Good Lord. Okay. Exorcismus de Lucium de Spiritus Secundo Testes. What just happened?
Not sure. Some sort of glitch. Just keep going. You're doing great.
Hominis in cursus infernalis secta diabolica. Hey. In nomine Domini nostri Jesu Christi. Eradicare, eradicare.
There's some sort of glitch. The system just kicked me out. Ian?
Over here.
Are you wearing cat ears?
What? I keep them in my desk in case of emergencies.
Okay, well, speaking of emergencies, Ben is like in 1934. Need exorcism alone.
Yeah, something is interfering with the signal in the imaging chamber. I mean, we can still track his location and his vitals. I just can't hear or see him for some reason.
Why?
I can only speculate, but maybe it was the demon.
Ian, what?
What? Something supernatural is not entirely impossible. Sam Beckett believed that God was guiding the quantum accelerator, so maybe the demon really is trying to here.
Well, Ben has 6 hours until Daisy dies. How long until we get this thing back online?
I don't really understand what's happening, so just let me run some diagnostics and we'll go from there.
Addison. Father? The doctor's here.
It's a great time for the doctor to come in. You can, he may enter.
Dr. Felix Watts. Like to administer.
Yes, please. What have you done? Oh, for her. Yes, absolutely. Good call. So I take it you're not a believer?
The patient is suffering and the family's denying her medical treatment because of their religious misgivings. Yeah. You were part of the problem. No thanks.
None taken. I would love to find a rational explanation for what's happening here.
Really? Yeah. Well, the rational explanation is that this is an illness of the mind. She needs cutting-edge medical intervention, electroshock therapy, for instance, Or perhaps alibi me. Leland and your bindings? Better sleep in cover.
Is that safe?
There's no demon here, Bob. Only a girl of 18. She can do much if she wanted to.
Joan of Arc was only 17 when she led the French army to victory. There's a cathedral in France, in one of the arms, where Joan of Arc went to pray before God. Auntie Tessa took me there when I was little.
Daisy, Dr. Watts believes there's a logical explanation to what's happening here.
Don't worry, Father. I know the demon is real. This is a battle of faith. When my father lost his job at the motor car company on account of the Depression, he stopped going to church. And my mother stopped because we lost our house and had nothing in Tessa. Mother says his house gives her the creeps.
I can't disagree with her there.
About 3 weeks ago, just after my 18th birthday, the wallpaper. My father said God turned his back on us. He was wrong. God sent an angel to help Joan in her battle, and God sent you to help me. The book of Revelation says, "Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Be thou faithful unto death." And Father, I intend to be faithful unto death.
How is she?
Sleeping. She's a young woman of remarkable faith.
She's a fighter. Reminds me of someone I used to know.
She looks just like you.
Inherited my sense of conviction, too. Thank you, Father,
For what?
for coming here. You are the answer to our prayers.
Something to lighten the mood? Can I tempt you? I better not. Long night ahead.
You know what that does to your liver?
I'm more concerned for my soul than my liver. I'll leave this here just in case you change your mind.
Just something I used to sing to Daisy when she cried as a baby.
You have a nice voice.
I trained a little when I was Daisy's age. Wanted to go to Hollywood, be the next Gloria Swanson. But then I got pregnant with Daisy. Do you think it's my fault?
What?
The demon. We were young when I got pregnant. Charles and I weren't married yet. He said punishment.
18 years and 9 months seems a little long for God to wait before doling out punishment.
It's locked. Open this door!
Was it? Oh. Are you hurt? Who took off her restraints?
What's all the commotion? Where's Aunt Tessa? Dear God.
Hello.
We've noticed some unusual activity on your account.
They took £83,000.
I can free any help. And this guy stole your money.
I am done with being tread on.
Cold Core. Stream the full series now on My 5.
Looking for a healthier mouth? Start by saying hello to Healthier Gums. New Corsidil Active Gum Health Mouthwash is specially formulated by our gum experts to target bacteria that brushing leaves behind. And to help prevent further build-up, creates a protective sheet, leaving your mouth feeling minty fresh. Say hello to new Corsidil Active Gum Health.
Good morning with Dulcolax. Dulcolax works naturally with your body for overnight constipation relief, making your good morning even better with Dulcolax.
Foodies, humans need such a variety of hobbies to keep them satisfied. Fortunately for us cats, all we need is the wide range of gourmet, exquisite mousses, savoury cakes, and mini fillets in gravy. What more do we need? Well, we both need this. Daily Delight is the endless variety of gourmet, my Purina.
Because your toes need sand between them. Because this rendezvous needs Paris. And this silence needs to be heard. Because your senses need to travel. We've pushed back the boundaries with up to 422 miles electric range and up to 8 years earlier care. New Peugeot all-electric E3000 pleasure powered.
If you're on one of the big mobile networks, you can save up to £144 a year with a Lebara SIM-only deal.
Lebara, smarter.
Right. Hope you're going. Up your game with Hellman's, official partner of Euro 2024.
What's wrong with the car? It's okay, lads. I'm with the AA. Ah? Bombay mix?
Because the AA has more expert patrols across the country, you'll be back on the road in no time. No wonder more people choose the AA. Join today.
We're leaving now.
Be good. We will. We've got Wi-Fi.
I'm Agnes, and this is the Fox of Sheen podcast.
Where's the needle? Oh, seriously? It's been 15 seconds.
Let them out their fun. Enjoy a full house, fully connected. Get Sky Broadband with speed and Wi-Fi guaranteed or money back.
You don't have to catch every wave. Ladbrokes has time limits, deposit limits, and reality checks, so you can stay in control. Bring your wave responsibly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What else can I get for you today?
Ooh, what's that? Orkney mature cheddar. Fresh in today. Go on, just a thin slice.
Thickly sliced for you.
Thanks.
Of course.
Yeah, cod. Salmon freshly filleted today.
Lovely. Saves me butchering it.
Pretty sirloin. Cut just how you like it.
Brilliant.
Hey, that's tea sorted.
And something for actors.
Ooh, fresh donuts. Can't resist.
From market stall to market street, 125 years of serving quality fresh food.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Most people move to the Hamptons for the lifestyle,
I'll take it.
but Emily Thorne is there for something else.
My father died an innocent man, betrayed by the woman he loved. When everything you love has been stolen from you, sometimes all you have left is revenge. Someone has to pay.
Escape the Euros this summer with Revenge. Stream the full series now on My 5.
Trucking Heavy is back with the biggest challenges yet. This is it. But who is big enough to take the load? Something needs moving. There's always a way to do it. Buckle up for the brand new series of Trucking Heavy. Thursday at 9 on 5 Action and My 5.
There must be a rational explanation. I'm struggling to conjure one. Come on, you're supposed to be the man of science. What do you think happened 3 weeks ago? What? Daisy's symptoms began 3 weeks ago, right after her birthday. I'm not sure. It could explain her symptoms. If it's an illness for no illness of the mind could have doubled her strength. There is no manner in which Daisy could have lifted Contessa Gray's body onto that armoire. Doctor, are you starting to believe? In medical school, we studied the words of Hippocrates. To know is science. To believe one knows is ignorance. I'm afraid this has gone beyond the realm of what I know. When I was in school, I was taught to examine all the variables before drawing conclusions. The Vatican teaches that. Yes, yes. I have to consider every possible explanation. This man is counting on me to help them. Daisy's counting on me.
Oh, what a lovely day. This is just.
Jen says no other department had any issues, that the interference isolated to the imaging chamber, which makes no sense. What was that?
Nothing, I'm just monitoring Ben's vitals. He's fine. Everyone's fine real fast.
Ian?
Okay, so he's freaking out a little bit.
God, I feel so useless. Is there anything else that we could be doing?
I'm running every single diagnostic that I can. I literally have 2 separate teams trying to mount 2 different workarounds. But you might want to start preparing yourself for the possibility that you won't get back in there before 12:06. In the meantime, I figured that Reddit might be able to offer us some insight in what's going on in Ben's current timeline.
Oh my god. Daisy killed Gray on Pesta?
And web crawlers 19 said that according to the constable's report, Contessa Gray was found dead on top of an armoire. Now, Daisy was the only one alone with her at the time of death. There was no way that she could lift up that body.
I gotta get back in there. You have to figure this out, man.
I figured it out.
I knew you'd come around.
Oh, never been a gym guy. Still not. Hey, what's with all the encyclopedias?
I sell them. Door to door. Charles says it's just an excuse to screw around with lonely housewives all day. To which I say, I'm a salesman and a public servant.
Hey, what happened 3 weeks ago? I noticed Charles didn't want to talk about it.
Are you a priest or a constable?
Any information that can help Daisy?
Don't know how it could help with the exorcism, but
The night of Daisy's birthday, Charles and Aunt Tessa got into an argument about money.
Won't have you relying on my inheritance, either.
I said I don't want her money!
See, I'm used to screwing.
Charles isn't. He married the pretty girl, got the good job, and he lost that job. Let's just say, lately, he's been.
So the demon is mine.
It's Saturday morning.
Whose fault is it? We lost our life savings! It was an investment, okay?
Who knew the market would crash?
You told me it was foolproof. You lied to get to my money. And greed is a sin as much as wrath.
So now the demon is my fault, too.
Okay, all right. Why don't we just both take a beat, say a few Hail Marys?
I beg your pardon. Daisy is unwell again.
I'll see to her.
No. Mrs. Gray is requesting you, Father.
She was starting to calm down after the incident, so I gave her dinner. Some soup, that's all she can stomach. Then
Maybe it's best.
I should have put on the sand of the sea. So he stretched up, and upon his head began a blasphemy. Capturing him, up to him from every street region. When immediately there fell from his eyes as if had been scaled.
I want my faith and not my sight.
Daisy, I don't know what's going on, but the demon isn't real.
Yes, it's my faith.
Are you all right, Father? I heard you cry out.
Get the doctor!
Daisy? Daisy, are you okay? Of course you're not.
Are you feeling all right, Father?
Okay, much better. Now that I found the source of the smell, what demon stench? Someone's lying. I just need to figure out who put this there.
That would be me. Yes, I put the fish under Daisy's bed.
Too foolish into thinking the demon is real.
Who you? The demon is real. We call it Dybbuk in my culture. It's a part of Jewish tradition the fish protects from the Dybbuk. Daisy's father would never allow me to hang that in her room, so I stuck one in. Real fish is more potent.
Oh, it's potent, all right. Using meaning to the term red herring. So you had nothing to do with Altessa's death.
I liked Miss Contessa. After the market crash, she let me keep my job. She doesn't spend a penny on herself anymore, saves her money for charity.
Would anyone else have any reason to harm her?
No. She had money, but she made it very clear in her new will that Daisy would inherit everything after her 18th birthday.
So Daisy now stands to inherit everything. Well,
Daisy would never hurt her auntie on purpose. It was the Dybbuk, the demon.
I didn't want to do it. I never wanted to get married.
Really?
I mean, I'm sure my parents loved each other once, but by the time they got divorced, they couldn't be in the same room together. So I made a choice. That was never going to be my life. And then it happened.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do? Very lovely.
What if he never makes it back? Those things are getting harder and harder. He might get stuck in time, and I'll never see him again.
You know, in quantum physics, there's this concept that if you believe in something, it helps make it true. Like that's what Ian told me when they tried to get me to make a vision board with them.
Oh yeah, I know. Pass on that too.
I think maybe they were right. It's okay to be worried. It's okay to be confused. Angry sometimes. But we are going to break that path. I know it. I see it. I won't settle for anything less.
So your advice is to make a Ben vision board?
My advice is to not lose hope. I believe in you. I believe in us. We're going to solve this thing. Just gotta have a little faith. You there?
I could really use someone to talk to right now. This you'll have to do.
So Yeah. Oh. Okay. Let's just stop and sort of wash out. We'll have the families there and I'm walking in the ways together. And I say, oh man, what the fuck? Oh man. Fucking hell. Let's see. Okay, but let's start out. Let's fucking nervous. Oh my god. Oh man, what the fuck? Fuck me. Fucking hell, man. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck, I'm freezing. Come on, for fuck's sake. Oh, fucking Lord. Oh, man. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. Oh, man, I'm fucking freezing. I can't believe it. Oh, I'm just fucking over this whole fucking minute. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Come on, man. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, my God. Oh, man. Fucking. Oh, oh, man, what the fuck? Oh, geez, I'm really jumping. I'm fucking a bit cold, to be honest. I'm a driver and all sorts of fucking crazy. Oh, 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 I feel as well. Oh. 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 That's right, that's going in the fucking room for a while. Oh, I'm fucking crazy, really. I shouldn't do this. But I'll do it. I don't see it's fucking prison, for fuck's sake. Oh. 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 I see you smile and sing it to shops go out in the food. Oh, fuck, I don't need. Oh, man. Don't be like this. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't breathe. That bit of pain drives me insane. What the fuck? Making me. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I just keep weird dreaming. It was fucking. It was so clear, it was crazy. I was dreaming. I was dreaming about like things like this, like that. There's a fucking bit of good smoke there, and it's been on the floor fucking for a little while. Anyway. Oh, what's this? I think that's empty. Oh, I know what those is. Oh, there's a bag. Oh, the chip shop smell. Fucking smells lovely. Fucking hell. Oh, fucking hell. My knees are in fucking pain. Oh, fucking hell. You're doing this to me again. I look at this, right? It's fucking mad. It's 100% okay. But it's fucking. What's going on? Who's dropping through again? Oh, I'm sure I heard it. I fucking did. Where the fuck is it? Oh no, I fucking heard it. I can smell it. No, I smell it. Fucking. I heard it. I fucking heard it. Where the fuck did I see it? Oh, what the fuck? It's not it, but I know it's not true. Fucking right. Yeah, I don't know where to get fucking so many fucking beach balls. I mean, like, that's 50 fucking beach balls. I mean, 25 one side and 25 in another ones. I mean, like, oh, sorry. Yeah, that'll be alright, that'll be fine. Oh, all I stand up was my knees. Fuck it. Oh, pain. Fuck me. What time is it now? Oh, it's 3:30. Yeah, 3. It's about 3 in the morning. Oh, fuck it. Oh. Oh, I've got my sausage here.
Wimbledon, where every little detail can make the difference. All the sounds, all the sights, all the courts. That's some proper tennis. With your choice of 18 courts and Ultra HD, get closer to the action. Wimbledon starts Monday on BBC iPlayer.
It's your bin. It's your bill.
Oh. It's your shopping.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
It's your home. It's your family. It's your attention. It's your operation.
It's your environment. It's your safety.
It's your community.
It's your future. If it's important to you, it's important to us. Our coverage will make sure your voice is heard. It's your election.
This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
It's lovely.
أنا بكره الياسمين. بكره عشان بصحى بدري وساعات بروح أنام تحت السطح.
عارفة الياسمين اللي بتجمعيه بيروح فين؟
الياسمين إن أنا بجمعه وبيتحول إلى عطور وبيروح الدول اللي في العالم.
Perfume is a $50 billion industry and growing. And there's one flower that's found in hundreds of bottles, considered to be the most valuable scent in the business.
the most beautiful flower that exists in perfumery.
Most exotic and wonderful of all scents, jasmine. BBC Eye Investigations takes you to the heart of the jasmine trade in Egypt.
That'd be nice to song called Jasmine. Jasmine, how you doing? I'm fine.
Children, some as young as 5 years old, are working in dangerous conditions throughout the night, and pickers are earning as little as $1 a day, while huge profits are made by giants in the business. This investigation reveals who the real masters of the perfume industry are.
There is this yin layer. They are the ones controlling everything that goes into the fragrance.
And how they are falling short of the human rights commitments that they're promoting publicly.
They are not actually doing things that they are promised to do. It's very disturbing.
ما كنتش متخيل ان انا اشوف الوضع بالشكل ده.
As we expose for the first time the use of child labor in the supply chains of some of the world's most luxurious fragrances.
Well, yeah, I ain't just doing it.
Egyptian jasmine blooms just after sunset. In order to catch the fragrance, the flower needs to be picked before it withers in the sun's heat. Heather's family is one of thousands of pickers that have to start work in the middle of the night.
نزلنا بدري انا وعيالي ولا معيش الا كشاف واحد عيالي مش هيشوفوا دماغ في الضلمه. والله واصل والله أنس والله عشان تلحق الحضانة بجرح. عمنا مصر بهدلنا.
Please,
Pickers have to strain their eyes to find the flower, fighting mosquitoes and pesticides as they gather as much jasmine as possible.
أي ريحة بتعملها الساعة نسيب بالذات ريحة النسيم بتضغط عليها أكتر. الريحة اللي عندها حساسية في الجين مبطلش هرش الجسم.
Asmana's eyes have started to cause her pain, and today her mother Heather is taking her to a doctor's appointment 30 kilometers away from her village.
أهلا أهلا يا رسمة. عاملة إيه؟ قولي بقى عين تعبتي؟ إزاي؟ كل ما تفوت يا بابا رفعت فيها. تمام. قلبنا ياسين بصحى من الساعة 3 بالليل. انتي الشغل بتاعك ده ياسين كله بالليل. بطلع الساعة 7:30 أو 8. تمام كتير قوي. اشتغل حوالي 6 ساعات. ماشي. خلي بقى عينك مع البالونة. ودي رسمة ايه؟ مش شايفاها طب ليه؟
This fucking throbbing, man. My knee's fucking throbbing. It's like fucking pain. Oh my god. Oh my god, I like to drink. Fuck it. That fucking, oh man, it's nice. Oh yeah.
Excellent.
Oh yeah.
The doctor fees and medication were expensive, and Heather and her children weren't able to work that night, losing a day's pay. The promises to support the communities that are growing jasmine in Egypt
go far beyond glossy promotional material. Every layer of the supply chain has also signed a letter of commitment to the United Nations, pledging to abide by UN guidelines promoting safe working practices and eliminating child labour.
It's very disturbing.
We took our evidence to Professor Tomoya Obokata, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery.
On paper, they are promising so many good things like supply chain transparency and the fight against child labor. Looking at this footage, they are not actually doing things that they are promised to do. It may look like an empty promise, just a ticking box exercise. There's no safety consideration. They are not able to receive education, and their mental and physical well-being are affected as a result of that. And from what I see from these footages, these families may not have a choice, but they rely on the children to make money. All of these are quite clear indicators of hazardous work, which may constitute the worst form of child labor.
Why is accountability throughout the supply chain voluntary and opaque, with no international regulation despite corporate promises and clear guidelines from the UN? We spoke to a senior executive who works for the fragrance house Givaudan. They agreed to speak to us if we didn't reveal their identity.
What you first need to realise is that the relationship between the master and the fragrance house is an informal and trust-based relationship. If a human rights issue in the supply chain comes up, the masters meet with the fragrance house directly. The masters would never carry out specific checks at the factories or fields, for example. Instead, they rely on us to instruct third-party auditing companies to prove that due diligence checks have been done.
Two of the main auditing firms that the masters and fragrance houses use are Sedex and UEBT.
Sedex is a global membership organization that helps identify and manage ethical sourcing risks.
The UEBT Ethical Biotrade Standard was developed to help companies and their people in the field.
Both Sedex and UEBT assure their clients that they can help them source responsibly. So why has child labour been missed by some masters and fragrance houses, despite their supply chains being regularly audited? These audit reports are not available to the public, and to obtain them you have to be part of the supply chain. So we're contacting one of the main producers of jasmine oil in Egypt, posing as a potential buyer wanting to buy ethically sourced jasmine.
That was burning up. My knee was burning, and I had sort of foot spa spray, like a odor and shit like that. So I just fucking sprayed it over my knee. I thought, fuck it. Oh, nice and cool. It was lovely. It was.
After the visit to the factory, they sent us the SEDEX and UEBT audit report.
That.
The SEDEX report from A Factory & Co was glowing. However, the visit was pre-announced. They visited during the day, and only the factory site was audited. 62 employees were noted to be working there, the youngest worker being 32 years old. There was no mention of the jasmine farms or the thousands of pickers that are working throughout the night across the region. Sarah Dadouche is a professor of law and founder of the Responsible Contracting Project, where she works on improving human rights in global supply chains.
A lot of these fragrance companies say, oh, we have all kinds of auditing schemes in place to ensure that there is no child labor anywhere in our supply chain. But what your research reveals is that those systems aren't working.
the auditors are only auditing what they're paid to audit. And so that may not include the jasmine fields. It may not include the price that is being paid for the jasmine.
When we went through the UEBT report that A. Factory & Co. gave us, we found that they had visited the farms in 2023, and there was an indication of a human rights issue, although there are no further details as to what the human rights issue is, and no mention of child labour. And despite this, A. Factory & Co. was still awarded a verification, which means the company can advertise to the rest of the industry that they offer responsibly sourced jasmine oil. We asked SEDEX and UEBT for a comment, and they said,
SEDEX is firmly against all forms of labour rights abuses. We exist to help businesses address these, but no one tool alone can or should be relied on to uncover and environmental, human rights risks or impacts.
So, Johnny,
UEBT conducted.
I think I'll just call you Mr. Condom. I think Mr. Condom. Yeah. You're a bit fucking weird. I mean, what the fuck?
The attestation is valid till mid-2020.
I've got a load of stuff for ladies actually at the moment. I've got my bag filled up with ladies stuff.
Audit teams are really just picking up on the symptoms of a business model that isn't working for human rights. The major root cause is the price. The price is something that is very much within the control of the fragrance houses and of the masters. They are the ones that are setting the budget for how much is going to be put into producing a particular fragrance.
Things are changing and legislation is coming through, albeit slowly. In 2017, France passed a duty of vigilance law that requires large.
Yeah, I'm going to put my necklace in. Yeah, my necklace. That's going in the jewelers. I'll be getting some money and I'll be paying for a load of shit for the kids and all that. Because it's nearly time. It's going to be summer time. It's the 6th. Summertime is going to be like 7th and 8th, isn't it? Sort of thing. And at that time, there'll be like loads of people going to the beaches and all that. So I'm thinking about the kids and everything. So I'm going to have all these fucking blow up footballs, which are beach balls to use on the beach and all that. And also these other beach balls, which are actually beach. Yeah, 50 of these fuckers, 50 of them. Yeah, I'm paying for this, and I'm just going to give it away. It's quite funny what I do, but I do it because it makes sense. Yeah, it's about happiness. I want kids to be happy. I want families to be happy. I want them to not have to worry about paying out for this, that, and the other when I can actually sort them out. Because I'm the goodie bag guy. See, this is it. I was the piano man, but like I say, I never made much money out of that really myself. But I love what I was doing. It was listening to families. It was listening to the music. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's great. Reupholstered. It was nice to have a different setting. I mean, but I don't know. I did like the first one. I slept on it. It was outside for a little while, and fucking I laid on it. And I went straight to sleep, just out the front on the sea. It was crazy. It was really nice. It was fucking lovely. I couldn't believe it. But like now it's gone. It's gone now. So that's it. I've just like cold water facing my head. And, it's lovely. It was fucking nice. It's better. You know what I mean? I've got a problem with my sink. It's blocking like fuck. It's crazy. It takes fucking forever to get the water to go down. That's the only problem I really have now. I do take a lot of these tablets which I buy from Savers. I mean, it seems to have sorted out the situation with my lower back. Because I'd struggle up the fucking shop and I'd struggle home. But it's not as bad now, Mo. It's all right. It's a lot better because I mean I think it's because of the tablets I'm taking. For my bones and every, you know, muscles and fucking heart and fucking vision and eyes and all, you know, fucking lots of different shit. I'll just buy it myself. I don't need to see a doctor or nothing. No fucking way. Don't go to a doctor. I'd suggest you don't go to a doctor. Down and slag you off and say, oh yeah, you're not well, this is it. You've got this, you've got that, you've got this, you've got that, you've got this, you've got that. Oh, hang on, you might have. Yeah, so you might be walking around fucking stressed out and fucking all that bollocks. You're better off not seeing a doctor, right? And just fucking normal life. And if you die, you die. You know, this is it. I mean, I don't see a doctor. I don't want to see a doctor, right? But you're better off not going to a doctor. They're just going to. It's a situation of them being derogative. Yeah. I think I'll just pick holes in you and say this and say that and say this, and you're like, fuck hell, really? Is it that bad? And I say, yes, it is. I'm a doctor and I think it's like this. Well, fuck you then, doctor. Because I'm going to go and see Dr. Happy because he's fucking shit up. Yeah, I'm Dr. Happy. This is it. I'm Dr. Happy. I think what I'll do is I'll just print some and see how the ink is. I got some ink on eBay. I shouldn't have really. Well, the warranty says don't fucking get it. Well, that's right. I only paid 180 quid for it. I mean, that was it. So we're just going to.
We asked the three main factories for a comment, and they.
I was going to get some ink. Oh, sorry, it's all right now. It's fine. There is. That's great. Lovely. Yeah. Yeah. Now, what I want to do find is I want to find out what I tried to copy yesterday.
2018, the monitoring of the UEPT.
Yeah, this is perfect. Oh, I think what we'll do is as I'm putting it's an inconvenience to not be able to go in the co-op shop. After all these years, 25 years, I can't go in there now. You know, because I might end up going to jail because it's trespassing and all this bullshit. But you know, I found out the lady's name is Kim because next door told me her name. Next door, well, you know, she's fucking nosy. You know what I mean? She chats to her wow, you know what I mean? But she does drink a lot next door, and I'm not really keen on people like that. You know, who start drinking, it fucking scares the shit out of me because I'm like, oh my god, you're an alcoholic. Let's have a look.
We refuse to comment on the report, which is based on misleading information.
Eco jasmine that's completely intoxicating.
The masters, it's in their interest to have the public believe.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go to the bit where I found the words on the television and I'll put some stuff with it.
Between the preciousness in the market.
I do say to be as you wish to be, that is the answer. Because I mean, it is the fucking truth. You waste time and you're wasting your time if you're going to listen to be or not to be, that as a question. If you listen to be or not to be, that as a question, it's just like someone who's done anything about anything. I mean, I ain't got a fucking clue, man. I'm to be or not to be, that as a question. Yeah, because I've got questions because I ain't got an answer. So.
All of the entities in the perfume industry accept that they have a responsibility to
that's what I say, there is. I'll tell you what, I'll print
to inadequate due diligence checks on the ground,
one picture.
And a lack of
this is my SETI, this is how it looks.
It appears that the masters have also failed to recognise the impact that their squeezed prices have on the livelihoods of the jasmine pickers.
Yeah.
If anything needs to change, it will be a commitment that's made by the whole perfume industry.
Oh my god. It would get better and better. Maybe we had to wait for the ink to go right into it. I mean, because it was a bit fucking mad to watch. To look at it, it was like, fucking that's a bit fucked. Hardly any colour in the picture. I thought that's fucking mad. But it's probably not in the fucking machine yet. Well, certainly, I poured it in, but it's probably going to go right in, you know, this is it. come on, pain. Fucking go away, pain. Why? Look at this. Look, fucking hell, yes.
Breathing the lives of communities in the Jasmine is a responsibility for the entire chain. And it's incumbent upon us all to continue taking action to remove the risk of child labour entirely. Child labour, in whatever form, diametrically contrasts the principles and standards we pride ourselves.
Capsules, but I've noticed that they've been around for a while. So I'm probably going to kill myself now.
Zero tolerance for child labour. We've engaged a trusted
Yeah, it might be a bit old. I don't know. I've been clearing some shit that's been in this place for fucking years.
You've now fully transitioned to a new supplier in Egypt.
I only took one, just to hopefully clear the pain from this fucking, like, oh my god. Fucking so painful, it's crazy. Oh, fucking ow. And I was walking down the shop, from the shop, right? I looked in the side of the glass and around in the windows of the shops, right? And my stomach was like, where was that? Here's something. It was like, whoa, like that. It was massive. I couldn't believe it. I thought, look at me. Oh my God, I'm messed up. You know, seriously. All these sections, they really fucked me up, I say. 18 years of fucking sections. Getting out, you know, I was scared, I was nervous. I was like, when are they going to come and get me next? And I'm listening to shit like that. I was sitting with William Meaney, the Saints football player, and he's a good mate, really. But I mean, I just can't sit in that fucking Matt Baker's again. No way. Their food is fucking me up. And their mentality is fucking not very nice.
But the cold front associated with it was spread across the country.
Well, the staff were okay, but there's one lady that's not very nice. She shouldn't have shouted at me like she did.
But it will bring a change to the air temperature. Plenty of sunshine here, but windy, with showers or long spells of rain for northwest England, North Wales, Northern Ireland, and into Scotland. So the temperatures here much lower than of late. The highs of 24, 25 degrees across the southeast, but warmer along North Sea coast as we've lost the onshore breeze.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, really. I had a couple of joints of weed in my pocket, and I give it to the girls. I said, yeah, my head was giddy spells, and I thought, fucking hell, this is weird. Whoa. And so I said, yeah, you can have that, right? And the next day I got shouted at so crazy. It was, that lady couldn't shout any louder. She was at the top of her volume, you know. They're really fucking shouting so loud, it's crazy. Right in my face. Yeah, fucking right, man. You're born! Fucking really fucking loud. I couldn't believe it. I said, well, fuck off. I don't know what I said now, but I was shouting over to her from the chip shop. Because there was guys there working, and they couldn't believe what they heard, you know. And it was just made me think, I'm never going to go there again. I just don't know that woman. If I could punch her face in, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? You're going to say anything? Because if you say anything, I'm going to knock you out, bitch. Yeah, not really. I'm not going to do that. I don't hear anyone. I don't really.
Slice of the UK through the day. To the north of it stays quite blustery with sunshine and showers being cool. There's some good sunny spells across the south.
Yeah, you can't hurt people. You can't go around punching people because it's in history. You know, you'll look back and think, fuck me. Or maybe someone else might look at that and say, fuck it, that's a bit naughty. I would say it's a little bit fucking mad in a moment. Oh fucking! I hope it's gonna be all right. It's eBay fucking deal.
I used to work the whole day when I was pregnant. I didn't take much rest. I remember being thirsty all the time and out of breath.
Acabamos de llegar al lugar donde va a comenzar la búsqueda del migrante desaparecido.
So from where we're at right now,
yeah.
See from left to right and right to left.
Yeah.
Wooded area denotes the border between north and south.
I just paid for 2 packets of fucking ink. £11 I think for 4 bottles. So I got fucking 2 of them, 22 quid or whatever. I thought it was a little bit green, but no, I think it's all right. I'm sure I can see the red say. Let's have a look. Oh, fucking hell.
inspiring short films from the BBC.
Nice. Hang on.
Watch now on iPlayer.
That's a little bit fucking bit.
The future is already here.
That's a bit green, really. I'll do it again. We'll see what happens.
See this technology moving in the future.
Flipping burger robot. From gadgets to gaming, the virtual reality landscape has changed quite a bit in the last sustainability to AI.
By using giant nets and AI robots to deal with plastic pollution. This is where the technology is being tested. Yay! And I'm very good.
Yes, it's good. The latest developments from the world of tech.
Cheers, man. That sausage is fucking. It's rumbling in my stomach. It's like fucking hell, man. You know what I mean? It's fucking 3:30 in the morning. And you chuck the sausage at me. I'm like, really? Yeah, I fucking did. Sorry.
This program asks
Yeah.
the unrivaled range of BBC journalists right across the world and gathered here in this building. I'll also draw my time reporting on global conflict and meeting countless heads of government. Frontline experience that helps me know who to talk to and who to listen to, meaning our analysis is objective, unbiased, and I promise you with absolutely no spin. That's why we call our program Unspun World.
This is, I'll tell you, this has got to get better. Yeah.
They also fear it's now under threat from China like never before. Every time the government drops tear gas, people disperse, the farmers come back.
When you're this close to the river, which is a front line, you are always watched, so you have to move quickly.
There when the story breaks. BBC News. Follow on the app.
I'm sure I've actually said this before.
It should get well. I think when I put the first original, the original fucking ink with the printer, it was doing the same. It was a bit faded. It was not really powerful. It wasn't a powerful color. You know, it was a bit like weird. I thought, fuck it. But after a while, I think it got a bit better. So I'm thinking this will probably do the same. It'll slowly, the pictures will get more colourful and. It's an eco tank. It's an Epson eco tank. I paid like about 180, I think it was. And my mate says that's the best for me. You know, rather than buying an HP printer, which was fucking up. It was faulty, and then they replaced it, and it was another one, and it was faulty, and I thought, fucking hell, this is crazy. I said, I didn't think that's going to work. I don't know. I hope this does sort itself out. I'll soon know when I'm looking at my settings and that.
Hours after the presidential palace was stormed by soldiers. Kenya's President William Ruto withdraws his controversial finance bill that led to deadly protests. And with less than 24 hours to go until US President Biden and former President Donald Trump meet on the debate stage, we'll talk about.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I think what I do now is, well, I hope it's going to be all right. But I'll print a picture I've done. It's so funny. Do you know Headway, brain injury people? Well, Jake Duff he's a good guy. He takes me out of the car and all that. He took me to Linda several days. It was amazing. It was great. It was really nice because it was upper class, posh people, you know, nice people, and it was great to sit there with them kind of in that atmosphere. It was great. I loved it. Because I'm different. You know, this is it. You know, I've dealt with a lot of people. You know, everyone really. People down to earth, common, no money or whatever, on a dole or in a council house or whatever, or people with loads of money and private houses and mansions and all sorts of stuff. Yes, so when I say to Jake Duff to tell that Nikki Canning, the young girl who's a social worker, first impressions matter, because that's what I mean. You got to go and be prepared to deal with every kind of different person there is. I think it's getting better. It looks a little bit redder.
Protect the constitutional order and preserve
I'll just keep going. I'm just going to keep going. I know what I'll do. I think what I'll do is I'll just do this funny picture, which I see you'll like this. It's great. Right, I'll clear this. What's that? Right. Right, that was right. Let's look for this funny picture. Where is it? It should be right. Yeah, that's a little bit better.
Into the Casa Murillo, right in the center of La Paz, and right to the door of the Palacio Kemal. It's been at times the presidential palace and the national palace. That's essentially the seat of power. What was he doing, and why was he doing it? I mean, these are
it's so funny what I put together. I'm sure I'll go on playing. It's probably yeah.
And I think the answer really lies in the fact that there was such dissatisfaction with the direction the president.
Oh, look at all these clothes. I mean, ladies' clothes is fucking great.
He considers military figures and members of the conservative groups and conservative elites,
that's quite funny.
I think
I'll do this picture.
Laid out to dry or sort of.
Oh, hang on. I'll show you the other one.
For events in 2019 when Evo Morales, the then president, was forced into exile.
Yeah, Prime Match for that one.
Well. So yeah, quite a bit of history involved.
Oh, there's that picture. Yeah, I want that one. This is quite important, really.
Quite got off the ground.
So those are perhaps some of the aims of General Zuniga. What more do
I think there's a check that says loads of money for me because I'm lovely and kind.
Well, he has led the armed forces. He has been, he's led the army, and all three branches of the armed forces have been replaced by Luis Arce in an attempt to sort of take back control.
I'll do this, lady, because she was quite nasty, really.
In terms of Juan Jose Zuniga,
5 pictures, I think. Five pictures.
This was all a plan, and that all he was trying to do was speak to the president about the direction of the country and force changes, but there are a lot of contradictory statements over the past 24 hours. While he also
you think you're well, but you're not well. It's in my brain now. This is it. I mean,
one of the changes he was trying to force, as well as
that's what, man. I can't see the book about that.
So yeah, really difficult for ordinary people in Bolivia to watch this unfold at the top of their country's
what you see A4
their country's government.
Correspondent there, Will Brown, reporting. Will, thanks a lot. Now, in less than 24 hours, US President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump will take to the stage in Atlanta for the first
no, it's still not right.
of the 2024
You
election.
can't see the real Stan Labour, obviously brave.
Both candidates to address issues that have plagued their campaigns thus far. This will be the first debate since Donald Trump was convicted of 24 felony counts in his New York criminal trial. He's also awaiting trial in 3 other criminal cases, one of which in the state of Georgia where the debate's being held. President Biden is under increasing scrutiny about his age and frustration.
A4. Just see how we go.
And this is coming off the back of his son, Hunter Biden's recent gun trial.
That's better. Yes, you're right.
Polls
Yeah,
across the country currently show an essential tie between the candidates, with Mr. Trump holding a small lead in some of the key swing states that will ultimately decide the election when they meet their.
Well, that's now 5 pictures, but not the one I want. Really, I want to show you Jake Duff. It is funny, yeah. But I haven't found it yet. It says somewhere.
Partisan divide between executive orders passed by President Biden.
I'm too hot now.
Since the pandemic, economic inflation is a growing concern. The cost of living has risen for many Americans, despite the fact that there is a growing workforce.
I do get up early in the morning. It's fucking crazy.
Reproductive rights, education availability is split across the country. Thursday's debate was potentially proved to be a turning point.
I'm like a machine, I am.
More on all of this, I spoke to Bloomberg's Washington bureau chief, Toby Collins, and senior Axios contributor, Margaret Tyler.
I'd normally go when I was doing the pianos. I was up and about, and I was probably going to work about 10 o'clock. Down to the warehouse and
things that we already knew about leaders that we've been living with for the last decade or so. But there are a
ripped
lot of
as
eyes on this in a
shite,
couple different
dude.
categories. I would say,
Ripped. Hell yeah. Yeah. What you mean?
they're excited to watch
I don't know really.
they think that President Biden is going to fumble or show that he's incapable of running for another term, and that will elevate Donald
I should
Trump.
wear something funny, really.
Democrats are in a different position where they are thinking they want to see questions towards former President Trump to hold him accountable.
It was a fucking hot day yesterday.
For, refusing to acknowledge the election results.
Yeah, I was just pick a piano up just like that.
So a lot of people will be tuning in. We don't know whether it's going to move the
Zuma! Up them stairs. Up we go, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Popeye, yeah. Popeye the Sailor's Man. That was it? Yeah.
How high stakes or not?
Yeah.
Well, as Margaret said, I think it is high stakes.
I watched a load of politics last night. I was getting pissed off about shit. Do you know what? I honestly believe they don't want to fucking listen to me at all.
So, and I think for President Biden, he really needs to appeal to young voters and to black voters in particular, and also defy the odds on his age. We did see in our reporting and polls.
I'll tell you that pain's going. Fucking right.
This could give him a bounce if he does have a good
That capsule, it must be about fucking, it could be about 15 or 20 years old. I found him in their pocket. Fucking look at that, it's great.
And start to pick up some other voters who are unhappy with the economy or suburban women in particular.
I'm curious as to what you think their potential game plans are here. Do you think it'll be a case of, for example, for President Biden touting what he sees to be his achievements?
I'm getting some ink on Temu.
Potential policies, or actually, Peggy, going after their rival? What do you think the plan could be?
Well, I think they are going to try to cut through with some policy issues, particularly on the economy.
Hamburger today.
As
Oh,
you were
really?
just mentioning, I think the danger is,
Oh,
that
yeah.
it evolves into just a.
Do you know, in my kitchen, I took it out of the fridge and I put it on the fucking, on the side, a fucking burger. But I had that chip shop food and all that. And I thought, I don't want to eat a burger now. And I've got one more fucking Chinese meal. I think chicken chow mein. And I think that's it really. Yeah. So I've really got to get some more money and get some more fucking food.
Don't have the same audience dynamic because there is not
I'll tell you
student
what.
audience of voters there. And so it really will come down to whether, to some extent, whether the moderators can manage the flow of these questions, sort of control the candidates. That could be really important. And also, there's a lot of history here. Remember, these debates are happening before either one of these two gentlemen who's actually
Look at these, look at these.
for their party. Is that how all American presidential debates are going to be going forward? Oh, there are voters do start voting earlier in the process. So is this just a consideration of a permanent campaign? And these are two rivals who have a lot of questions that voters want them to answer about themselves, not just attack.
Tell me what?
Not just talk about.
What?
That's interesting talking about the policy there.
Yeah.
Personality. I mean, Peggy, do you think that when American
You
voters
should try this then.
tune in,
Can you do this? Can you say,
really being clear on policy, or will it also be that overarching?
come on, tell me? I mean, can you say that?
So much of this race has centered around the fact that men are older.
I don't know why I started doing that, but I started saying it and it made me laugh really.
Between a sitting and a former president as well. So I think it is going to be about what
Americans, fucking hell, they take the piss really.
the candidate in terms of their
They fucking do. I've got a couple of mates in America, you know, but like I say, fucking hell, I'll tell you what, seriously, you got to be careful, you get scammed to fuck. And do you know what NHS they went and did, but they bought fucking loads of contaminated blood. That's how fucked up it is. I mean, fucking hell, everyone had AIDS and HIV. I remember that on the telly. I remember a year ago, it's just about in my brain now. I just about remember them days. When there was an AIDS virus, everyone was dying. It was fucking, oh my God, it was on the telly, it was everywhere, on the radios. You know, and it was the NHS that fucking caused it, because they got all the contaminated blood from America.
Sort of about long form and nuance, but I think what we all
So doctors are not that clever, are they? Really? NHS is not that good, is it? I mean, I never see a doctor. I fucking didn't.
Does that mean they're going to sit there and watch the whole debate, or does that mean they're going to catch up on your phone, where these can be reduced to very selective clips depending on what your source of news or entertainment is? And so I think we're going to be watching two debates.
I'm not horrible against people. I'm quite nice, you know that. I've got mates in America.
Moments that candidates feel they can turn into a meme, or their campaigns can, and those will be the things that most voters, or the moment that somebody doesn't want to remember as well.
People, you know, there's more care everywhere. Really nice. It'd be great. Everyone would be living a life of happiness. You know, the whole world. I mean, Christ. I mean, I do get a bit pissed off because I know UK, they're fucking helping in different places around the world. But like, I mean, they've got to look after the UK. I mean, fucking hell, look at the UK. I mean, it's fucking fucked. And why did they drag me around the country for? And fucking, who do they think they are? I mean, fucking hell. I've been over the country selling pianos and that. Maybe I had a little bit of a problem with fucking some people because they've been giving me amphetamine and shit like that. Like Alan Snook, the fucking weirdo freak. And let me see now, Michael fucking Joseph Lynch and Jeff Foreman. Well, Jeff Foreman was given cannabis, but what he did do, he sat me down in the chair and gave me a spoonful of fucking amphetamine like this. And I can remember it like it was yesterday. But I'm not going to motivate you, Jeff, because you're a good man, really. You're all right. You know, I calmed you down. You were shouting all the fucking time. It was funny. It was bad. Yeah, and well, people knew me, and they could see what I was doing. I was fucking taking on board all this anger and then turning it around into a fucking situation of happiness and funny situations and all that. Yeah, it goes in my brain and it comes out. It's like a machine. It comes in, all the anger, and out comes the happiness and fun and all that. Yeah, I do want to get legalized, you know, weed and cannabis and all that. It's not a bad drug, really. Well, it's what time is it now? I've got to go down into Jewelers and give them my necklace and get some money in my account. I'll get 450 quid. And what day is it now? I don't even know what day it is. Oh, fuck it. Wednesday. It's a Thursday or Friday or something like that. And I'll get paid on a Tuesday. 450. And so it lasts me 2 weeks. More than your average person, because they say I'm severely disabled. Now, I did say to Judy Bassey, the social worker, I said, why are they fucking slagging me off like this? And I said, she goes, well, you're getting more money. I said, really? I said, well, they should be paying me more money for doing the good I can do. And if you fucking let me fucking be someone who's going to be quite important, and not just a piece of shit, you know, psychopathic fucking crazy man or anything. It's fucking bollocks.
Controversial tax hikes following a day of massive demonstrations in which at least 23 people were killed. The bill aimed to raise an additional $2.7 billion.
Oh, you're in US, yeah. That's fine. I mean, don't worry. I don't worry. You know, I don't get too upset. I kind of like I laugh at the NHS for putting me down like they did, and dragging me around like they did. But I'm like a machine. I am really. I can take a lot of shit. This is it.
On the continuing conversation around the content of the finance bill,
I was in a room, locked up in a room, right, for one, I think about a week or whatever it was, because they said I had COVID-19. I thought, fuck off, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me, you stupid little bastards. And they said, no, you got COVID, And they said, oh, after a week, I think they said, oh, we'll try you, we'll see you, see if you've got COVID again. We'll try test again. And they tested, and I never had COVID. And I said, what did I say? You know what I mean? You locked me up for a week, and now you're saying I'm okay. Are you fucking insane or what? I wanted to watch telly. This is it. I didn't even want to be in the section unit. It's fucking Parklands in Basingstoke. You were in the US every day. Yeah, it must be fucking mental. There's even more people in America. I mean, fucking UK is quite a small place. compared to fucking USA. USA is fucking massive, isn't it? So you've got all the people, you know, I mean, you've only got one person, like, well, you've got two, Trump and Biden. They're both quite old, and they both committed crimes, just a couple of them. I think guns and drugs and stuff like that, and then prostitution. Trump, yeah, he wanted to have a bit of sex with a fucking porn star. That was funny. He's better off going round the road and see if we can meet a lady in a pub and fucking have a bit of fun, and maybe you got to be careful these days, really, because people will fucking try and fucking say, oh yeah, but you got like I do with my neighbour, right? She's drunk. She's on the door, on the pathway, blocking the pathway. I couldn't get her home. Yeah. You know, pictures and videos and fucking, it's crazy.
It really outlines what is possible, what is allowed, what is not. An individual can't just withdraw a bill. It goes through a process. And the thing that is maybe unlucky for us older people, I call us the Gen Wazé. Wazé means old people. In
I've got a t-shirt that says "Don't fuck up the old people." What's that?
Gen Wazé.
I don't know where she's from.
The young people, the Gen Zs.
Oh, I think it's Africa or something.
They are very well organized. They have legal people among them.
They got legal people. That's great. Yeah.
Conversation happening right now.
I've won court cases.
Yes, it's greater.
I'm all right with black people. I'm quite fine, you know. But I don't like listening to them on the radio because they do rapping and they sound shit.
So there's still a lot of skepticism among the young people, and there's still a lot.
Oh, really? They're not selling themselves, are they? Fucking hell.
Regarding what
in LA.
Indeed, and just
I don't want people to be fucking treating themselves like a piece of meat. You know, it's not good, really. It's not really good at all.
UN Secretary General calling for restraint. What did you see?
I remember taking Alan Snooker into Derby Road because that's where he wanted to go. He was a big cunt. He was quite scary. And he sat in the back of my car, and I think he had a lady. But I don't know what happened because I was at the front of the car driving, and he was in the back of the car. Did he have a lady? Did he? I fucking can't remember now. I think he fucking did, but I can't remember now.
And this is even before I came out on the streets. I was able to observe that already by 9:30, 10.
He was a dirty bastard. Fucking Alan Snooker, you're a pervert. I mean, I don't even like him though. I never did like him.
And not just the ones that were.
He was following me around when I was a kid. And fucking after I'd done all the pianos all over the country, and I moved down to a different place, and there he was around the fucking corner. Like this was amphetamine, like this. Fuck how you cunt. Seriously, I mean, I'm trying to raise my daughter for fuck's sake, and I'm actually getting to her school late. She was getting late to school late. You know, I'm like, fuck it. You know, because my sleeping pattern was fucked. I was trying to fucking, go to sleep, wake up, and do whatever, you know, like I say, but it was hard work. It was. A family guy, neighbour. Oh, next door was Debbie, a lady called Debbie. She didn't like Alan Snooker at all. She's got black hair, quite a nice lady. But we did have a bit of sex. She was right next door, Debbie, yeah. And do you know what? She was actually working in the Matt's Bakers across the road. I thought, hello, Debbie, I see friends. Yeah. And I see her a little while ago, right? And she goes, I said hello again, and then she says, who are you then? Like this. And I was, Lowford. Oh, goody! Like this. Yeah, it's got mad really.
With the administration, with the situation in Kenya now, you work with young people through your foundation.
I'm actually getting a print done, right, of a check that was given to me, and it says, you know, when you put your name on the check and all that, it said, Gordy, for being lovely and kind. That was a lady called Jane Crawford. She used to have problems with her eyes, and I used to drive her because she couldn't see properly. But she did have a bit of sex with me and all that. Now I think about it, she has come in. I was on the set, and I think she was fucking yeah, we had some fun. It was crazy. Anyway, but
they've been hearing what they're going to have to pay, what they have
And
to
she's done
pay
my
as a
kitchen,
parent
and she's got me a
company.
new bed,
All of the
and then
taxations
she
that
took me
are
to
coming up,
Portugal.
all things that humans
But we
can't
was
do.
arguing. We
It's a
did have
buildup
arguments
of a lot of
for some
economic
reason. I don't
stress.
know.
And this is, I guess, before this
Oh, this is
point,
right. There's blue there. I can see
government
blue.
would have been better placed to look at the situation as it was and see what they could do for the Kenyans. And the big conversation about
I think
the
after I've done about
tax
probably
was the
30 or 40
this is
pictures,
enraged
I
not
think
just
the
youth,
printer will be
because
fine.
even my generation and the generation before me, those who are still there and are with us, are feeling pretty helpless. The youth less so because they're going on the streets, but the rest of us, because this is...
I said 30 quid. 30 quid. I said 30 pictures to the fucking the government. In London and in the Hampshire County Council in fucking Winchester, and also
by October or some month that was actually specified. And you cannot, off the back of the people, try to pay debts that you have incurred. It doesn't make sense. It's irresponsible. And to incur those debts when you know that your people are jobless, your people have no way of giving you the money to pay back, is irresponsible. It's irresponsible. You cannot work like that.
Oh, really?
One should be governing.
Yeah, so we'll ask. We'll just like,
for the young people,
yeah, well, yeah, back south and all that, back burner, they call it.
And we refuse it. We say no.
We'll deal with you later. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
There is a high risk that famine is imminent in Gaza. Civilians rely on dwindling resources to get.
Remember, I had all these customers all over the country, so I was actually quite fucking clued up. I know what I was doing. I was looking after these families everywhere. And I was polite to all the families, all of them. Fucking. And when I said to fucking, well, actually, fucking, I tried to say about Nikki Canning, the social worker, and nice lady, really, but she was a bit too authoritative, a bit scary, kind of like, yes, and I've got loads of evidence of mental fucking health bullshit on in my collection. There's one of those. Me, one of me looking at her like this, look, just looking up to her and thinking, "Oh, fuck her, look at you." And there she is with her paperwork and fucking fat cow, you know, fucking glasses and all that, with mental health acts and all that. And I'm looking at her and I'm just thinking, "Oh, fuck it, do you have to bother me with that?" I mean, seriously. You should see the faces. You should see the lady and you should see me. I mean, it's fucking. You could see I was just like, oh fucking hell! Do you have to do this one more time? Yes. The fun. It does look funny. I look at myself and I think, fucking hell, look at me. I actually do assess people just by the looks in their faces and everything. Well, I actually got a really funny picture of Jake Duff, the mental health. No, it's not me. He's the brain injury people. If your brain's been injured, he's there for you. It's quite good what he does, but I mean, yeah, I hope he don't get offended when I said because the look on his face was just like he was deep in thought. He was like looking up to the sky. I'm fucking awesome. And that's what I put there. I'm fucking awesome. And the other bloke had a little kind of a funny smile on his face. Just a little smile. One of the other patients with a brain issue or whatever, sat there and he had a smile. And it made me say, I thought I'll put this coming from that bloke. It says, he's right. No, that's right. It says, he's fucking right. Yeah, so it says, I'm fucking awesome. And the other bloke said, he's fucking right. It made me laugh. It did. It was so funny. I hope he fucking likes it because it is funny.
Hello there. Wednesday was the warmest day of the year so far. With
I think this is going to be all right, actually.
In Surrey, but that's the last of these sorts of temperatures for now. It does look like the rest.
I've got more ink down here. I bought
and the winds will
Oh,
be
yeah,
as
no,
well. We'll still have quite a bit of sunshine around. Now, the change is all courtesy of this area of low pressure. It's due for the time of year,
Yeah.
pushing to the north and west of the country, where it will bring significant winds and some rain. But the cold front associated with it will spread across the country, pushing the warm and humid air.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Not barely anything on it as it reaches southern and eastern England, but it will bring a change to the air temperature. Plenty of sunshine here, but windy, with showers, long spells of rain.
And they go on there.
North Wales, Northern Ireland, and into Scotland. So temperatures here much lower than of late. The highs of 24, 25 degrees across the southeast, but warmer along North Sea coast as we've lost the onshore breeze. But it will be
You're a professional as well. That's great.
Gales across
I do hope you do your research and assess situations and be fair and honest and upfront. You know, because that's what it's about, really. You know, NHS, they fucking exaggerate. They go crazy. They write a load of shit, which is not right.
For all with temperatures 10 to around 12.
That actually pisses you off because you end up sectioned like fuck. I was sectioned for 18 years. I can't believe it myself. I'm annoyed because I'm getting older and it's fucking crazy. Because a lot of good times denied because no freedom, no fucking, everything I say was not fucking acknowledged at all. It was just oh yeah, that's grandiose. You know, grandiose, that word, grandiose. It means you're just fucking like. I suppose you think you're Superman, don't you? Yeah. Well, you're not Superman. Let me tell you now. This is what they're like. I mean, fucking hell.
Continuing into the start of the weekend, bit of a question mark there, but it looks like this.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Weather fronts will bring thicker cloud now.
Here comes that check. The check from that lady. It's just coming through now. I've done 5 pictures, so it's actually getting better and better.
Across the south and southeast, temperatures up to around 25.
I can show you some stuff now. Look. When this is done, I'll try and find the other picture, which it's quite funny. It really is. He's a good man, really, and he's deep in thought. He's like, I'm fucking awesome. Yeah, and the other bloke saying, he's fucking right. That's it. Yeah, it's so funny. And yeah, the other guy's got a little smile on his face, and that. Like he's just heard a joke or something.
Morning. Come and have a seat.
Yeah, grandiose. Yeah, fucking mental, isn't it? It's crazy, really.
Questions we've got to try and get answers to this minute.
This lady works for now.
And we just want to hear what you've got to say. So, shall we get on with it?
Yeah. Come and see me. Come on. We're going over our side.
Sunday with Laura Koonsberg. Sundays at 9 on BBC One.
BBC don't really relate to me. I come out of Winchester Hospital when I went down to suburbs and I jumped into the BBC offices and there was a guy about 25. He was laughing his head off. He found me to be quite funny, really. And the other lady was a little bit older and she was, "Go on, get out of here," she said. I thought, "I remember you fucking bad boy." Yeah. And I jumped on a bus and went up to Thornhill to see my daughter for about 20 minutes and jumped back on a bus and went back up to Winchester and back into the section unit. It was fucking mental. It was crazy, racing around everywhere. They said this. I've got 2 hours. Oh, Bex, I can't stop long. Fucking hell. You know what I mean? I was going to see my daughter and that.
Unique voices bringing their stories to the big screen.
Talking movies. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
My daughter, I was the piano man. But I mean, well, she never really knew that. I mean, she never really got involved in my business. It was, she started to grow up. She was a little girl and all that, and I think then I stopped doing the pianos, and after that, I just focused on looking after her. And I was claiming benefits, single dad benefits for a single dad.
Thanks to President Macron's early dissolution of the National Assembly, France faces 2 rounds of voting.
When I was a piano man, I was claiming benefits, but I was only getting benefits for a single man, and I wasn't getting much money at all, really. But I mean, like I say, I was at the same time I was not making much money from the pianos, but then I was able to drive, I was able to relate with all the families, and I was able to listen to a lot of pianos. You know what I mean? It was great. It was a nice job, even though I wasn't getting much money, really. But Bob, he's the man. He's fucking the dog's bollocks. He was shit hot. He was. He knew his shit. This is it. He knew what to do with. He showed me everything. You know, not his dick.
Fabrice Leggeri in Paris, welcome to Hard Talk.
Thank you for the invitation.
It's great to have you on the show. Let's start with your own personal.
Yeah, I kind of raised my daughter.
You were a French bureaucrat.
Yeah.
When you went to Brussels to run an EU agency.
I put her on my shoulders and take her to school. And up the hill, fucking go big hill. On my shoulders, fucking come on, up the school, you know, all that. Fucking hell, yeah. I've got some cool pictures of my daughter running around the track with all the school, all the people in the school, all running around the fucking track. And my daughter's there, like, smiling and all that, really happy. You know, she's always been fucking happy. I've made her laugh forever. Oh, look, it's still fucking doing. Oh, that's a little bit bad. I'm still. You know what? I think it's a little bit greeny. I don't know why it's greeny.
Illegal immigration flows. And what
I hope it
realized
fucking sorts itself out.
Officially, my mandate, my mission was officially.
I can't have all the green shit going on.
Create a European Corps of Border and Coast Guard with uniforms and weapons to support European member states, to support them in protecting the external borders against illegal migration, but also criminality. And
that's it. You know, treat kids like they're kids, and that's it. Make them laugh and giggle and all the rest of it. And also at the same time, let them see what you're doing. Like when I was buying and selling, and we was all sat at the boot sale, where people they get all their shit out of the boots and sell it out to the public in a field. The field is now gone because I mean, no, the field's there, but it's got a house on it now.
Your decision to enter party politics, and now you're an MEP.
I've only raised one daughter. That's it. No, actually, no, I'm saying that. I mean, my own daughter was just one daughter. But like I say, there was other kids that I looked after, I raised, and all that. The family next door to mum's, I looked after that family really.
This incident triggered. My decision.
I was good with families because I mean I sell the pianos to the families.
Because I also could realize that the European.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. You got history. That's great.
Democratic enough. The European Commission.
It's funny, really, because it's all logged up in your brain, isn't it? It's like it's on record. It's in your brain. It's going to live forever.
People want what citizens, what European citizens want, and many times I could see that national governments could not always stop when
let's have a look at this. That's fucking green. That's green. Fucking yeah, look at that. Oh my god, that's a bit fucked up. Look at that. I mean, Christ.
Direction that national politicians and nations wanted. Right, so they say that
I find your
this is definitely green. Oh, hang on, hang on. There is something blue.
Official of the EU. Obviously, you were wedded to the rule of law. You know, there's a clear commitment that you work inside government. But it seems to me that now, with the election looming for the National Assembly in France, your party, led by Jordan Bardella and Marine Le Pen, is committed to transgressing both the laws of France and the laws of the EU in your anti-immigration policies.
No, not at all. We are not transgressing. We want to implement the law as it is. And well, let's say that
it's getting better. That's pretty cool. It's getting there.
So, my experience then in the Ministry of Defense, my experience in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So my experience has been based on, let's say, state powers. So it was on
the telly, right? All I could see on the telly was Britain is broken. Britain needs reform, and now I thought I'll take a picture of that and I'll do something with that. And I've done this.
But also how a state can and must protect its citizens.
But let's just run
and that's my computer with me on it, where I log in.
For example, in France,
you see that?
There is the so-called droit du sol, which is the right of children of those born to foreign parents, born in France, to get French citizenship when they turn 18. It seems that your party is determined to end that. Am I right?
I was just
we want to change that because now it is misused by illegal migrants. We need also to amend the law, the French law, in order to avoid that illegal migrants.
There are a host of legal experts who say that you'll run into problems with the French Constitution if you try to do that.
Yeah, but our plan, our program, political program, is that if Jordan Bardella is appointed Prime Minister in July, in a couple of days, then we will start changing the French legislation. Which means that we need to have an absolute majority in the National Assembly.
Okay, so there's a Queen, yeah.
Changing the law and voting different amendments to, for example, to that law and to migration laws. But we can then.
It's now 4:37 in the morning. Yeah, it's getting closer to. It's going to be light in a minute. It'll be daylight. This is EastEnders, right? Look at this. It's a program. It's on every evening, Monday to Thursday, I think it was, from about 7:30 at night, for about half an hour.
And others in your party seem to be very far from what is politically practical. There's also a question of morality. I mean, France, of course, famously is committed to égalité. I wonder how much égalité there is.
Yeah, this is quite a cool picture. Now, this is a family I looked after. I looked after the daughters and the mother. The mother, well, she was taking a bit of amphetamine, and she was getting a bit skinny, and she didn't have no food in her cupboards, and she had two daughters. So I kind of looked after them.
Who aren't altogether in love with France.
Oh, is it really? 23:38. That's crazy. Yeah, look, there's a family I looked after.
The persons who comply with the French laws, and if they are
that lady with that lovely smile, right? That's Tracy Jennings. She's a lovely woman, really. You know, but she was suffering. She was quite skinny, and she didn't have much food really. I think she was working as a cleaner, but like I say, she wasn't making much money, and she's probably getting robbed and paying loads of money for drugs and all that. I don't know. Yes. So anyway, I looked after them. I'll give them food. That's Wendy Porton's partner. He liked to have a beer with his partner.
Foreign citizens.
10:38. 10:38. That's crazy.
And they comply with our law. If they
this is a little bit green. This is
security threat. Then of course they will have the residence permit that will be extended.
There's my let's just compare it to the first picture.
We go further into this question of legality. How do you think citizens of France,
it's still the same
foreign origin, are going to feel about your words on social housing and employment, where you say you are going to favour and prioritise the interests of native French people?
No, what we say is that we want to promote. This is the préférence nationale. It means that
Lucid.
that French
that's 22.
Have access to social housing. Because the
2200. That's definitely 10 o'clock at night. But it's now 0440. It's 20 to 5. Soon it'll be daylight. And people will be going outside. Do you know I was in one club in Bournemouth about 4 in the morning, clubbing in Bournemouth, and then I took some people in my Renault 11 Turbo to London, and we went clubbing in London, and it was funny because it was quite black and all that, and dark, and music playing and all that, and cocaine and everything. I didn't have cocaine, but there was people taking cocaine, and it was mad because I looked out the door and I thought, look, there's people over there with shopping and all that, with their trolleys and doing their daily shopping and all that. And it was funny to watch. It was bad. It was. Yeah, and then I took loads of people back to Southampton in my Renault 11 Turbo.
No, this is not investigated.
I was stood up. Look, you. Yeah, I'll get up quite early. That's how it is. I'm a bit upset with these green fucking pictures. It's a bit fucking green, isn't it? Really. What's going through my mind is how do we get rid of this fucking ink if it's no good? I mean,
the agency.
Well, just turn it upside down and fucking, just get the fucking ink out of the fucking computer, out of the machine.
In fact,
what the Greeks are accused of doing.
I know Epson, they said if you're going to use other ink, you won't have a warranty. Your warranty will not be valid because you're buying different ink.
You were the boss of Frontex at the time, and the allegation is you covered that up.
The phone green, yeah.
I have not covered that. This is completely wrong.
The Mexican jumping powder. Yeah, that sounds like amphetamine.
Interception in the operational area, and interception is a legal.
Oh yeah, painters in really. I done all this myself. I decorated this place. I made it nice. And it annoyed me in the section because a brown doctor fucking turns around and says, "Oh, your home is squalor." I thought, fuck off, will you? You wanker. You know what I mean? Seriously, you lock me up and you think you can say that about my place. I decorated this place and I made it nice. And outside I made it fucking nice, and they destroyed outside. They put my fishes in a bin, little bastards. Fucking vivid homes can fuck off. Little cunts. I should take it to court, really.
And crime. He said it's based on stigmatization and division. He said the solutions of the far right are out of the question. They categorize people in terms of.
I haven't got a caravan. I've never had a caravan.
To civil
war. Not ever.
What is your response to that?
A president should not speak like this, because the president in the French system, the president is the authority that keeps the country united. And a president.
That sounds like French. France. This is France, is it?
It doesn't match with the reality.
There is. There's Paris. There's fucking the Eiffel Tower. I've been up there. I was there for fucking 2 weeks, and it was great. You know, this is it. I do notice in France the fucking traffic when the cars come along and they see the zebra crossing, they don't actually fucking stop. They keep going. It's like, oh my god, you know, you think you can get run over or something. But I think they might stop. Actually, I'm sure it did. They must have done that. But it was a bit scary. This is something I remember when I was a kid. I thought, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was a bit fucking mad getting across the road. Two fingers missing. French.
A few examples. For example, a candidate of your party in the Pyrenees, Mary Christine.
I'd like to go to France, actually, but I'd like to go with someone who talks English. Bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour, madame.
Another colleague, Françoise Billot in Côte d'Amour, who has clearly paid tribute on social media to Marshal Pétain, the World War II French collaborationist with the Nazis. These are people who are standing for election alongside you in the national rally.
Well, the candidates had to be selected very quickly because every political party was short of time to select candidates, and
are you comfortable being in the same party seeking elected office at the same National Assembly with these people?
What I can tell you is that there were some candidates whose statements were not in line with our ethics and our political line, have been kicked out, and so they are either, I don't know both candidates you mentioned, but I'm sure that this is not in line with our political line, and this is not in line with our ethics.
Leave aside the morality issue here. There's also a practicality issue when it comes to immigration. Giorgia Meloni, who is a right-wing leader in Italy, who in some ways is comparable in some parts of policy to your national rally in France, she has had to accept reality on immigration. She came pledging to massively cut immigration, to end illegal immigration. She hasn't ended illegal immigration. And not only that, she's now accepted that Italy needs, for its economy, around 800,000 immigrants per year. Isn't the truth that France, too, needs immigrants? Your party just won't accept it.
Well, first, I have to clarify that our political line is that if European member states decide that it needs legal migration for economic reasons, every member state is free to decide on its own, and this is our political line. What we don't want that the European Commission decides on behalf of member states, and this is exactly what's going to happen.
But with respect to France has just signed a migration pact alongside all the other members of the EU. That's signed and sealed. It's too late for you to stop that.
Yeah, but what is extremely interesting is that 2 days after this pact on asylum and migration was adopted, 15 member states sent a letter. So 15 ministers sent a letter to the European Commission asking, in fact, to focus now on combating illegal migration.
I don't know what password is. Oh, fuck it.
Migrants arrive in Europe, and especially with the proposal that the people in need of international protection, so they say that refugees or asylum seekers should be allowed to lodge application in consulates abroad. So meaning, and this is exactly what my political party proposes, that people in need of international protection should be allowed to go to consulates of European Union member states, and there they would lodge an application. This would be much safer for them. They would not be the victims of criminals and traffickers. And then, if their application is considered as well founded, then they would be transported decently in a dignified way to Europe instead of being the victim of traffickers and then being brought to Europe illegally by NGOs.
We've talked a lot about immigration, but there's many other planks to the National Rally offer to the French public. Quickly, I need to go through a few of them. Let's talk about the economy. You've got all sorts of ambitious proposals to put to the French people. You say you're going to roll back Macron's change to the pension retirement age.
Yeah.
62. You're going to slash VAT on fuel and energy to help French households. You're going to cut payroll taxes. You're going to do all sorts of things. The Montaigne Institute says it's going to cost around 100 billion euros a year. That is money that France doesn't have. And the leading French economist, Olivier Blanchard, recently said the National Rally program is fiscally irresponsible. Gifts cost money, he says, and the money simply isn't there. You're going to crash the economy.
No, the current situation is the crash, but this is the legacy from President Macron. Can you imagine that France has now more than 3,000 billion euro debts, and 1/3 of that was accumulated in the recent years under President Macron.
But you're going to make it worse, Mr. Leggeri, much worse.
No, we are not going to make it worse. Because we we need an assessment of the situation, because we need an audit, and we are not sure that this is all transparent, what is the real situation. So first, before starting really to revise all the policies, we want to conduct an audit, and based on that assessment, we will see what is financially sustainable and what.
So maybe some of these promises you've made you won't keep, but that's an interesting point.
Yeah, walk there. Look your grandparents. Yeah.
Before we finish, I recently spoke to Jean-Noël.
Actually, you know what? Deliveroo is a bit dodgy, really, because I did order a Whopper was a burger and some fries, and you know it never showed up, and they kept saying they did arrive, and I said no, it never arrived. My bank got me money back. It was £12.37, and not only that, I was paying $7.99 to use Deliveroo a month, right? Free delivery, and the other day I was checked, and it said if you spend 20 quid, you can have free delivery. But then I thought I just want to need some milk, and I shouldn't have to pay fucking 20 quid to get free delivery. I'll pay $7.99 a month for the service, free delivery. Yeah. So they were robbing me, so I thought, fuck it, I deleted it. That's it.
Missiles, long-range rockets.
Yeah, but we don't want to.
My town's giving 2 baseball fields, Astro Tough and raising property. Oh, really?
From a military perspective, so that we can then
That's fucking mad. Property tax. I don't really understand tax, really, to be honest. People do have to pay it, but I don't know why. I mean, I never did pay any tax. And I've never owned my home. I've never bought my own house or nothing. I've always used a council situation where they got all the councils and houses and all that. And with this company, it's Vivid Homes. They're a private company and they rent the houses as well. But they do take a piss, little bastards. I made the garden nice and then they fucking ruined it. I could make them fucking put it back as it was.
Mr. Bardella said recently, my heart leans towards...
I can't be fucking bothered now.
So that's the kind of France we can expect, is it?
Well, first of all, France,
Amazon, yeah, well, you sure about it? Amazon, because Amazon, I'm sure they're a bit dodgy, really. My mate takes a piss out of Amazon. He says, Gordon, he says, you want iPhone? Amazon support? Can I have your bank details and I'll give you an iPhone 15? And he takes a piss, he does, honestly. He's funny, though, he is funny. He said that he was saying quite a lot, he was saying it, it's phoning up. Amazon support? You want iPhone? Give me bank details and I'll give you iPhone, yeah.
In 1966, then we came back. For the time being, let's see first.
I've not really. I kind of did like Amazon, but there was a bit of scams and shit like that going on. And FedEx, they're also a bit dodgy. FedEx and Amazon, you get a lot of scammers.
Will you work with other parties in a coalition government or not?
They started some health insurance in the USA. That's quite mad, really.
If he can rely on an absolute majority in the National Assembly.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at it in the UK, I mean, UK you've got NHS, National Health Service, but it's not very fucking good, really, to be honest. It's not that good at all, really.
We have an alliance now with the Les Républicains, so.
Video, doc, and meds. Oh, really? That's great. I could probably go to America and be a doctor. I mean, but I don't think I will. Yeah, they say I'm a doctor. Some do. But I've been called King. I've been called Gordy for president, and also a doctor. In real life, this is it. Transferred from Western Superman with my daughter down to when she started into Marriage section unit where I was sectioned. But we walked in there and they thought I was a doctor and they nearly sectioned my daughter. And I said, no, I'm the patient, it's me, I'm the patient, and they actually realised they made a mistake and they let my daughter go.
Hello there. Wednesday was the warmest
Yeah.
year so far with 31 Celsius reaching weekly.
I've not been called Jesus yet. But I was quite upset when Jesus had nails in his hands and all that. And up on a cross and all that. I remember going through study. I was studying about Mary and Jesus and all that, the water and the bread and all that. I'd give it to people. But I'm doing something like that. I'm giving out goodie bags with loads of fun things for the kids to activate their brains. All their brains is like ticking like a Rolls-Royce engine. It could be good times or bad times, but if you keep it happy all the way, the kids they'll always be happy and they'll be nice and caring and understanding. They won't be I'm bored, mum, dad, I'm fed up, I think I'll go out, and that man over there he's been horrible, so I'm going to take a knife with me and I might stab him. This is what I mean. This is what we're dealing with. Glow sticks really.
Cooler night to come for all, temperatures 10 to around 12 degrees. So as we head into Friday, then we see that area of low pressure pulling away from the.
Well, I don't really rate. Well, I used to go clubbing. I was in a section unit. There was a man, an old man. He sung the song, and it was the Weald Stone Raider. That's Weald, not real, Weald, and it said the Raider, you know, the Weald Stone Raider, and he would say, "Do you want some? I'll give it you." Yeah, it was a funny song. It was great. I'll get to play it. Actually. I'll play the song, right?
The central slice of the UK through the day. To the north of it stays quite blustery with sunshine and showers feeling cool. There's some good sunny spells across the.
Are you ready for this? Yeah, I'll show you this, man. Right, look.
So feeling quite warm again, but cooler further north. As we head into part 2 of the weekend, it does look like a big.
I heard that and I thought, I'll be the real stoned raver.
I'm the real stone raider. You might know who I am. Because after all the fans, some of these rappers have got no tunes and no fans. That's why I'm here, the real stone raider.
Do you want some? I'll give it you. It reminds me of my brother, a drug dealer. I've got no fans, I've got no medals, no certificates, no nothing. Oh yeah, fine. Actually, really. Yeah, it's crazy. It's, no matter how much you do good, they try and cover it all up, and they won't say how good you've been. I was a Cub Scout Army cadet. I wore a uniform. I had uniforms on. But people didn't have cameras in them days, you know. So there was no fucking pictures, really. Yeah, real people. Yeah, this is it, and I'm real. You're real. I've got no fans. I've got a few. I've got, yeah, maybe a year. I'll tell you what I do want to play. Something that made me feel good. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Well, let's go into my music. Go back to my artists. My library artists. Yeah, there's no other way. Blur, you like Blur, don't you? Blur. I know some of the words. There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalise weed in UK. Legalise weed in UK. Are you ready? There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalise weed in UK. Oh, yeah. I want to get high. Yes, please. Can I have a reefer and a latte? $4.99. Yeah, go on. Do it for me. Yeah, go on. Are you ready? There's no other way. Legalise weed in UK. There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalise weed in UK. There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalise weed in UK. There's no other way. There's no other way. Legalise weed in UK. Yeah. I'm thinking of another song now. Oh, I just want to get high. What's the song now? I can't remember. Right, let's just go on to. Hang on, no, I ain't saying that. I'm trying to check this. Park Office quite funny. Oh, fuck it. Oh, this. Well, I want to go back, but. Girls and boys. Yeah, girls and boys. So. Down, 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 down. I think it's songs like girls will be girls and boys will be boys or something. Yeah, I can't even remember his words. It's a road, a street. It's a little place. This is down below the road. This is like about 10 foot below the ground. But no, it's like you go outside and then you got to go up a hill, got a hill up some steps and get to the top onto the path. And there's the road. And like I said, I did say about the little brick thing which they put along the path. Right, it's a trip hazard because you could have fucking tripped on that and you could have gone straight down the bank and banged your head on the concrete at the bottom. But no, Vivid Homes, you tried to blame me, didn't you motherfuckers? Yeah, you fucking destroyed everything I've done. You ruined it, and you little bastards. I should take you to court for all that. You know, I might slag you off with a lot of times, but you can't get me out. You can't evict me because I'll just fuck you up. Simple as that. This is my office. I'll tell you what I want to do. She's so high. That's quite cool, too. I do love Blur and Oasis. Fucking right, 100%. Yeah, the law is fucked up. In this country, it's fucked up. And I'll tell you what, actually, it was on the news about police officers that are on WhatsApp and they've been doing some bad shit, you know, on WhatsApp, and they're in trouble. Now, I can't think what they've done, but every day, see her face. She's so high. She's so high. That's my mum. Yeah, she would be high because my brothers were smoking drugs in my mum's house. So. And I was selling pianos. So. That's what annoyed me. I got locked up for 18 years and I fucking don't know why. I mean, what the fuck have I done wrong now? You know, what the fuck? Seriously. I did have a big party at my mum's house. You know, I invited everyone. I was on the youth training scheme. I was paying tax. I was getting £25 a week. And well, you know, they all come to my party. And my daughter's mother, well, I didn't even know her, right? She turned up at my party. And, well, we had some sex, but I mean, I didn't invite her. I did not invite her to my party at all. She's so high, she's so high. We're talking about my mother. Formula 51. No, I've not seen that, I don't think. I remember Gone in 60 Seconds. And we were like that. That's what we were like. We would have wall charts, and it was crazy. Samuel Jackson. He's got a new name, really. That's crazy. I've got a different name. I'm Dr. Happy. I'm the Real Stone Raver. I'm also, let's see, the goodie bag guy. Yeah, she don't help me. Now, my mum actually, well, she cared about her. I mean, she turned to the NHS to help me, and fucking that fucked me up because they sectioned me to pieces. So. My mum was a bit jealous because she didn't like it when I was having Carol Plumb behind her. Because Carol Plumb was always crying and fucking asking me to help her. A dear old lady. And her son was a little wanker, really, because he'd hang around with two of my brothers and stand on my mum's driveway and sit in my mum's garden. And my mum would do him a dinner and all this and all that. Samuel Jackson. Yeah, I do like these. I think it's Samuel Jackson. Black bloke. What does he say? Oh, fucking hell. There was John Travolta. And it was Samuel Jackson, I think, was it, in a film. It was a good film. They had black suits on. They was in a fucking room. And they terrorised this fucking nipper. The lizard. Really? Yeah, these actually Samuel Jackson and fucking, I think it was Samuel Jackson and John Travolta walking around in a black suit. And they're in a fucking room and there's this nipper about 20 years old, probably doing drugs or whatever. I don't know, he's doing something. And they fucking terrorised him. He was like, but I can't remember what he said now. Fucking hell. And there was also in cafes and all that in America and all that. And then there was a woman as well, and she was fucking. I think she was going to rob the place. That's right. And then she shouted at everyone. I can't remember the words, but I've got her in my fucking head. There she is. This kind of orange hair that comes about here somewhere. And she was like, with a gun, and she's going to rob the place. Skinheads, I'll give skinheads a lift in a fucking vehicle. Well, someone nicked the vehicle from the hospital. It was like a little milk float where you deliver milk and all that. But this was a hospital vehicle, and it would pick up dirty laundry and things like that, right? And I had all these skinheads in the back of this vehicle, right? And they shit themselves. They fucking thought, oh man, we have to go because we're shitting ourselves. We're scared. Oh my god! And I was driving around in it. And then I got chased by the police. It was fucking funny. I parked it up, I jumped out, and run through the woods. I was fucking running like fuck, and they couldn't catch me. But I mean, then they found me in someone's back garden. And I did say to that person that had that house in Sherry Warren, I'm hiding from skinheads. And I thought if I say that, right, they might let me come in. But they shit themselves, and I said I had to go. But if I said I was hiding from the police, they might have let me come in. I don't know. But I said I was hiding from the skinheads, but I wasn't. And anyway, I was walking down the road, right, and a fucking police van pulls up, right, and it says, the police come out and it says, why is your jacket inside out? Because it was inside out because it was a different colour inside. Out, it was like bright on one side, and on the other side it was fucking dark. So I turned it inside out so they couldn't see me, but they fucking did see me. And so I said it was warmer on the outside. Yes, and then they asked me to get in the van and they arrested me. I taken without consent. It was, I think it was. But actually, I didn't nick it. Someone else nicked it and gave it to me. And I went for a drive in it. It was quite funny, really. Oh yeah, American hippies and all that. Yeah. There is a skinhead I'm pissed off with because he's fucking about 7 foot tall. Michael Joseph Lynch. He's got tattoos all over his head. He hangs around with my cousin, right? And my cousin, well, what the fuck, man. This guy was a wanker, seriously. And he would say to me, I'm important, give me a lift. And I'm like, no, you're not fucking important. I've got other people that are more important than you. So I won't be giving you a fucking lift just yet. I've got other people to think of. And I was arguing with this prick, Goth. Oh yeah, black. Yeah, they are everywhere. This lady, Becky Emmett, I think her name is. I think that's her name. She's dressed in black and all that. I don't know what it is with people. They like to wear all this black clothes and black hair and black makeup and fucking everything's black. And do you know what? When I was in selling pianos, I was in 27 Close Showing, and there was a first floor flat, and it was nice. It was all cream, all nicely decorated, pink bedroom, little. Making my partner and my daughter very happy. The place was great. Anyway, we moved from that place. We swapped it for a 46 Archway and a house, right? And then after a little bit of time, they wanted to swap back. And I looked and I thought, what the fuck? Everything is fucking black. Are you fucking serious? I'm not swapping that. No fucking way. I'm not going back in that place. It's just fucking black. Everything was fucking black. I couldn't believe it. Right? Seriously. So I thought, fuck it. You know, I went and stayed where I was at in 46 Archway in Loafers, in the house where we swapped in the first place. So yeah, and I raised my daughter, and then my daughter grew up and she had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend was a bit of a prick, really. Anthony Blake, you're a wanker, mate. You are arguing with my daughter, you little prick. Yeah, you had 2 kids, didn't you? That's Grace and Lily Blake. Yeah, they're probably grown up now, I reckon. Yeah, but like I say, I mean, they fucking lived together in Thornhill and so on. That's where I was baptised in Thornhill in 1968. Yes, so I moved over to fucking Chandler's Ford, this place, in 1999. And the first thing that happened was I fucking made the garden look amazing, right? And fucking the people that own this place fucking destroyed everything I'd done, everything. It was sad, you know. It was fucking mad. And they said it was health and safety. It was my fault. I said, no, fuck off, mate, will you? There was no fucking fence at the top. Anyone could have fallen over this way, landed on the bottom and smashed their head and all that. Yeah, well, you know, I did actually. I drew a picture and it was a railing to go across the top, and they done that. They put the railing up. You know, like I say, I mean, but they destroyed everything I'd done. So that was that, really. Prince Batman. Yeah, Batman. That's that right, actually. Oh, we read that. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just go back. I'll just go to Oasis now. Oasis, you know Oasis. Oasis, where are you, man? Oh, there you are. Let's listen to a bit of this. The news is on, but I'm just not watching it right now. Because they play it about fucking 20 times a day. In the morning, you'll probably hear it about fucking 12 or 10 times. It was fucking hot yesterday. I'd say I was burning up. I was like, fucking hell. I put my bag on. I'll show you what I've got. Right? Ah. This is going to be to a lady, free. Someone who probably deserves it. You know, a lovely woman who's probably had some hard times or whatever, I don't know. But I'll be like, yeah, this is for you. Well, I don't know who it's going to be yet. I'm not sure who it's going to be. Someone's going to get this free. Pockets. I might give him this as well. Dreams we had when we were children fade away. But you can always look back to say whether you was good or bad, or how how much good you've done over the years. Yeah, pretty cool. Fade away. Dreams we have when children fade away. I treat to defeat anxiety. This is what I do. Right, so I'll probably just sort out. I'm not going to just give this to anybody. It's going to be a lady who's probably done well over the years. I'll make someone so happy. You wouldn't believe it. I'll tell you. I think I'll keep this. I think it's for myself and all that. Because that looks pretty cool, doesn't it? fade away, away, away. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh yeah. Ladies. Come on now. Dun, 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 dun. Fastball road ahead up there and yeah. I have my teeth out, right? I thought I'm going to be a comedian. I will. That's what I'm going to do from now on. I'm going to be funny now. I've got loads more stuff coming, and I'm ordering more stuff today. I'm spending 150 quid on loads of stuff. I'll get it for cheap, for peanuts and all that, and I'll bring it all. It all gets to my home, and I'll give it all away free. This is it. What? telephone box. I was always in the telephone box. It's the telephone box, man. Here he is on the phone talking to his customers. Yes, oh dear. I've got loads of hats, loads of different ones. Monkey, monkey. British flag. Oh, this is Brussels, really? I got the muscles and you're in Brussels. Doctor Who, yeah. Exterminate. Yeah, he had some Daleks and all that, didn't he? What about Bill and Ted? Do you remember Bill and Ted? That was funny. I love that. That was great. Bill and Ted. They were getting it from box as well, huh? I am a walrus, something like that. I'm gonna. Do. Yeah, Rolling Stones and all that. Look at over here. Gary Glitter. Gary Glitter, remember that? Don't worry, Jim will fix it. Do you remember Jimmy Savile, or his name, your son? It's quite funny. There's a lot of bad shit said about all these people. Like, when I had young girlfriends and all this bollocks. I mean, Prince Andrew, he had troubles because he had a young girlfriend. Well, like I say, I mean, I've helped families, and I know how the kids feel. I know the girls, they get a bit older and older and older, and they look at you and they kind of, they're really sweet and lovely and wonderful. But like I say, you have to say to them, go on, keep going, sort of thing. And you guide them and you kind of treat them well and you look after them. Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know. I do want a lady in my life, but I think she's got to be someone who looks probably, I don't know, about 45 maybe, maybe 40. still looking good. Still quite, nice and all that. I like. I'll tell you what I do like. I like a nurse. Lucy Letby. Now, have you heard about that woman? Right, NHS destroyed her. And the police and everyone, they got her fucking locked up. They said she killed 7 babies, but she didn't fucking kill no one. Right, she's a lovely woman, right? And I knew straight away, just by looking at her, I knew she was a good woman, right? And they fucking slagged her off and locked her up and everything. It's fucking crazy, yeah. You know, I'd marry her tomorrow. I would, just to make her feel good and make her feel loved and cared for. Lucy Letby, yeah. Lucy Letby, why don't you get your ass over here and wear this fucking clothes I've got? I've got some clothes here and you can chuck it on. You can feel good. I mean, you can feel great. Lucy Letby. This is how much? 90s. Let's see now. Nero's coffee shop. Yeah. When I was selling pianos, I was at Nero's coffee shop all the time. Different around, different areas. Nero's. Yeah, it was fucking mad, really. I'm a Nero hero. I am. I'm going to put some black shorts on. These shorts, these are green. They're green. On the top of it, I think it says King. But I'll wear some black shorts, I think, today. Yeah. Down. Nero Hero. Yeah, Nero's is a coffee shop. I like this song. Matthew, I've got I think it's on this account. If you look at my Facebook, I've got different accounts, right? And I've got one that's got a group called Gordie's Gang UK. But I don't know how many people's on it. I'm not sure. I've shared to it and all that. But and what I do is I treat defeat anxiety. I don't actually hurt no one. But I might make you. I could put you down and use my intelligence and my creative ways. I'll make you look shit, just like that. I'm an artist as well. I've done a bit of artwork. Maybe I should print my artwork. Being on my own. Yeah, being on my own. Yeah, this is it. I don't mind being on my own. Yeah, this is great. Yeah. It's amazing how good you can be if you're on your own. Because you'll find with relationships, you've got to give them some of your time and your effort and your creative ways and all that. You've got to just focus on them, you know. I don't know. I mean, I was with my daughter's mother for some time, but she come to me. This is it. She come to my party, and that was it. Always think about the ones that come to you, and not you go to them, right? You don't need to go to them because there's a lot of people that will come to you. I don't mind. Yeah, it's a good song. I like this song. I've not sung it for some time. Mum is love. Mum is love. Yeah, I can be like a mum. You know, I'm not a transvestite or nothing, but I can treat you well and make you feel good and all that. Make you laugh and giggle. If you go and ask my daughter, right, did your dad make you laugh? She'll say fucking right, yeah. Don't mind being on my own. Being on my own. That's great. I love that song. Just fucking shit off. These guys can sing, I'll say it now. Fucking right. And Blur and Oasis, they're shit off. I was just listening to them in section units, right? And I was also listening to Jamie Woon. He's fucking pretty cool, actually. Someone said to me, try this. And I thought, yeah, right. And I fucking tried it and I loved it. It was great. It was nice. It was calm. It was kind of like, it was a good album. I say I loved it. When you're stuck in a section unit, play your next 90s. I've got loads of hardcore. Helter Skelter. Do you remember Helter Skelter? DJ Dougal and Clarky and fucking back in the 90s. I play it. I do. I'll go into the park and I'll fucking do it. Oh, I don't know. It's somewhere, but I've got like a tape player. Hang on. Let me just show you something. Don't mind being on my own. I'll just show you something. Hang on. A brooch. I like to play it in a park. And I've got a horn as well. You went for Jerry Springer, did you really? I used to love that program. Shit up, that was amazing. That was. Yeah, fucking hell. Jerry Springer. Is he alive still or has he passed away? Jerry Springer, yeah, Jerry Springer, yeah, fucking right. I used to love that program. It was funny because people would get pissed off and they fucking did jump on each other and all that, but they're bodybuilders, big blokes, you know what I mean? You're bodybuilders, right? There was bodybuilders coming around my house to put me into a cage and lock me up in a section unit. Fucking bodybuilders, yeah, seriously. The food fights, yeah, they did, didn't they? They was like fucking going crazy. People were getting angry. They were like, you were shagging him, and I loved you. Yeah, so I'm gonna slap you and bitch. I'm gonna bitch slap you and all this thing. Fucking and the bodybuilders are there like, hold on, come here, you. You know what I mean? It was fucking funny. It was. He reminds me of fucking Jazz, right? A big black bloke who works in a security hut, and he wanted to watch a fight. I said, mate, I'm not going to fucking fight. I don't fight. You know, so I called 999. It's called the police, and then I hung up the phone. And then I fucked off with my brother. My brother turned up in one of my cars, right? A black Sierra Sapphire. He turns up and he picks me up, and away we go. Because there was a guy who had dodgy eyes, right? And I said, oh, your eyes look dodgy. And he fucking punched me on the nose. And I thought, you little prick, what the fuck? So I grabbed hold of his neck, right? Fucking hold of his neck, and I put his head down under a chair, right? And I kept his head under the chair for about maybe 10 minutes. I thought, will he calm down, the little cunt? And then I let him go, right? But then he was outside the security yard, and he was like, I want to fight you, I want to fight you. And fucking Jazz was a big black bloke, right? He wanted to watch a fight. And I said, Jazz, you're supposed to protect me, not fucking watch a fight. You know what I mean, you prick? You know, so that's why I called the 999 number, the police. Waited for it, and then I hung up. I don't think he realised what I'd done, but he did actually lose his job because we triggered off an emergency situation. The security phoning 999. It was funny. It was. I knew they would fucking jump on the issue, and he lost his job. He did. He lost his job because he wanted to watch a fight. He shouldn't have watched the fight at all. He should have said, "That guy, calm down now, because I'm a security man, and I don't want you to fight." Yeah, this town smells. Yeah, people were so sad and upset when they were devastated. They couldn't believe it. The love of their life was shagging someone else. Jerry. Yeah, fucking right. You're like Jazz, the security man. Wanted to watch a fight, didn't you? Yeah. Oh, fuck it. It's running the wrong way. Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck it. I can't even see. Fuck it. What the fuck? I think it's running the wrong way. Yeah, it's fucking the other way around. Oh, fuck's sake. I do it all the time. It drives me nuts. Yeah, limo to their plane. Yeah, I could do with a limo to drive me around the coffee shops. You know, a Rolls Royce would be nice because my boss used to say to me I was running like a Rolls Royce engine. Now it makes me think about life and everything. I think if I was in a Rolls Royce and we carried on with the future and we started going to cafes and giving away all the goodie bags to all the children, I think it'd be great. But like I say, not everybody's going to turn around and say, "Yeah, I've got a Rolls Royce. We'll go wherever you want." They won't do it. I've got the intelligence, I've got an imagination, I'm creative and all that. But no, not everybody listens to me because the NHS say I'm psychopathic, schizophrenic, bipolar, schizoaffective and unwell playing music. It's bollocks, isn't it? They try and say I'm fucking shit, but I'm not shit. I'm fucking shit hot. Or yellow t-shirts up there. Well, there was Melissa, but we were loyal for some years, and I did employ a lady to clean the piano keys, and we did have sex in the warehouse. But then I remember because I was quite upset because I had two ladies in my life, and I thought, fuck it. And I went to down to the Western Shore by the sea and all that, and there was a burger bar, and I would go there and get myself a bite to eat and a cup of tea or whatever. Anyway, I was in my Sierra, I had a Sierra, and I smashed my window, bang, 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 like this. I kept punching until it cracked, right? And then I said, when I got back to my boss's house, I said, look, man, there's been a fight. Someone smashed my windscreen. But it was me, because I was fed up because I had two ladies to love. You know, I thought, fuck it, you know. You're supposed to focus on one woman or man or whatever it might be. You got to focus on one person, you know, and make them feel like they're really, really special. They're like whatever, a king or a queen or a princess or a prince or whatever. But how can you do that with two ladies? I mean, or three ladies or more. I mean, it's going to be difficult, isn't it, really? And I was also dealing with all the families everywhere. It's good to be free. Yeah. I'm too fat. It's good to be free. I'm too fat, man. I can't do this up. Look. Oh, you're just mad, isn't it? Really? That's crazy. Who wants to fuck with me then? Because I've got a baseball bat. Yeah. If I keep myself down like this, you can't see my belly. I don't know really. I'm not sure actually. I don't know. But I bought it, so I see it. I thought I've got to buy that. You know what I mean? Bob is Robert Henry Plumridge. He comes from Birmingham. He probably, I'm sure he'd give his house to his partner and come down to Southampton. He was in a bed set in Romsey Road, Shirley, in Southampton. And he was he had a warehouse and he was a piano man, a piano dealer. And my girlfriend Melissa, she comes to my party. We had some sex. We had a daughter, and I'd go down the road to her mum, see her mum at 31 Menzies Coast, Lords Hill, and sit with her mum. And her mum, I got on well with her. You know, she's always smiling. And her dad, well, he was driving. He was driving for Bob, right? You know, lifting pianos and that, yeah. And he got me to start driving and picking pianos up. And I said, I want to be more than that. I want to buy and sell pianos. So I was known as the piano man. Yeah, and Bob was my boss. Me and Bob, we carried the piano upstairs in the Dutch embassy, right? The Dutch embassy in London. Yeah, we carried the piano right upstairs. Yeah, we drove in there, and there was machine guns, you know, like guards outside, machine guns. Yeah, we went and drove past them. We parked outside and put the piano right upstairs, all the way to the top. No, Bob was not a man. He was not a woman. He was a man, you know. Uzis, yeah, machine guns. I remember the machine guns. I remember putting the piano upstairs. We carried it. Let's go. And we carried the piano upstairs. That's what we done. No, not pistols. Not pistols. Not the little. When I was a kid, I had two guns when I was a nipper. I'll tell you what I did do is I shot a bird, a canary. I shot it and it died. And I walked down to the woods with it and I buried it in the ground. And my heart was broken. I couldn't believe what I'd done. I shot a bird. I was devastated. So I got rid of the guns and that's it. I had catapults. Remember catapults? Like that, you know. And yeah, we had catapults and all that. Out of tune. Roadmen out of tune. I thought you was on about me then, because I'm not out of tune. I'm in tune. I'm tuned like a Rolls Royce engine. Yeah. Poison gas. Where? Well, there was the Germans and all that, and there was the gas chambers and all that, and there was Anna Frank who had a secret place, and she hid a load of people and all that. Yeah, this is going back in time. This is like when Winston Churchill was about. And before that, we're talking about Tutankhamun and the pharaohs and that, and Jesus Christ, you know, Jesus and Mary and that. Sylvester. Treaty Overell. Oh, really? Oh, actually, when you say Overell, it makes me think about the CB rigs. Do you remember the CB rigs? Do you remember 1-9 for a coffee? 1-9 for coffee. On the side, what was it? I was actually called Spaceman. Spaceman. That's what I was called. I was called Spaceman. Breaker 1-9 is the Spaceman. Yeah, it's me. On the side, is the Spaceman. Yeah, I remember that. Sylvester's. Oh, Patrick. Sylvester. I remember that. Yeah. Do you remember this then? And what was it? Yeah, all this. What was it? Do you remember that really fast? Was it a bird or I can't remember now. Nick. He was gone. Nick. I remember that. David Bowie. Major Triumph. Yeah. David Bowie was pretty good. Tom and Jerry, yeah. Yeah. Jerry was actually what you clued up on it, you know? And Tom would get fucking. he would have trouble, wouldn't he? You know? He'd probably get knocked out or something, or fucking hit with a pan or whatever. Yeah. I should make a cup of tea, really. This is tobacco. I've got no weed or nothing. That's fine with me. I don't mind not smoking weed. Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry. Bowie, yeah, that's pretty cool, yeah. La 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 la.
Cast your words away upon the waves. Sail them home with acquiesce on a ship of hope to pay. And as they land upon the shore, tell them not to fear no more. Sing it loud, sing it proud today. And then dance if you want to dance, please, brothers. You know they're gonna go which way they wanna go. No, it's good freedom. No, how it's gonna be. Please, brother, let me light from the other hand. Movement is up in the sky. Walk on up past the sky.
Ziggy Stardust. Probably, yeah.
It's up to us to make the best of all the things that come our way. 'Cause everything that's been has passed. The answer there, the looking glass, is more than 20 million ago.
Down, 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 down. It's now 6, 12. 12 minutes past 6. It's 27th of the 6th, 24. You know the score. You know the score. I'm not taking no shit. Not anymore. I want to be free and happy. Oh, is it really? It's gone past midnight. Oh, that's crazy. That's mad. Should we go and lay in the garden and look up into the sky and just look at the stars? And I think it'd be nice to lay in the garden and just like look up and look at the stars and maybe the moon. I used to do that. I did, honestly. Lay on the grass, you know, just look straight up, and there it is. Yeah. It's crazy, really. I was doing a bit of MCing, a bit of rapping. I was saying, you know, take off your pants and rip off your bras and look up into the sky and look at the stars, stuff like that. Yeah, rip off your pants and rip off your bras. Look into the sky and look at the stars. Yeah. But anyway, I'll tell you what. I've got to make a cup of tea because I'm fucking drying up. Oh, Kev, there's Kev. Oh, shit, Kev. Kevin. Hello, Kev. Come on, Kev. Hello, Kev. You're right, mate. What time is it? What time did you wake up? Yeah, I was up about maybe 4 or 5, and I've been talking to America. A person who's working for Jerry Springer. Do you remember that? All the fighting and bodybuilders.
Funny you should say that because my stepdaughter went to Winchester and she bumped into him because he reversed into the fuel pumps in the garage.
Oh, really? When was this then?
Last week.
What? Jerry Springer? Is he still alive then?
Not Jerry Springer. The other one. What's the other one? The English one.
Oh, what's the English one? I don't know.
What's his name? Jeremy Cole.
Oh, Cole. Jeremy Cole. Yeah, fucking hell, yeah. Jeremy Cole. Do you know Jeremy Cole? Jeremy Cole. Oh, yeah, Jerry Springer is dead. But Jeremy Cole, he's alive. He's still alive in UK. Yeah.
He's the one who done the English one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Google Jeremy Kyle. He's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. I'm going to pawn this necklace again. Yeah, I'm going to get $250 for it, and I'm going to spend $150 on loads of other stuff coming from Temu. I've got loads of beach balls coming for the kids and all that.
How much did you pay for that necklace?
I paid £700 for it.
£700 for a big gold.
Yeah, £700. Fucking. So I knocked them down right to £665. But like I say, I mean, I'll put it in for a little while and I'll get back out later. My neighbour across the road, he said, "Look, I'll give it $250." I said, "No, man, I can't do it. It's got to go into the jewellers. It's the only way I can let it go because it's a contract. I wouldn't sell it to a neighbour or a friend or anything because you never know whether you're going to get it back. But like I say, I mean, yeah, I've still got it all. It's right there and by the front door. You just got to go over and pick it up, mate.
Yeah, I've got my injector done on the car.
I don't know if you ever see a black stereo with like 2 little speakers and some white speakers. I'll put it all in a fucking charity bin. I've got a cancer research. I've decided I'll put all that in the fucking bag and maybe some clothes as well. I'll just put this outside waiting to be picked up on a Tuesday. Yeah, yeah, man. Kev, are you going to take the piss then?
Take a piss?
Are you going to have a piss? Yeah. I just said take the piss, but you're not taking the piss, are you? You actually. Yeah, I know. All right then. Midgets and dwarfs. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. I've got to make a cup of tea because I'm fucking like dry. I'm really dry. I'm like, oh.
Sunny spells and some showers, and temperatures to closer tomorrow. But we're looking again at roughly 13 to 22 in the sun. Carol, have you ever played that game? You know where you lie down and you look up at the clouds and you see what the shapes are? Yes. It was expensive, so I don't know. Yeah, I did listen to some of what you were saying, but I was playing that game with your address. I don't think what you saw. I'll let you know later. I'm still going to do it around the day, despite all the shakes. Thank you. Pleasure. See ya. 18 minutes past 6, Thursday morning. Can I talk about a story? We get a lot of reaction to whenever we do this about parking fines. Millions handed out to drivers each year by private companies. And now the body which represents private parking firms has released a new set of guidelines about how to manage them. Ben, say here, look at this. You know this full well since stuff talking about today. Yeah, a lot of people get very vexed that get licensed at such pain. Unfortunately, many people watching will know and dread that receiving a parking fine in the post. The question is, how much do we know about the rules that govern the companies that hand them out? That's what we hear. According to the British Parking Association and the International Parking Community, the trade bodies that represent private parking companies have published a new code of practice for their members. They say this will provide more consistent rules. One of the key elements is the introduction of a 10-minute grace period. So every vehicle in a private car park will be given 10 minutes after the ticket's expired before a fine is issued. Another requirement will be to ensure that rules about parking on private land are clearly marked with signs. The new code also keeps an existing cap on parking fines at a maximum of £100, which is reduced to £60 if paid within 14 days. Now, these rules come into force in the autumn, and firms will have until 2026 to comply. Now, actually, 5 years ago, Parliament decided the government should set up a code of practice enforced by law. But legal challenges and the election, of course, mean that hasn't yet been published. And the industry's own code, well, that doesn't go far enough for the moving group, the RAC. So this code is very much something of a misdirection and expected blocking and very homework. And don't get me wrong, there are some good things in it, as I mean, both spirits and rules for operators, etc. But it is nowhere near what the real official government code will actually do for drivers. Really keen to hear from you this morning about your experiences with parking charges. We're looking specifically those ones that you get from private firms that enforce it on private land. We'll be speaking to someone from the British Parking Association, that trade body, later this morning. So if you've got comments, questions, experiences, let us know. You can get in touch at all the usual ways. The details on your screen right now. I think lots of people will be getting in touch. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Ben. 6:21. We had another fun TV election with UK last night. Tonight, we'll see Joe Biden and Donald Trump face off in the first presidential debate ahead of November's US elections. One area where they differ is on the environment, thanks to these Biden's climate law. The BBC's North American business correspondent Michelle Fleury has travelled to Dalton in Georgia to find out. Comes to Joe Biden's economy. A Korean company spending billions of its own and the US government's dollar because of the effect of a brand new industry. Speaks to voters. Markets of the industry. I'm Joe. Thanks to the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act of 5 days, it's now President Bullock confirmed his approach has created nearly 800,000 manufacturing jobs, something these QFIL workers are grateful for. We don't think that they made a great opportunity to start from a very entry level to go through a engineering class, which for me, something that I'm thankful for. We're also one of the largest facilities in the Western Hemisphere, and that's something that you can be proud of. It's like, oh, we have this here where most people don't anywhere we have sex. Oh, wow, QSO,
Hello. Oh.
Officially started my diet 5 days ago.
I'm ready. Do you want this then?
I've got breast of chicken.
Chicken, I'm ready.
Breast of chicken, I've got loads of fish.
Yeah.
And salad stuff.
I guess this is 1 cup, yeah. I think you've seen this one. I'll just, yeah.
See my fish. My fish.
Yeah, I'm just showing people.
My fish.
Oh. I got loads of fish. That's crazy, man. Oh man, you got beans and all sorts in there. You got loads of food, mate. I ain't got much food, really. Try a cup of soup. Potato and leek. It's lovely, mate, really. Mm. That's bad, right? Tutankhamun? Really? Hang on, mate. I'll just show my friends in America. This is United Kingdom, and we're just going to show this to America. That's great, isn't it? Look at that. That's amazing, that is. That's the top, mate. I love that. It's fucking, that's what I'm saying. It's right. That's. Can you get me a coffin like that? I'll have a coffin like that.
Yeah, they sell them on Facebook sometimes, 50 quid for them. They're CD cases.
They'll shut up, man.
Yeah, they've got CDs in them. I put fairy lights in there at night. Like the eyes up, blue.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to get into a Tutankhamun fucking coffin. Because I'm going to die one day.
I'll put them in there, I'll show you.
Well, it was years ago. When it's history. This was lovely. Oh. I did have a spoon, but I think it's I have to use a fork. It was fucking hot yesterday. Oh my god.
33 yesterday. It's gonna be cloudy today.
I love these. They're really fucking nice. It's like custard with like a syrup. Really nice, man. Fucking hell. This is all going in my ashtray. Fuck it. Oh well, that's right. I'm wearing these today. I think. These are my new. I got these the other day. You can't go with it, stuff like that. You can't go with it, can you? That's sad, man. We could have a laugh and fucking easily, I reckon.
I've been waiting since last Tuesday for my parcel.
Yeah.
And someone texted me yesterday, I think it was a scam, yeah. And they said they missed me at 11:45, but I was sitting here all fucking day yesterday and the doorbell didn't ring.
Yeah, I'll get all that shit. It's bollocks, isn't it?
Yes, and they went through my bank details to pay £1 saying to...
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. You know, that £1 is... I mean, after that, it's fucking terrible, mate. You get more bills and shit like that. I got 2 brews. I got 2 cups of tea. This is tea, both of them. 2 cups of tea because I'm dehydrated. I was sat here for fucking ages and didn't even have a drink at all. And I got no fruit juice. You know, I got nothing. So I must go out and get some fruit juice and some more lattes and all that. I got one there. No, I'll show you my daughter. Actually, I'm going to show this. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there's Nero's. There's Nero's. Nero's. Yeah. This is my daughter. You see there, isn't it? Blonde one. The blonde girl. No, yeah. The one this one here, right? That's Hannah. She lived next door to my daughter. No, underneath my daughter. That's it. And she married fucking well. My daughter never married that fucking idiot, fucking Anthony Blake. And he's got a younger brother called Lewis. And Lewis, well, he's a dirty bastard. He got into Hannah's knickers and fucking married her and all that bollocks. I mean, Hannah was a nice girl, really. You know, she was all right. But, I mean, Lewis, I mean, fuck me. He was always asking me for a lift in my Freelander all the fucking time. He was working and he still wanted a lift. And he never gave me no money or fuck all nothing. He thinks he can just take advantage of me, but you know, I'm a clued up man. I know what I'm dealing with. Wankers, you know, that's it. I mean, fuck me. Yeah. It's crazy. That's all right, you know, fucking hell. They can take the piss and I'll talk about it later. Like now, yeah, Lewis and fucking Anthony, they got a dad, right? I don't know his name, but he's a bit of a prick, really. He sold me a TV for 400 quid, and it wasn't worth much, really. I'd give him 50 quid for it because it won't work. It didn't work after a while. It packed up. And his Lewis and Anthony's mum, she was all right. Nice lady, big tits, lovely smile. Yeah, she was all right. She was. Do you know what? I reckon if I carried on with her, we'd have probably got together and that. But we didn't in the end. No, we didn't. But she did say, "Be careful, he's going to go around the shop in a minute." I was really all right. Yeah. I used to drive around and see her in my Freelander. Yeah.
That's what my sister's selling.
I got a picture of the couple. I got her and her partner.
My sister's got a Freelander, 2 litres diesel. She's selling.
Oh, she's selling it. Okay, I can't see this side, so I don't drive them all to sit.
It's automatic.
Do you remember that song, Automatic? Do you remember a song called Automatic? I don't know why. I suddenly thought there's a song. When you said it, I thought it reminded me of a song, but I can't remember it now. Systematic. Do you remember? I think it was John Travolta. Systematic. Fucking. What else did he say? Yeah, it was quite bad, wasn't it? Lightning. Yeah, something like that, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. It must have been Greece. It was Greece, wasn't it? That's right. Yeah. Say again? I've got my door. My door's open now. I've got nothing on my feet. I've got to put my socks on and my trainers. But my feet do get hot. This is it. Oh no, I don't open these windows. I'll just leave them like that. What you see is what it is. It's just like blinds, and the windows are never open. I do open that door and I can feel it. I can feel it. Yeah, I can feel it. Yeah. Oh fuck! Oh, that was nice. I didn't see that at all. That's because I'm blind. It's funny being blind. I'll tell you what, when I was walking through Eastleigh and I fucking walked straight into a fucking lamppost and it fucking killed me. I went over to the train station and I said, look, I've just fucking hit a lamppost. I was in fucking pain. It was like I took away my breath and everything. It was fucking mad, mate. But now I'm used to it now. I'm actually careful and all that. On 1% battery, that's crazy. My phone was pissing me off yesterday because it didn't seem to charge. I was trying to charge it, and I got to 4%. I went up to the chip shop. I've done a little reel, I think it was, and but like I say, the phone died. That was it. I had to charge my phone and go up the shops just in case there's any shit with the carpet shop, because that fucking place is terrible. I'm not allowed in that shop. It's fucking nuts, really. Oh, where's my necklace? Here it is. Fucking hell. I'm going to miss my necklace. I'm going to miss it, but I'll get it back. I will get it back. All the lonely people, where the fuck are they now? I don't know. Do you remember all the lonely people? Do you remember that song there, Kev? All the lonely people. All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? Yeah, I remember that. It's getting there. It's coming back into my brain. Ringo Starr. Ringo, wasn't it? Ringo. Under the Sea. We all live in a yellow submarine. We are refugees. We are refugees. I like the summer song. This is a different song. It's what's it go? How's it go? Let's have a look. Strawberry fields forever. Let me take you down, 'cause we're going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real. Only the real Stone Raver. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good song, yeah. I like this one as well, yeah. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Yeah, I like that song. That's pretty cool. I want to hold your hand. Yeah, I want to. Oh, no, none of that is. I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. Yeah. I was going to sing it better. I was going to sing it now. I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. We're going to have some fun and pull out a gun and demand the money in the bank. Give me the money. Yeah, I'm thinking about a song now. They're not a song, a film. They hired a car and they went in, they were bank robbers. I think it was a lady and two men driving around in America with a car, and they were going into different banks and they were robbing them. Giving them fucking money, you know that, right? And they got into a car, they fucked off with the money. You know? And they were trying to catch him. It was a good film, it was. I'm thinking about, do you know that someone said frustrated? Yeah, do you know that lady said frustrated, didn't she? It reminded me of the lady that says, you think you're well, but you're not well. It's just like that woman. You're frustrated. No, I'm not. Yeah, you are. You're frustrated, you are. Yeah. What's that then? Mackerel, really? Yeah. That's crazy, man. And then I saw her face. I'm a believer. She's on cocaine, LSD, and bass. Yeah, I see her face. Fucking hell. Are you going now? Oh, yeah. Goodbye. I was just, don't say goodbye. Oh, yeah. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, hello. It's Nicola, Vaznik, I think it is something like that. I'll show you. Hang on, let's show you around a minute. There we go. I can show you. Say, yeah, smile at Nicola. Yeah. That's where we are. Let's down here. Look down there, Kev. We've been chatting for ages. Yeah, she's all right actually. Nicola, what you gonna do? Are you gonna be happy or are you gonna be blue? Dudley Moore. Bedazzled, free on YouTube. Oh, really? Bedazzled. Have you watched Dudley Moore, Kev? Bedazzled? He's on YouTube. She's on the film or whatever it is on YouTube. Bedazzled, Dudley Moore. I used to sing the song and make a song out and sing it. When I used to go into a field, I picked up magic mushrooms. Yeah, I had magic mushrooms, and I was fucking laughing my head off in a field with a group of us. Have you ever picked up mushrooms, Kev? Oh, you never had them? I went down to a field with some people, and probably about 6 or 8 people. Say again? That's mad, mate. Really, you could have sold that. You can sell magic mushrooms. And at LSD, I used to go to a field where the travellers would be, and I'd buy strawberries and all that. LSD. That was quite mad. What's this? Everything in life now is salmon. Yeah, everything is salmon. Are you still eating salmon? Was you eating salmon, Kev? Mackerel. He's eating mackerel. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll name that tuna in one. I like tuna. LSD only high school. Oh, really? Yeah. You can't change me. You can't change me. Can you change me? No one can change me. Oh, do you really? You want to go to America? Oh my God, it's the Roadstone Raver and Kev. Yeah, do you remember Kevin and Perry? Oh, that made me laugh. All I want to do is do it. Yeah, casual partying. Do you know what? It's quite funny, really, because people, what they do is they have a bit of a party, but then they have an after party, another party after that. And it's fucking nuts, really, because you'd be partying all round the clock. Like, fucking, it's nuts. It really is. But that's all right. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, seriously. History is history. That's it. I mean, I'm quite old now, but I can still rave and all that. And then saw her face. Yeah, I saw her face, right? Fucking hell. That was next door. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride, and she don't care. Yeah, that's it. I laugh at her and she's pulling out her hair. She's like this. I don't fucking love you no more. I don't fucking love you no more. I'm like, that's right. fine, go and love someone else then. I don't care. Fuck it. And she got a ticket. That was it. It fucked off to ride. To ride another man. That's what she done. I mean, I couldn't believe it. Really, I got a Zanussi. They come out of the sky. I see it. And fucking, that's coming to my house. I mean, well, the Zanussi's all right, but the fucking printer and the TV, well, the computer's not brilliant. Computer and TV all got refunded. No, not the computer, the fucking the printer and the JVC TV. Yeah, I got my money back. I said, "Oh, you! I want my money back." Curries, for fuck's sake. Diamonds are forever. Yeah, I remember that. James Bond and all that. Yeah, fucking right. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Can you sing it? Yeah, that's it. Refund. Fucking right. I had to get a refund. My neighbour's called Les, right? And he had a girlfriend called Lucy. And Lucy fucked up and left him, and that was it. But I did sing to her, you know. There she was on the doorstep. And I went, Lucy in the sky with diamonds. And I kept smiling at her, right? But I mean, I showed her my belly, that made her run away. She thought, fucking hell, just stay your stomach. I mean, I said, yeah, I know. It's terrible. My stomach is fucked up, and it's the NHS have done that. And Matt Baker's. Matt Baker's and NHS, yeah. Oh, what, Lucy? Well, she's gone now. I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, no. There's Lucy. Lucy Letby. That's the nurse that was in the newspapers and on the telly and everything. Oh, you killed a baby. You killed 7 babies. You're going to jail. And she went to jail and everything. But I look at her face and I said to her, she's not a fucking killer. She's not a bad woman. She's fucking lovely. I knew it straight away when I first see her. I was so pissed off the way it is. I'd marry her today, Kev. I would, honestly. That woman's a lovely woman. She is. Have you seen her? Yeah, you've seen that as Lucy. She looks a bit pissed off and upset and a bit rough and all that. But I bet she's a lovely woman. She's a nice woman. You know, a bit of like skincare and she's been in jail. I mean, fucking hell. It's terrible, mate. This country's fucking mental. This country's fucked up. They locked me up for 18 years, the motherfuckers. It's terrible, really. They're control freaks. They just like to have power. But the power they got is fucking bollocks. You know, all they're doing is committing crime. And I'm shouting out to the well. Fucking NHS, National Health Service, commit crime. And so do the police. They actually fucking do. So we've got a trust fund against domination. I was a bit of an artist, and I've done some pictures, and I've done a man coming down from a tower with size 12 feet. You can see the picture one day, and it's the trust fund against domination. Yeah, here I come, size 12 feet. Dun, dun, dun. You know what I mean? Fucking trust fund against domination. It was a great idea, but I mean, nothing happened with it, I don't think. Yeah, don't forget, all this happened when I was looking after the families. Before that, I was focused on all the piano customers and that, and whether they could play or not, or what they want. No, I don't go to Casper. It's fucking they rip me off. They charge a lot of interest, fucking loads of, If you put it in for my watch, if it goes in for 35 quid and it goes in there for a week or 2 weeks, they still want £46. So that's £11 fucking interest straight away. And yes, I mean, if we're going to the jewelers, gold goes in for up to 6 months. Some of it's like 50p a day, some of it's like £1 a day, depending on how much you spend. How much you want, I mean. This time I'm going to get 250. I got 300 last time, but I'll get 250, I think, and that should be enough. And I'll try and get it out pretty, fairly soon. And I'm definitely spending about 100 quid. I don't know how much it is. I'll just go on my computer. There it is. Oh my god, look at this. But there's what's this? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's £139.78. Oh, really? I was going to send 25 football, black and white football beach balls, and I've got other beach balls which are green, red, and yellow. I've got 25 of those coming. I've got like 45 little cars, and there's probably about 20 or 30 watches. There's fucking JCB, LCD, that's LCD fucking drawing boards. Quite a few of those.
Every child here has lost a parent. But Spencer agreed that loss was something Harry had in common with them. So easy as a kid to think of things for some reason. I was 12. Yeah. But it seems to be the same as you convince yourself in person. Yes. But always knew to walk in to be saying that for what was supposed to prove to them their best. Yeah. But then you there's this realization that if they really want them, they must work to be happy.
Oh, yeah.
Schools provides both practical and emotional support. The charity tries to bring the fun back. They have the backing of a friend who's been on his own bereavement journey. Emotions are preparing for children. A lot of us here is still. Daniel Ralph, BBC News. Yes, we'll be chatting a little bit more about that a little later on. The social outcome being affected by the issue.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is I fell asleep with fucking there's my smoke there. It was on the floor. It just drops out of my hand and onto the floor, and I'm fucking asleep. Lucky it's fucking tobacco, because I mean, if it was a cigarette, it might burn the place down. It's still a light. It was on the floor. I'll probably need a woman like Lucy let me. She can come around and pick up all the butts. And say, "Come on, stop smoking." And I'll be like, "All right." No, I think I will smoke until I die. I reckon. I'll probably be in a coffin, right? And I'll climb out and have a smoke and then get back in again.
Access to GPs and the pension should go along. These are just some of the topics being
well, I don't know really. I'm not sure about being cremated. Because I look good in the camera. I'll go back on YouTube. Yeah, I'm back on YouTube now. I'm not on Facebook at the moment because Facebook's pretty fucked up. I ain't got no drugs. I've got no weed or nothing. Kev, you got any weed in there? Oh, you ain't got none. It's too bloody expensive. It's a rip-off. It's probably going to cost you about 12 or 15 grand. No, $12 or $15, which I mean £10 in UK. Right, a gram, 1 gram. That's it, 1 gram, and it'll probably cost you about $12 to $15. How much is a £10 note in America then? Do you know, Kev? I could find out, but it's all right. I'll just say between $12 and $15. I don't know. I was thinking about a tenner. £10 per gram. Yeah.
About $15 in our money, I reckon.
Yeah. I got to put workman there. Oh, cloudy, really? Oh, that's good then, because I like that, I reckon. It'd be nice, because I don't like it all hot and sunny. It's fucking, it's not me, really. You know, I'd rather be in a shade, like, somewhere. I keep, in my brain, all I can hear is this song. And then I saw her face, and it's just in my brain. It wants me to say it again and again, but I'm not going to do it. I'm trying to think of something else to sing. But I'll keep coming back to that same song. And then I saw her face. I'll probably say it all day long. Yeah. Hey, hey, we're the monkeys. We're going to hang out in town. Some of us are white. Some of us are brown. Hey, hey, we're the monkeys. I just got out. I think it's fucking. That's a cheeky, you know. You know when you get down to that much and you call it a cheeky, and there's still got some weed in it, and you're like, and you're trying to smoke it, and you're trying to get a buzz, and it's like, fucking, I must have a buzz. I must have a buzz, you know. Or you've been in the ashtray and you picked up loads of little bits, because you got no weed, and you've gone in the ashtray to see what you got. Those days are gone, man. I don't do that no more. About I don't know, but I think it was about 3 a.m. I think.
Oh, you'll be asleep in a minute.
Yeah, but well, yeah, I've got to get down to easily and put this money in my account and pay for loads of things for the kids. 50 beach balls. 50 beach balls. Can you imagine that? I'll be down at the Cozy Cafe with 50 beach balls. I'm like, here you go. Whoa. And I'll be sorting people out all the time. Morning sunshine. Yeah. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's all right. Little darling. Moon's